menti.com. So we'll be asking for the audience participation in our panels today. So that is the code. When you put in menti.com, you will see they'll ask you for a joining code 39717266. That's also for the guys online. So welcome to you if you are joining us online. So without further ado, just to open this day, I'm going to hand over to Professor Mariu, who's the chair of our committee, just to welcome you, and then I can start to introduce our first guest speaker. Prof.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. I think I just has given you some energizer. In fact, when he came here, I was wondering now, what will I do myself? Because will I put the energy? He has really challenged me, whether the energy I bring it down or what will happen. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming this morning. And I believe yesterday we had a fantastic engagement and a fantastic day. And I believe the same energy, we need to bring it back today also and start with it. And yesterday we started off by saying hi to each and every one of us. And we said we turn to the left and you say hi to the next person who is on your left. Salimia mwenzako aliye pande ya kusoto. Hi. And those who are online, you can also do the same. You can say hi. So also turn to the person who is on your right, front and back, so that we can have a warm, yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. That is an examination which has come. We have been given a handle where we are saying mentee. There are questions which will be coming. So there may come a question asking you whether you, who is the person who is in front of you, what is the name, and what does they do, and everything to do with that. So that we can give information of those people who you have said hi. Don't just simply say hi. You are saying hi to somebody, and that is the head of it. It is interdisciplinary. Interdisciplinary, even that person. Integrate with those people so that we can create those network. The network, that is what we are here for. Know what the other person is doing, what we are supposed to be, maybe, and the future. We are here to co-create solutions for the global challenges which we are having. The challenges which we have, we shall have a beautiful discussion this day, today, and I welcome you. Ask the simple questions. Ask the hardest questions. And even some other times, bear with us, ask the questions which are moderate, which we shall be able to answer. So please, make the discussion as wonderful as possible. That is what I will request you. Please. And with that, I would like to welcome you to this day, engage, interact, and do everything as it pertains to this sort of interdisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity, discipline. As the panelists you shall see, from yesterday, we had people from the community, lived experiences, we had the scientists, we had the socio individuals, and we even had the policymakers and the implementers and even the politician. But today, we also have a discussion. You never know who is seated next to you. And that is what I was asking you, know who is next to you. Kuna wengine hapa, they can even switch off your light, and you never know. So please, be very careful. So today is a beautiful day. As we had mentioned, we shall have this session this morning, as the program says, and then we also have the breakout sessions. We have the posters. We are supposed to be able to mount them and also visit them during the day. We shall have our lunch and our tea breaks at the same place where we were having them yesterday. That is, there is the dining room, which is on, as you move to as the carpet goes on your left, at the extreme left, you shall be guided by the strips, which are, say, guiding to the hotel, and also where the exhibition hall, and also where we have the poster, which are being mounted. If you have your poster, please get it mounted on, and it is supposed to be presented today or yesterday. It is supposed to be mounted on those boards, which are on that, those tents on the extreme end there. The breakout sessions, we have the breakout session. This is the main breakout one room, and then we have breakout room 2, which is on your left, on your right, as you move on the right, and it is labeled the ASAs who have these straps. They will be able to guide you to where the breakout session room 2 and also the symposium room where it is for purposes of discussion. With those, for those of us also, we have you can also use the back door for purposes of accessing the washrooms. And with that, I believe I have informed. The internet, if you want to use, for those of us, there is the Wi-Fi, Pwani University Wi-Fi. There is the password or the user word as it is here. It was supposed to be there. There is a user word, and there are those there are papers with the user words and the password amongst yourself. That is very easy to use with your laptop, but for your phone, it may have challenges. You may need to see one of the individuals here who are handling the ICT issues. With that, I would like to welcome you to today's sessions. And the morning sessions, we have it chaired by Dr. Jasdeep. And I would like to invite him back so that he can kick us off with the day's session. Unless there is anything, clarification, you may need. Clarification? Beautiful. Yes, please. The code for the mentee, kindly, so that everyone can be able to do as, I think that one also should be put here. Oh, the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi, PU Wi-Fi. Yeah, here they are. For the PU Wi-Fi, we have the username and we have the guest. You can take a photo of it. At the mentee, try to log in the mentee and use that particular code. Because that is very essential for the interaction and the session which we are about to start. You cannot speak because of...
Testing this again, and it does work. So welcome once again. Whilst we have got this up here, and everyone is managing to log in, I hope, on this Menti, don't worry, there'll also be QR codes as we progress through the panel. But I think it's probably worth me introducing our first panelist, our first guest speaker this morning, of which we have two fantastic speakers for you for when you're bright and early today. So Professor C.C. Kloss is a pioneering computer scientist and entrepreneur, internationally recognized expert in technical communication. She's a professor of information and media technology at Karlsruhe University of Applied Sciences and the managing director of C-Topic Consulting. She's widely regarded as one of the leading figures in software documentation and information
pull different directions. Just imagine that your eyes think, this is where we're going to take tea. Your brain tells you, that is where we're going to take tea. And your legs believe, that's where we're going to take tea. And that's a crisis. So the system thinking here is how we make sure that the legs actually can walk, because it's one thing for the legs to think that that is where tea is, but then they still don't walk. And the brain and the hands and so on and so forth, everything thinking that this is where we should be going and does their part, and then there's a communication of the components so that we head there. Now let me bring it then home. I was only given 5 minutes. I had a long speech here, my team prepared, but let's make it simple. When we say system, it means government has some role to play in getting us where we want to go, with the context of policies and early stage funding and partnerships and so on and so forth. And academia, we've got our own space of research and idea developments and technology creation and validation and prototyping. Industry has its own part around absorption of some of this technology, funding, upstream, investments and so forth. And we've got other stakeholders as well. And our job is to try and connect all these bits and pieces. I was asked to talk briefly about technology must work for everyone. How many of us know the Kenya National Innovation Agency or have heard about it? Okay, so at least 20-30%. That's okay. It's a young institution that was established about 4 or 5 years ago. I officially took up as a CEO, and we've spent the last couple of years working very closely with universities, very closely now with TVETs, with public sector a little bit, but heavily, a lot of work has been with universities in supporting the mainstreaming of technology and innovation as a tool for societal transformation. Now, I am working currently closely with the WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, and one of the things we're trying to reform is, how do you think about IP? How do you think about 2 or 3 people raised up their hand? So, Madam VC, this is where we have to start from. We are talking about a knowledge economy, we're talking about Vision 2030, and the other day, we were also making reference to Singapore. We can't get it right if we don't sort out our intellectual property issues. I'm not saying that you must have a patent. I'm just saying that there has to be some form of ownership for this idea. So let's demonstrate. How many of you have a car or own a piece of land? You have a piece of land. Okay, so land sounds like an easy example. I'm really simplifying this thing. We're in Pwani, isn't it? So let's hypothetically say that you want to put up a structure on that piece of land. Okay? And that when you sell that, when we put a structure, we'll probably rent the property, and then one way you will earn some rent out of that piece of land. Okay? Now you then say that you don't have enough resources to put up that structure. All right? And then I come to you and say, I have some resources to help you put up that structure. Then you say, that's really great. Let's get into a partnership. And so we draft an agreement. And then I tell you now, give me the corresponding documents. We've got a lawyer who is going to sign it off. And then you say, you don't have the title deed. Then I say, why? Oh, I've never received it. So do you think that transaction will go on? Do you think our partnership will go on? Now, let me then deliver it this way. No idea is going to thrive and scale if it is not going to attract partners to fund and support your ideas and innovation. Am I making sense? It takes partnerships to build technology to impact people. The university, Madam Vice Chancellor, however much you want, you will not fund the innovative ideas that are coming from the students and faculty to an extent that they can scale regionally, nationally, globally. It takes partners. And there is no way you're going to get into partnership if then there is no proof of ownership. I've just used land as an example. I am an investor. I want to help you build your business. But I do need proof of ownership. And I am persuaded by all means that issues of intellectual property need to get mainstreamed in our education system so that then they become the foundation for effective partnerships. As technology grows, then we need the partners to support these technologies. So generally, as we know, I see many remarks here that I could have talked about the changing trends in society, issues of commercialization. We support a lot of commercialization efforts. We've got a 10-year innovation master plan that is guiding our efforts, and issues of human capacity development, access to funding, access to markets, strengthening the policies and access to infrastructure as the key elements that make a national system of innovation work. And then we localize that to our own institutions. And it's amazing to see partnerships, like I am getting a feeling, as I was discussing with the VC this morning, around the partnerships that we are building for this kind of conversations, for technology to make sense in our society. And as an innovation agency, we are available to be as useful as we can. I have built relationship with Pwani University to support the efforts. Last but not least is think heavily as a system. Our success of our innovation efforts and for technology to matter to the broader society, then it means we are immersing ourselves in the needs of the society and then leveraging all our internal capacities and partnerships to move into solutions that then impact that society. If we don't get it right with the leadership, I am not sure our ideas thrive. I am not sure whether they're going to be as inclusive as they need to be. If we are not immersing ourselves in problem-based learning and challenge-based learning to deeply connect with the real challenge, the problems, and then we empathize and put ourselves in those shoes, then I am unsure if the innovative solutions we create will have significant impact and scale. If we don't think through the teaching and learning, I do train people who teach entrepreneurship, and I always ask, what is your desired outcome after you've trained 100 students on entrepreneurship? Was it the grade, or was it going to be something to do with a venture, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4? So teaching and learning must support the innovation agenda. The leadership must support the entrepreneurial leadership and support the innovation agenda. The infrastructure, I spoke to DVC Research and Innovation about the strengthening of the infrastructure at Pwani University. The infrastructure must support the innovation agenda. The partnerships that we build must be aligned to support the innovation agenda. Then, with this kind of examples, we build technologies as a means to societal transformation. The technology does not become an end by itself. And as we think about inclusivity, because the topic I was asked to talk a lot more about was, it must work for everyone. It must work for the one in the rural. We must have immersed ourselves with the realities of the rural. It needs to work for the one in urban, the one who is connected and the one who is not connected, and that starts with us being as problem-based as possible. One time I visited a university called Aalto University in Finland, who have done a lot of work in multidisciplinary problem-based learning. I think they've done an excellent model and excellent resources around how then higher education and research really matters to society, is being as problem-based as practically possible. It takes empathy, it takes listening, it takes connecting, and then creating solutions that really matter for that society. So I'm going to spend some hours and sometimes at Pwani University, who are one of my great friends and partners in the journey of innovation. And let's engage and see how much we can improve, share knowledge, and transform society one step at a time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Let's just clap one more time. Dr. Mwanza, I'm going to invite you to be part of our panel discussion, so please. In fact, what I think was fantastically interesting from the Mentimer is Dr. Mwanza talked a lot about innovation. And in fact, if you come out to what our word cloud looks like, apologies, if I turn this, you can see. In fact, most of you have also thought that innovation is one of the key parts of technology, which I think is really echoing what Dr. Mwanza has said. So I welcome you to this next stage, which is our panel. So we are going to keep this interactive. Technology should be interactive. So the first question that we're going to put to our panelists is this. Now remember, I also want you all to either use the QR code or log on to menti.com. And the first question, let's try and keep it broad so we know where we all are, is technology, including AI, currently reducing or widening inequalities in your context? I'm going to invite Mr. Arnold to start us off with that, please. So just repeating the question is technology, including artificial intelligence, currently reducing or widening inequalities in your context? And it's either reducing, widening, or no real effect. And currently, in this real-time poll, we're 50-50. So let's see how our panelists will respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Artificial intelligence, in my view, is a tool that we are supposed to be using to promote innovation. Right now, we have tools like no-code platforms, low-code platforms for coding, which young people actually use, and this is good for them, as in my perspective, they can be able to prototype their ideas very fast. So to me, with the artificial intelligence is a tool, if well used, it can be able to improve and come up with solutions in our communities.
Thank you. So, based on my experience, it can be both actually. So it's if people have access to the technology, and also if they have capacity to operate the technology, they will, of course, flourishing with that. But some people, like for example, elders who could not use mobile phone, sometimes they miss. Like for example, I did surveys on the field, and I asked them to fill in Google form. Hey, I don't have mobile phone, so it's totally we missed them. We could not get information from them. So on anyhow, in my opinion, it will be based on the capacity and also the access to technology probably.
Thank you, Mr. Sam.
My take from an energy sector perspective would be that based on what Dr. has talked about in terms of infrastructure and support, it would then mean that, of course, the gap would be there. But it's important then to think about how do we bring the uptake, for instance, as we talk about AI and in terms of technology, which is supposed to simplify work, bring new methods of working. How then do we bring the uptake? Of course, every one of us would want to do work easier, but based on certain biases we have, whether you're talking about culturally, whether it's about education and knowledge, that would mean that in the initial stages, there will be a reducing factor. But as generations change, accessibility to knowledge comes through, then of course that gap can be bridged. But I think in the very context, in the initial stage, there will be a reduction, and therefore that would be the impact I'll talk about in my context.
Thank you. Dr. Mwan.
Thanks, Chair. I think I relate with the data points that to a large extent, to many of us, technology is seemingly widening. And I relate also with the feedback of my colleagues in the panel that it requires, intentional effort to then make sure that it shouldn't, and instead it should narrow and enable people. Because you think about inequalities, you think about urban, rural, or digitally connected, or disconnected, or youth, and so on and so forth. A classic example in our context is somebody one day decided to move the innovation agency to the State Department for Youth Affairs. And people were wondering, how does an innovation agency go to youth affairs? And the answer was that They thought innovation has to do with the youth. And we made a very significant policy decision about that, to move an innovation agency to youth, because we were thinking it's just the youth who are going to be involved in matters of innovation, which should be the case. And I had to go to the head of state and the advisory council of the head of state to say, no, innovation is about everyone. It's about all sectors. Technology is about the age. It has nothing to do. In agriculture, in healthcare, in housing, in cooking, you can innovate and you can apply technology. And that's how we ended up finding the innovation agency now in the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, so that then there is a horizontal view of how we interface with all stakeholders on matters of innovation. So it requires, if we leave it to flow by itself, chances are it will just increase. Because there's one young person will be sharper than another one, maybe the older person will be slower than the younger person, and so on and so forth. So we then have to be a little intentional in all facets, whether it is capacity building, exposing infrastructure, providing access to fund, markets, policies, and so on and so forth, in order to ensure it actually narrows that inequality.
Thank you so much. That's really informative insights from you all. I just want to kind of touch and maybe your opinions on this poll that's come from the audience. If many people currently are thinking that there is a widening inequalities, how do we address that gap in those communities? How is it through education? Is it through, as you've said, maybe more events like this? What are our solutions to maybe getting our audience from the widening gap to the reducing gap?
Thank you. I think that the greatest significant effect would be to do what we call a buy-in. Buy-in means that for those who have the knowledge and appreciate the effect, would be able to buy in and lead people from their spheres to change. Change doesn't start big. It starts from where you are and how you appreciate. I'll give an example. Initially, people, when automatic vehicles came into the place, Kenyan market specifically, there are people who are stuck with manual vehicles. They said they would not lose their old car. People kept their old vehicles for a long time. But in due time, the manual vehicles reduced, and then we have gotten to automatic. And now it's even better. We have got hybrid vehicles, and even there are now super inventions of the hybrid model. So it's only about the people who have got the buy-in that can influence. What I'm saying in terms of knowledge, forums like this would go a long way to impact, to ensure that this gap is reduced. And it's about telling the story as it is and dropping out communities wherever they are to ensure that that appreciation is taken for the common good. First for yourself and of course for the bigger picture. That would be my opinion.
Thank you. Dr. Umar, next.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, like I hinted around, it's about being intentional about what we can do to, narrow the gap and so forth. And I found one of the two most important contributions that we can make. One is knowledge, educating, disseminating, articulating. And this is where the role of leadership comes in. Help the people to see that this is for everyone. It is not for somebody else. I mean, in most recent conversations I'm having about intellectual property, I get the feeling from the general society that this thing is for somebody else. It's not for me, right? A general feeling. And this is where demystification starts to play a role. AI is not a very complex thing. So right now, to many people, if you ask them, they'll tell you, that is for some young techies, right? But when we demystify, and this is now, we have to invest in the mechanisms that then enable demystification. Forums like this are very powerful, just to help people realize, but hey, you've been using AI, all of you have been using AI over time. It didn't just come the other day. So, human capital development, demystification, articulating and demonstrating that it belongs to you as well. You may be using it differently from somebody else, but it applies to all of us. So it's an empowerment issue here, thinking through the various mechanisms that we can use to empower our society to get involved.
Yes.
Thank you. So I will follow up and also borrow Dr. Omwan's from your speech that yes, we have to, if we want to understand people, we have to listen to the people first, and then afterwards, it seems that we will have to provide opportunities for people I mean, they don't have to get the same access. They don't have to get the same privilege. They can have different one because, again, knowledge is people have probably different knowledge, and you have to differentiate. You have to be able to differentiate that what kind of knowledge that people have, and afterwards we can appropriate technology, I could say. Thank you.
My take is to reduce this gap where people are actually getting threatened by artificial intelligence. My view is to show how we can be able to use AI in our day-to-day lives. Because think about it. I know most of us use this cloud service AI like ChatGPT Cloud. One thing you notice, it makes it easy for you to be able to search for information. So by showing our people how we can be able to use artificial intelligence in our day-to-day, then we can be able to reduce that thought of threat as AI is coming to take over our jobs and all that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And actually, your comments are very welcome because it takes us to the next question, which is, what does a genuinely transdisciplinary use of technology look like in practice for our communities? And what I would ask panelists to focus on is what you feel the biggest use in your area has been, whether that's electricity, whether that's innovation, however you are in the community. It would be nice to just have a quick comment on where you think that our context, as in this kind of what the perception of widening gaps and the need for more education, where do you, in this kind of context or your own local context, feel the biggest difference may be for artificial intelligence? I'll ask to start with our foreign guest here, Dr. Abdul Haris.
Thank you very much. From my context, from the perspective of geospatial information, it seems that sometimes it doesn't change much, actually. Like, for example, in the old time, people draw maps on a piece of land or on the stones, like, for example. And nowadays we have GIS for drawing map, even doing spatial analysis. But actually what I learned from these circumstances is that it is how we can accept the limitation, like first of all, and then how we can make sure that we optimize what we have in hand. But yes, of course, when we have advanced technology, there will be more benefits for us. But of course, like, for example, sometimes we lose something. Like, for example, in my hometown, if we ask, if we had a discussion with the elders, and the elders can easily say that, oh, this area is the extent is 5 acres, like, for example. But nowadays, I have no idea how to do that. I have no feeling about that. I just have to go to my computer and go to the maps and calculate it. So sometimes there's the balance lost and found, and also the other way around. But on anyhow, the important thing is that we have to maintain the balance, I could say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. I'll ask you to comment. So the question is, where do we think the biggest kind of transdisciplinary use or use in technology in our local context? Where do we think the advances will be, certainly in our local context?
The advances in AI in our local context is, I will think this way. Having a multidisciplinary approach to it, whereby we can be able to use AI in different areas, like, for example, when it comes to business, we can use it for marketing. Also, I'm thinking just integrating different disciplinaries and see how it can be able to help in that particular community. Not just thinking it from the point of, oh, those guys are from computer science, or those are, but just use AI in your local context, figure out what you can be able to improve in your communities. That's what I think.
Thank you. Dr. Mwanza first, and then we can finish with...
So I'll pick exactly what you've just articulated and demonstrate some work we've done over time on this interdisciplinary. You know, one classic example on this question is that the audience is interacting with the panel and the moderator in a transdisciplinary environment to actually respond to the same questions. That's amazing. But let me give the practical approach that we did in our human capacity development for innovation. When students are in school, there is always a tendency to focus on their own disciplines. I am in the medical program, I run all the way, and I work very little with the engineering department, and so on and so forth. So we designed a multidisciplinary problem-based innovation fellowship. And we said, look, I want to put a team of students from engineering, medicine, design, art, computer science, one per group, and then we say, you're going to go to that community, identify a problem, let's engage a little more about whether you've understood that problem, and then you're going to work together as a team to come up with a solution. And we'll get you a grade. So you run that program for about 5-6 months. It's amazing how much tension there is between disciplines because of how people look at things. We all look at things from our own lens. But when we manage, we have to provide mentorship. And when we manage that process until they now actually start working as a team, how powerful the solutions they would create. They would be very simple solutions, but well thought out from a communication perspective, from a technical perspective, from a design perspective, from a user-centered perspective, and so on and so forth. And I really would like to work with Pwani University to try and pilot this kind of a program where students work together in disciplines. And we've thought through the whole program. We've piloted it for 3 years, and it really works. And some of the students who got involved in that actually created innovative ventures, and they actually run enterprises as a result of that. It is a powerful way because when students leave, they go and work in a real environment with multiple disciplines. But when they are in school, we tend to keep them in their own disciplines. And that is one way of addressing that particular challenge. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, I will just talk about it in 2 dimensions. One is AI in terms of generational differences. And I would say that AI has been there, you know. I would tell you, for instance, that our old mothers would be able to tell if a girl was pregnant at a very early age. They were not doctors, they were not, you know, trained, but they would be able to pick some signs that would be able to make them interpret that something has gone on. They would use, you know, very, very rare phrases like, you know, somebody has broken somebody's leg and things like those. So AI has been here. Now, in terms of how do we then bridge the, you know, all the disciplines together, I'll put a point where, from the energy perspective, which we are applying in Kenya today, is something we call, you know, optical character recognition, which we're using AI now, you know, to take readings of meters, you know, for customers and things like that. But of course, over time, as we read it time and again, you see the difference coming. But I don't want to belabor the point. I think I want to go by what Dr. has said, in the sense that the issue of bringing up together teams to bring out results based on application and utilization of AI would give us better value than people standing alone and running with what they know over the period, including AI. Thank you.
Thank you. And I actually want to echo all of your thoughts. And in fact, give full credit to Professor Shauri, whose brainchild this is, who originally tasked us as a committee to do exactly as you're saying, which is transdisciplinary working has to create those solutions. It's really interesting what you say here, actually, Dr. because from my end, you're right. I'm in health. I've done a lot of AI work in health, and actually having to work across the board has really opened my eyes to other solutions, to not be siloed in these kind of small little areas. So I completely echo, and I want to give full credit to Prof. Shauri for his vision of this conference, which I hope will just grow, because these are the reasons we can create solutions. So thank you, panelists, for that. I will just take we are nearly ready for tea, but I will take a few questions from the audience. So would anyone like to pose some questions for the panelists, and then we can have a little bit more of a free session. Otherwise, we have a few on the Mentimer as well. So would anyone like to ask our panelists a question? Thank you. I will, of course, start with Acting VC.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jazz. Good morning to us all. Mine is not a question, but it connects to the initial conversation of AI and inequalities. First, I want to thank the panel. You've articulated the issues very clearly from your own perspectives. But I like the element of being real, giving an example that you have actually encountered and which has become a solution. Because universities have always been accused of being theoretical and not practical. And yes, you're welcome, and we are excited for the opportunity to pilot your program at Pwani University. So my issue on inequalities is this. The journey on technology took off a long time ago, right? Can we be confident that we all, first and foremost, are technological before we can talk about being AI? Because for me, it's like climbing a tree. In other places where technology, the infrastructural component has been done super. They are at the 10th floor of a building. Some of us are still at the basement level in terms of infrastructure. And yet AI is getting us at the 20th floor. So how do we connect the frustration that technology is moving very fast, and we have not even started the journey of making sure that the entire ecosystem is actually technologically oriented or technologically ready to embrace all the innovations that are coming through in technology. And I think for me, it is ensuring that spaces such as communities, if we are to go to the rural areas, have, let's say at the chief's office, we have Wi-Fi, right? Because that is the frustration. All of us buy data, and you cannot buy data when you have food needs. But then also the issue of making sure that the smartphone is also accessible to the communities at the very low level, so that we can actually talk about an equalization kind of national thinking that will take all of us to that space. Others will remain, some of us will remain behind, others will be so much ahead. Thank you. Those are my sentiments.
Mine is also not a question, but to appreciate the panel for having, unpacked the discussion very well. And I wanted to add my voice in terms of how do we reduce the gap. And I think for me it's two things. One, we have to look at the characteristic of the innovation itself. Is the innovation, for example, is the innovation better than what exists? It's a critical question for people to move to that new innovation. Does it fit users' needs and values, compatibility, of the innovation. I think that's very key. And then complexity. How easy is AI? How easy is the technology that you want to bring? I saw quite a bit of technologies yesterday being displayed there, and I was looking at how easy is it for a farmer in the village to be able to have a self-irrigation system for a local farmer in the village. Triability. How can can it be tried in small bits? And of course, finally, observability. Can we see the benefit of the technology? And then secondly, beyond the characteristic of the technology itself, for us to bridge the gap, we must also think about investing in socializing technology and innovation. We all grew up. When we were born, we were zero. They say in education, tabula rasa. But slowly by slowly, the family played a role, the friends played a role, the school played a role, the church and the mosques played a role, the media played a role. So for us, all of us to learn technology and its advantage and to adopt technology, I think it is important to have specific programs that target the 5 pillars of socializing human beings. Thank you very much.
I think we'll take one question. Let's go.
Okay, I have a question and potentially a comment. And I'm going just to talk about, again, around the infrastructure. And one of the things I can think about is this conversation we're having that AI is using a lot of energy. And already we know in Kenya, there are places I've never seen a blackout, but huku kwetu. So how do we also think about energy and how do we deal with that? And the transdisciplinarity, how to bring together not only the disciplines, but we call them gender roles, sorts of youth, yeah, the women, you know, but the youth, women, the old people, because there are some things, yes, when I look at my niece, what she can do on the phone, I'm like, how did I not know that happens, yeah? So how do we bridge also that, you know, divide and bring us to a place where we can optimize the technology, whatever it is, whether it's AI or whatever other technology we have available to us?
Thank you. That's open to the panelists who would like to respond. I'm not that much of a head teacher, I promise.
I will talk about, maybe I address the issue around AI and energy. There's a trend. If you look at the trends of AI, one of the things that is happening is that AI is moving from the big tech, okay? And now there are now what we call open source models, which enable even individuals or small companies to be able to leverage the power of AI. So there is a move towards having smaller and efficient models. And these models are small, such that they can be able to run on small devices like laptops, okay? So if you have a model that can be able to run on your laptop, then it reduces that over-reliance on the big tech, on the cloud infrastructure. And of course, these models, there are those ones that are free, that you can be able to just run on your local computer. And of course, there are some technologies that enable you to be able to personalize it with your own data. And that one can be able to serve your use case.
Okay. Allow me to make a comment, of course, from the energy sector. Allow me to put an opinion to it. I would like to say, first of all, the VC has spoken about infrastructure, which is very key. And I think also the keynote address also was about infrastructure. So it goes without saying that energy provision and supply goes without saying that is something that must be worked on. And I'll look at it in the context of, you know, national perspective and local perspective. in terms of utilization of AI to ensure or guarantee what you're talking about, the energy sector is employing technology today to help us to resolve issues quicker than the conventional way of physically addressing what is going on. That is not really the subject matter for this meeting, but I would like to say that that has to be ironed out in the context of also utilizing AI to ensure that issues are resolved quicker, faster, and the most efficient way. That's really what is important. For instance, if there's a problem on a line 2-3 kilometers from here, by utilization of AI, we should be able to pick that quickly and resolve it. The infrastructure now is working around that line to ensure that using SCADA technology, using workforce management to ensure productivity, we're able to account for staff to know where they are. The nearest staff to where the problem is able to given that job or given that particular problem. That is how now AI is helping us to address challenges of outages. Of course, the issue of the availability of power itself and whether it's enough for the community, that's a bigger question, but that's being worked on. But I wanted to say about that. But bottom line is what Professor Uri has spoken about. And I said about it in my remarks initially was about the buy-in. And the buy-in is a big thing. It's a big thing in the context that is this technology AI working for me? How is it working? Am I able to see it? How practical is it? In fact, how is it even easy for me to apply it? What's difficult for us, we'll generally avoid. But if it's easy, it can help my work easier. I'm able to see it. I'm able to relate with it. Then we should be able to move forward. Those would be my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So probably we remember the saying that when science changes direction, or it's not that science betraying us, but it has new data, new information. So regarding AI taking a lot of energy, yes, this is, in my opinion, it is something that we just knew, and then we have to deal with it. Probably that's the thing that's how we have to improve ourselves. And actually, from geospatial information point of view, transdisciplinary is really there in our field, because, like, for example, I'm a geodetic engineer as a profession. I created data, geospatial data, but to understand, like, for example, land use map, I have to understand what people think, other people think about the data, how they see it like this. So I could not see it from my own perspective. So from our perspective, it means that we, as the panelists, we have agreed together that we have to come together and listen to people on what they need, and also, and how can we come up with the joint solution that can, of course, there will be difficult to have to give a win-win situation for everyone, but of course we can optimize at least what the result. Thank you.
Okay, so there were many observations, but let me just comment a little bit on this issue of equality in the context of youth and so forth, and how to leverage some of these skills that are emerging. Sometimes I struggle with this inequality thing, because we might say that the youth are disadvantaged, all right? But then, in a little while, we'll say the youth are the ones who understand technology. So then I wonder, so was it, it's like an oxymoron, you know, like they are the ones who are actually already empowered, you know? And so it's interesting. We can have a big debate about that one. But this is what I will conclude about that issue, is that all of us have to continue to appreciate and learn to be comfortable in uncomfortable environments. I'll say it again. Continue to learn to be more comfortable in uncomfortable environment. Because if we have to leverage what that young person knows how to use, that technology, AI, whatever, then I have to embrace that person, and I will actually be going to an unfamiliar territory, but appreciating that they already have an edge over me. And then I say, you know, we can pull together, leverage what you have, and then what do I have? Maybe I have a better position, maybe I have a little more resources, and so on and so forth. And learning, continuous learning, then we can't run away from it, because then I also have to relate in that language. That means I have to be willing to learn and unlearn some of the things that I already have. So it's a challenge to all of us on how to embrace those who already have an edge over us in order to make collective progress. The question around energy, I also have a very radical question, a very radical perspective. I went to one university, and I'm qualifying this, it's a university. And they had a power bill from KPLC that was quite significant. And KPLC had disconnected power. But they're in the equator. I hope you know where I'm headed. 2, they have a program on electrical engineering, alternative energy, and they train a lot of master's students. And they have a lot of roofs in their compound. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, we'll take one last question from just over here, next to Derek.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to engage with the panelists. I was quite impressed with the efforts of getting students from different disciplines that come together and co-create and bring innovation forth. That is excellent, and I really like to applaud the students. But on the other hand, I'm looking at sustainability of artificial intelligence and its infrastructure and support. The universities. Yes, the students are coming from different disciplines, and the universities have always been on specialization. Now, for sustainability issues, how are these universities now engaging lecturers or create a department which has no specialization that can accommodate these students and become the future, the better future, that they are co-creating innovation that is interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary. So I believe universities need to take this challenge, because it's very difficult to have students who are empowered and way beyond us, while the institutions have lecturers that are just specialized in one area. They're not coming or being out of their comfort zone, as you rightly said. You need to learn to be comfortable, but to engage and accept the uncomfortability. Thank you. It's about sustainability. Thank you very much.
Yes, I would like to thank you for the challenging question. Of course, it's but actually, from my perspective as a geospatial engineer, I could say that I can rule the world with geospatial data, because it's all about everything geospatial data. But on also I have to talk with people, as we have discussed earlier, that we need to understand how to represent the data itself. So from my point of view, if we would like to create a program which is interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, it seems that we have to go back to what we can contribute. Like, for example, I have been working on developing community disaster resilience, but it's from we work together with my colleagues, but I am also, of course, can only contribute from geospatial analysis, from land management, land administration on that field. So in my opinion, it would be difficult if we create a program, particularly at the bachelor level, because it will, for my opinion, we need to be somebody, anybody should be able to have the main profession itself first, And then when we go to the further level, for the graduate level, like for example, we can decide whether we can contribute in purely in our field, or we can also contribute to multidisciplinary field. So we can, so it means that we can stick to our profession, but then we can contribute for other causes, not only in our field. Probably that would be my response.
Okay, allow me to put something to it. I like this discussion about interdisciplinary. It's very, very important, and I want to put it into context. And allow me to have a bias of energy, all right? Because I've worked, in many areas, and I'll give you a perfect example about. I hear the concern about, AI. We're here discussing technology and innovation and how it will make our life easy in terms of service provision and specifically electricity. And I'll tell you something that I have seen in 2 places that I will relate to this subject so you can see my point. For instance, when we lose power today, now, the easiest person to bite, of course, would be who? If you want to kill a dog, even a good dog, you give it a bad name and you kill it. That is really the culture. But I'll tell you a case in point where we had a facility somewhere around this county where every time people went there to try to trim the lines of electricity for power provision, and I went there literally because they were out of power for a long time. And I went there and I found, this is without any prejudice, I found a business institution there which had done very good trees and elaborate, which you'd really be pained if somebody just came to cut those trees. So because people going there were being chased away, I took it upon myself to go. And I'm saying this really interdisciplinary and intercultural perspective to bring these things to work. So I went to that particular business, I bought a drink, I bought a soda, and I said, so how many times do you lose power around this place? And the person said, every day. And I said, oh, so every day you lose power here in this business? He said, yes. So I said, the reason why you lose power is because of these good trees you're planted along this line. Would you allow us to cut it? And it is very practical. It's something that can be confirmed. So we agreed, and right there I called the team to trim over the trees. And by the way, for about a month now, power outage has not been there, for a fact. Now, what am I saying in short? It is true that there are challenges. I agree. And I am in this community, and I'm liking the conversation about let us think out of our normal boundaries, intellectually, culturally in all this period. Where things that have to do with our interactions will be able to sort out easily, and all of us will be happy. So I'm saying I'm liking this conversation, and the energy sector per se also have to partner with communities, not just on NI, but in matters that can innovate very well to work and accommodate each other and make sure the end game is provision without disruption. That's my point. So I'm liking this conversation, and I think we'd like to make it even bigger. For instance, inviting communities to work with the entities in the energy sector, inviting us to come and have conversation with students, institutions, to explain the point, how it practically it is to deliver what we want. Not just matters energy, but I think in the broad dimension of everything we can look at to ensure that the thinking is about solution as opposed to being a handicap or a challenge. That is really a honest conversation we need to drive from here. And from where I sit, I think it's something that I would like to take feedback back and interact more, specifically even with Pwani University, for instance, to ensure that all these partnerships will bring deliverables that, as I said, my biggest target is to say the buy-in is very critical. If we're able to understand each other, then we should be able to bring out results that we are looking for. Yeah.
I'll chip in with a little challenge on leadership. I spend a bit of time with vice chancellors every so often, and I like to ask a question. How many of you feel you are entrepreneurial leaders? So anybody here, how many of you feel you are an entrepreneurial leader? Okay, one person. Now let me 2 people already. 3 people. Okay, so maybe it's going to go up. Now the challenge of working with academia, you have to define first.
Quite.
So this is the definition. Simple. you are in a position where you're able to influence someone to identify an opportunity and exploit the opportunity. Simple. How many of you are entrepreneurial leaders?
Yeah, quite.
Cool.
Great.
Now I have a lot more people, all right? Now I do that with institutional leaders, and I say, leadership really is going to hold a key to sorting out some of the issues about transdisciplinary learning and so on and so forth. Why? Because traditionally, as the institution is built, it's built around departments and directorates, and it's hierarchical in nature, and then we converse in a Senate meeting. That's the only place we meet and hear each other. How do you transform that institution into a very strong interdisciplinary department or institution that leverages a lot with the ecosystem and so on and so forth, if that is how it has been designed? And I like to also ask another question. DVC and VC, how many of you went to a school called to become a vice chancellor? So you didn't go to any training, you didn't go to question things, you found yourself as an acting VC today, isn't it? And how do you lead this institution 10 years down the road becomes a very transformative institution with high industry engagements and so on and so forth? And you didn't go through any training to do that. That's a big question. And as you sit in the very nice seats here, my colleagues, because I was seated here, it's a very tricky position to be for me to transform this institution that has a certain tradition and a system and a culture to the world that we want to be in. And it's a very complex thing. But we've got to be bold enough to do it. We've got to be bold enough to take that direction. I'll give you one classic example. I took about 14 vice chancellors to India sometime, to a university that I don't want to mention. The vice chancellor had made a decision and said, we are going to get to a point where we produce 1 patent per day. 1 patent per day. That's how many per year? 365. That's the power of leadership. You dream something that is really crazy. But when we went there last year, they had done 400 patents that year. From almost nothing. But just because of this strong belief and commitment that we can actually change for the greater good, then you make these pronouncements, and then you try to provide the support system. You stretch yourself. Human beings will adapt to what you stretch themselves to. And boom, they were actually transforming. Now, that university, surprisingly, had raised more money than they needed. Have you ever had a university that raised more money than their budget? We'll have a conversation on the details. They raised more money than they needed. Boom, and everybody was like really surprised. But it's an effect of the broad goal that the leadership had set. And so as we think through these AI things and industry engagements and the transdisciplinary and the multidisciplinary leadership, the entrepreneurial leadership and the boldness of how we visualize things 10, 15 years down the road is what will determine the kind of seeds we plant now. If we don't raise the bar very, very high, then we kind of like plant some seeds, but they may not be very bold seeds. I hope we get the point that I will come back here 10 years down the road. I'm sure I'm going to be alive 10 years down the road. I'll come back 10 years down the road, and I'm going to find Pwani as one of the most transformative institutions you would ever meet.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ari, for those comments. I think we're all probably getting a little bit tired in our caffeine and sugar lows. Yes, you may. Of course, VC.
I'm particularly attracted, thank you so much for that conversation. I'm particularly attracted to transdisciplinary qualification. And I'm beginning to think as DVC ASA, if I took that conversation to Senate, what would you tell me? That I'm crazy? Because it creates a level of chaos. It creates a level of discomfort. And yet, as you've told us, we have to learn to be uncomfortable if we are supposed to look for solutions. So the senators in this room, you have had...
I'm glad that's happening now.
We are already talking about modularization, right? Because in modularization, you don't have to take a hospitality student through from first year to fourth year to be able to get the qualification. They can get nuggets and segments of that ultimate degree, which can actually In the meantime, first year, second year, be able to earn. We were told that yesterday, right? Earn as you study. So that the peers actually mentioned that. And it is very, very important that we begin to transform our thinking as people in academia, because we are so structured. And the conversation should also go up to the Commission of University Education, which regulates. I'm sure they don't have guidelines on what the conversation that we are having. Probably on modularization, but not on the transdisciplinary degree that will have a medley of skills and competencies by the end of the 3 years, because we are going into the 3-year season. Thank you so much.
You are the champion now.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. I will give last comment to the overall chair.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very exciting discussion, and we must not forget also the history, because transdisciplinarity exists, only that we've not amplified it. There are degrees which are transdisciplinary. One of the degree is Bachelor of Education. Is already transdisciplinary because one has to do 3 disciplines for them to become a teacher. So it is the way we went somewhere along the line. Even Bachelor of Arts, it was 3, but somewhere we thought that people have to go to silos and specialize. Where we started now saying, you know, you'll be more marketable if you have Bachelor of Psychology, not Bachelor of Arts. Because Bachelor of Arts was, of course, destroyed. Is a Bachelor of anything, the perception, and it's that Bachelor of anything. We can make it Bachelor of something. So it has become Bachelor of Psychology, Bachelor of Sociology. So we destroyed that transdisciplinarity. The same way we were destroyed in yesterday's conversation, those who were here when they were listening to the community, by the colonialists. So we need to go back and retrace our steps. And that's one of the inspiration that crafted the idea of transdisciplinary conference. But I want to be a little bit also to support what Mr. Sako, he was my student in corporate governance when he was a trustee. He said buy in. And I want to be very radical. I want to say that, you know, all the others that we call disciplines are tools. All what we call disciplines are tools. The only discipline is sociology. I will justify my statement. I will justify. Because Jazz is talking about medicine, but he wants to make me feel better. He's talking about energy. He wants to make me feel better. He's talking about innovation. He wants to make me feel better. He's talking about genetics, you said, geospatial. He wants to make the life of me to be better. So these are tools to fix the human aspirations, the social problems. So the moment we recognize that, then transdisciplinarity fits very well. Because you need a spanner, you need a pliers. In all those disciplines, some are pliers. Like my friend, the hospital is a garage. The hospital is a garage, we go there to be fixed and come back. So I love your buy-in. The buy-in word is a bigger word that will require a bigger conversation so that we address the needs of the people. That's why we are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DVC. And at that, I want to leave you with this comment. Transdisciplinary technology transcends traditional academic and professional boundaries. It integrates scientific, technical, and local community knowledge to co-create solutions. And I think that sums up this panel really fantastically well. Just as a close, I want to thank all of our panelists, really. So piga makofi, please. We've had just some fantastically thought-provoking things. From us, we have some small gifts that we would like to give you for your time and your knowledge and your expertise. So I will invite Prof. Shauri, DVC, Prof. Kuryu, as Acting Vice Chancellor, please come onto stage. And we have some small gifts to thank our panelists for their expertise. Thank you, guys. Let's appreciate, please. Thank you so much, Dr. Mwanzo, for your fantastic knowledge. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate, please. Great. Thank you, Dr. Sakwa. Yes, thank you. Appreciate. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Haris, for your presence and for traveling far to join us today. And last, but of course not least, Dr. Arnold. So thank you very much. This brings this panel to a close. So one last big round of applause for our guests and our speakers. I want to thank them on behalf of Pwani University, on behalf of Acting VC and DVC. Their presence we couldn't have done without for today. We've had some insightful transdisciplinary conversations, and so now we can finally break for some tea. Thank you all for being here and being present.
Sasa simbi nalia, mpenzi wangu rafiki, tuliyesoma pamoja, michezo ya utoto tulicheza pamoja. Sasa sasa ni watu wazima na mimi nimeokoka. Malebo nikimwambia yeye anaruka kimanga. Si yeye peke yake, ninao wengi rafiki. Niliwaimba kimbele kwenye kaseti ya pili. Wengine wamekubali, wamemwamini Mwokozi. Yesu amewasamehe, amebakia malebo. Tafuta aninunulie changa, bangi, sigara na bia. Nikimwambia malebo ninunulie chakula, matusi atanitukana, amelalia masikia. Amenitusi malebo, uongo kuninenea. Mimi nimemsamehe, najua tatizo lake. Yeye mfungwa wa dhambi, anataka ukombozi. Atakapokubali Yesu atamkomboa. Na kuita malebo, uje kwa Yesu tubu. Yeye ni mwenye huruma, atakusamehe kabisa. Jina lako la malebo litandikwa mbinguni. Utakuwa kiumbe kipya, ya kale yote yapita.
Marema one and only, the giver of life, iko tunanapa. Nasimama cause uko na mimi, never let me go. Mipaka yangu umeitanulia mbali, even sky see your limit kwa ikibali. Hata haters wanashangilia kwa ndani, umewawinga oh. Sina kingine mimi najivunia zaidi yako Baba, maana niko tuli nimetulia, wewe unagabaya. Hata wale wananionea usuda, shabaha yao mbaya. Watapataje mwamba umenifunika, ure watataya. Cause I know that you got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never, never, never fall. You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never, 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 never need that. Hey Baba, Olodu Marema one and only, the giver of life, iko tunanapa. Nasimama cause uko na mimi, you never let me go. Mipaka yangu umeitanulia mbali, even sky see your limit kwa ikibali. Hata haters wanashangilia kwa ndani, umewawinga oh. Sina kingine mimi najivunia zaidi yako Baba, maana niko tuli nimetulia, wewe unagabaya. Hata wale wananionea usuda, shabaha yao mbaya. Watapataje mwamba umenifunika, ure watataya. Cause I know that you got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never, never, never fall. You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me, Papa. You got me where you got me. That's why I never, 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 never.
If it's today, unaamka kupateko, nobody can stop the reggae. Kalenda ya Mungu sio kama ya mwanadamu. If it's today, unaamka kupateko, nobody can stop the reggae. Walionidharau watanisalimia kwa heshima, sauti ya fande. Walionidharau watanisalimia kwa heshima, sauti ya fande. Sikufi moyo ijapokuwa saa zingine ni ngumu. Sikati tamaa bado, naweka imani bado nitafika. Kalenda ya Mungu sio kama ya mwanadamu. If it's today, unaamka kupateko, nobody can stop the reggae. Kalenda ya Mungu sio kama ya mwanadamu. If it's today, unaamka kupateko, nobody can stop the reggae. Walionidharau watanisalimia kwa heshima, sauti ya fande. Walionidharau watanisalimia kwa heshima, sauti ya fande. Sikufi moyo ijapokuwa saa zingine ni ngumu. Sikati tamaa bado, naweka imani bado nitafika. Mtetezi wangu Yesu anaishi, hata niseme mangapi bado nasonga. Sisikii kama meja mimi sikii. Kalenda ya Mungu sio kama ya mwanadamu. If it's today, unaamka kupateko, nobody can stop the reggae. Walionidharau watanisalimia kwa heshima, sauti ya fande. Walionidharau watanisalimia kwa heshima, sauti ya fande.
Hatuwezi. Asante Baba kwa mkate na kikombe, kilichobaki acha mimi nikuone. Wabinadamu wametuma na unyonge, nikikosea naomba Mungu unione tena. Nasiogopi mtu, namuogopa Mungu tu. Nasijali lolote, namuogopa Mungu tu. Nasiogopi kitu, namuogopa Mungu tu. Nasijali lolote, namuogopa Mungu tu. Hizi shida zangu zinanitosha, sitaki matatizo, sitaki matatizo. Hizi shida zangu zinanitosha, sitaki matatizo, sitaki matatizo.
Alipokwisha kunena, alimwambia Simoni, tweka mpaka kilindini, kashushe nyavu zenu. Yesu alipokwisha kunena, alimwambia Simoni, tweka mpaka kilindini, kashushe nyavu zenu. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi ya kuchosha usiku kucha. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi hata tusipate kitu. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi ya kuchosha usiku kucha. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi hata tusipate kitu. Lakini kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu. Bwana kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, neno lako nashusha nyavu, kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu.
Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go self go be a boss. Amen, amen. Sister, where one man sees until where they find begin. One day you go born twins. Amen, amen. You're not we don't losing job. Landlord come they do like God. One day you go be landlord. Amen, amen. Good news go locate you. Watch and see it not go take. If you believe it, say amen. No, amen, amen. Everything you put your hand go up. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen, amen. Everything you put your hand go up. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen, amen.
Siwezi pigana na wewe, nanyosha mikono juu, basi pigana na Mungu. Siwezi shindana na wewe, nanyosha mikono juu, basi shindana na Mungu. Oh, shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Basi pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Oh, shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Basi pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Siwezi pigana na we, nanyosha mikono juu, basi pigana na Mungu. Siwezi shindana na we, nanyosha mikono juu, basi shindana na Mungu. Oh, shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Basi pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Oh, shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Basi pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Hata kama vita tapigana, ila ushindi atanishindia. Yote si mapenzi yangu, bali ni mapenzi yake Mungu. Ukitamka laana, ila baraka kanitamkia. Yote si mapenzi yangu, bali kwa mapenzi yake Mungu. Ana uhai wangu nimemkabidhi yeye. Ukitaka kunigusa unataka kungusa ukinigusa kwa mema atakubariki, atakubariki. Ila ukitaka kwa mabaya usishiriki, maana sio rahisi. Maana vita yangu si ya mwili bali ni ya roho. Tena sipigani mimi, ananipigania Mwokozi. Siwezi pigana na we, nanyosha mikono juu, basi pigana na Mungu. Siwezi shindana na we, nanyosha mikono juu, basi shindana na Mungu. Oh, shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Shindana na Mungu. Basi pigana na Mungu. Pigana na Mungu. Maana hata kuna wengine hawajafika nilipo. Bora hata nimshukuru Mungu kwa hiki nilichopata. Maana hata kuna wengine wamekosa kabisa. Tabasamu njoo, nataka nibadili wangu mtazamo, niwaze kitajiri. Na wewe maumivu njoo, nataka nibadili wangu msimamo, niishi kijasiri. Ile habari ya kulialia kila siku nakata. Na kama nilisainiwa mkataba nafuta. Ndugu tuliowasaidia wakaficha makucha. Oh, walipofanikiwa wakataka kutushusha. Lelele, nafuta zile waibi, sijapata kwa nini? Najawa ujasiri, nitapata na mimi. Nafuta zile waibi, sijapata kwa nini? Najawa ujasiri, nitapata na mimi. Bora hata nimshukuru Mungu kwa hivi nilivyo. Bora hata kuna wengine hawajafika nilipo. Bora hata nimshukuru Mungu kwa hiki nilichopata. Bora hata kuna wengine wamekosa kabisa.
Nimejifunza somo kama wewe Bwana, hautambua mwisho kabla ya mwanzo. Weni mchakato wako kumtoa mwana kutoka mavumbini, kumketisha na wako. Hauku Nashindwa jinsi namna kusema, nashukuru bado na hema, sikustahili umetendea wema, nashukuru kwa yako. Hivi nimekupa kitu gani Baba? Ninaishi leo ni neema yako tu, maana si ujanja wala akili zangu. Asante Baba, pokea sifa. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Shukurani zatiririka ndani ya moyo napotazama haya ulionitendea, ambayo kwa akili za kibinadamu mimi singeweza. This kind of blessing I never seen before. Ninashukuru kuniacha Bwana, umenipigania Bwana. Tena nashukuru kuniacha Bwana, umenivusha na mengi Bwana. Nashindwa jinsi namna kusema, nashukuru bado na hema, sikustahili umetendea wema, nashukuru kwa yako mema. Kweli hakuna kama wewe, matendo yako ya ajabu.
Takuumiza ukigundua wale unaoamini ndo wanaeneza. Funga mudomo, fyata mudomo, funga mudomo, fyata mudomo. Ukipatana pararapapam, unaropokwa kila kitu pararampam, ndo maana unang'ang'ana vitu zimekwama ukikazana kazana. Ukipatana pararapapam, unaropokwa kila kitu pararampam, ndo maana unang'ang'ana kazana. Bwana funga mudomo, fyata mudomo, nasema funga mudomo, fyata mudomo, funga mudomo, fyata mudomo. Bwana funga mudomo, fyata mudomo. Nilimwomba Mungu aondoe adui zangu, akaondoa rafiki zangu. Mimi sikujua, nilodhani rafiki zangu kumbe ndio adui zangu. Walichukizwa na mafanikio yangu, wakafurahishwa na matatizo yangu, na wakayatangaza madhaifu yangu. Niliyowaaminia ni wandani wangu, sasa nafunga mudomo, fyata mudomo. Ninafunga mudomo wangu, fyata mudomo, funga mudomo, fyata mudomo, funga mudomo, fyata mudomo.
Nimefumbua macho, kuna wenzangu wamelala. Leo mimi ndo ninacho, kuna wenzangu hawajala. Japo umenitoa kwenye shimo, umenipa pendo swa kipimo. Wakitoa watu na minimo, thanks Lord for the best. Alikadhalika, na mimi nakosea si malaika. Sijakamilika, kikosea tena Mungu nisamehe. Alikadhalika, na mimi nakosea si malaika, sijakamilika, nikosea tena Mungu nisamehe. Asante Mungu kwa wema wote, asante Mungu kwa wema wote, asante Mungu kwa wema wote, asante Mungu kwa wema wote.
Yeah, nasema asante kwa wema wote, ukarimu wako ndo umefanya mimi nisikose. Victory ushanipea in full doses, and I recover even when I take my losses. Especially life ikinseti kwa kona, neno lako ndo miwa na keti na soma. Check underestimate na jua when ni performer, cause you healed my mama time alikuwa dedi corona. Another reason for me kurudisha mkono kwangu jawai kwa mteja, you never turned your phone off. Was every time I call, well pick up. Same way, every time I fall, won't you pick up. Asante nasema Monday to Sunday, nangoja one day heaven ipande tubanje. Campaigners maipangwe na anthem, na ndo isai nasema asante na shangwe.
Mungu kwa wema wote, asante Mungu kwa wema wote, asante Mungu kwa wema wote.
Wanafunzi wako kwamba hautawaacha kama yatima, bali utawatumia msaidizi, awafunze, awape nguvu, awafariji mioyo. Nami najaa mbele zako Baba, niko mbele zako. Naomba unitumie msaidizi, anifunze, anipe nguvu, aniongoze kwa kazi yako Baba, tuma msaidizi. Unapoenda kulala, nachukua Biblia, nafungua bila mpango ukurasa wowote, inasoma mistari michache tu, naanza sinzia, nafunga Biblia, naanza kuomba, kinachofuata naamka asubuhi kusema amina. Baba nisaidie, tuma uwezo wako, tuma roho wako ndani yangu Baba.
If I don't know how to pray, you please Lord teach me, teach me. Oh Lord, I want to sow, but if I don't know where to sow, you please Lord show me. Oh yeah.
Asa nikifa moyo leo, na kumbe kesho ndo ulipanga kunibariki, itakuwaje? Ate nikikata tamaa leo, na kumbe kesho ndo ulipanga kuniinua, itakuwaje?
Oh yeah, nazidi kazana kwa imani, na ngoja ipo siku itafika.
Nangojea
shoulder, make you rest upon me. You know I got you, let me be your friend indeed. The money don't show now, I don't keep some for you. You know go so far, cause anything I get now for me and you. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it feel like say nobody's in you. That's what I did for you, my friend. Oh, Remy, you always stay in my mind. Pardon me, gone. I cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, oh. Everything go day alright. And if anybody try you, know it's gonna be on sight. See my shoulder, make you rest upon me. You know I got you, let me be your friend indeed. Money don't show now, I don't keep some for you. You know go so far, cause anything I get now for me and you, yeah. How are you, my friend? I see you, my brother. How do you do, my friend? I see you, my sister. But sometimes it feel like say nobody's in you. That's what I did for you, my friend. It's been so long. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it feel like say nobody's in you. That's what I did for you, my friend. Sometimes it feel like say nobody's in you.
Hauwezi kushindana, oh kushindana na mwanadamu mwenye kinywa. Hauwezi kushindana, oh kushindana na mwanadamu mwenye kinywa.
Kama maneno yangekuwa yanaweza kutoboa mwili huu, mbona sasa ningekuwa na vidonda mwili mzima. Vita ya maneno, kuna watu ni majemedari. Ukisema mushindane mbona mikono tainua. Kupigwa vita ni kawaida, isikusumbue. Wewe ni mti wenye matunda, zoea mawe. Lia kidogo, nyamaza ili uchungu uishe. Ukiendelea unawapa kichwa hao. Vaa silaha za imani, rejea vitani. Wakikuona waseme umeshakuwa sugu. Acha waonge, acha waseme seme, ila yuko Mungu wa kuwaziba midomo.
Hauwezi kushindana, oh kushindana na mwanadamu mwenye kinywa. Hauwezi kushindana, oh kushindana na mwanadamu mwenye kinywa.
Nisijuti kupata wokovu ningali kijana.
Nimepata amani iliyo ya kweli, amani ambayo sikupata kwingine.
Mungu nayejivunia si Mungu niliyesikia, ni Mungu ambaye nimeona akitenda.
Kwake napata raha, kila kitu nafanyiwa, sio ni hasara. Mungu ananipenda.
Kwake napata raha, kila kitu nafanyiwa, sio ni hasara. Mungu ananipenda. Nimependa, nimependa, nimependa unavyonitembeza. Nimependa,
Kuna changamoto kutokea katika safari kwako goti, kisha naye umwambie una shida sana, unahitaji sapoti. Hapo ndipo utaona nani anayekutania, atakaye kusaidia. Kwa Mungu wangu napata raha, kile kitu nafanyiwa. Nina imani kwamba Mungu ananipenda. Kwa Mungu wangu napata raha, kile kitu nafanyiwa. Nina imani kwamba Mungu ananipenda.
Mabifu kama yote, mtu jamkosea anatamani ufe. Wengine bwana we tulipewa gasura, mtu akikuona akalinganisha ufanani. Wewe unadhani angepewa oksijeni yangu, angeminya nifie mbali. Wewe unadhani angepewa kesho yako we, kwanza angefinya ufie mbali. Ila Mungu we hajui kukosea, ametupa thamani tulioitwa vikaragosi. Ila Mungu we mwingi wa huruma, ametupa vicheko bila manoti. Uzuri ni kwamba Mungu hapokei rushwa. Uzuri ni kwamba Mungu hapokei rushwa. Angepewa mabilioni, tungetumwa mbali sana. Angepewa mabilioni, tungetumwa mbali sana. Mfano jitu nipate kama za Liza.
Everybody get radical for 30 seconds. Come on, dance on the devil's head. Come on, come on. Come on. Y'all ain't radical enough over here. Balcony, I can't feel ya. Move the beat. Everybody, let's go. I see you back there. Balcony, y'all gotta come on.
Kwanza namshukuru Mungu aliyenipoza machungu na maneno ya walimwengu. Kweli Mungu sio mzungu, hafitirishi na majungu, hakuninyima langu fungu. Amepindua agenda, ameharibu agenda, amezifuta agenda, amepindua agenda. Nasema hamujaona bado. Mawazo ya Mungu ni fumbo. Akili za Mungu ni fumbo. Wachawi ongezeni bando, wapigieni wa kipondo, wabadilisha na mitindo, sio kila siku kuruka na umbo. Mpigieni na mabondo, akome kuroka na mafundo. Neno la Mungu ni nyundo, sio kama gazeti la Shikongo. Yeye hachunguziki, ni mwamba hatikisiki, wala hapendi kiki, anapenda sifa na muziki. Yeye anasema kamata pindo, cheza seremuka, lete mudundo. Yeye anasema kamata pindo, cheza seremuka, lete mudundo. Yeye anasema kamata pindo, cheza seremuka.
So I'm supposed to introduce you?
No, it's actually
Is it good afternoon? It's still yes. It's good afternoon.
It's already good afternoon.
Good afternoon once again. Now we are getting into the second session. I hope we all have had our tea. Yeah, sometimes it's a psychological way you want to deal with, and I guess we are already set. So let's settle for the second session, and now we need to introduce Dr. Edith to come and brief us on the second session, where we have some breakout sessions. Dr. Edith, please step in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. First, I would request all the presenters to move forward. Please let us take the front seats. Let us take the front seats. Yeah, so welcome to this session. where we're going to have our oral presentation taking place both physically and virtually. I'll be the chair of the session. You have already been told I'm Dr. Edith Muwawa. I'll be working together with my colleague, Mr. Derek, as the rapporteur of the session. So please feel free. We are going to have 6 presentations in this session from different presenters. The conference is on transdisciplinary, so the aspect of transdisciplinarity is also well taken care of in these presentations. Our first presentation will be from Mr. Idi Hamisi Chuma, who is working on identification and characterization of plastic degrading enzymes from bacteria isolated from landfills in Mombasa County. Then we have a second presentation from Flora Kidere, who is working on micro, small, and medium enterprises characteristics and influence in adapting sustainability entrepreneurship practices in Kenyan's coast. Then we'll have a presentation from Cynthia Wakungu that is on impact of climate resilient sorghum and teff, cultivation of food security and livelihood sustainability in Kenya's drylands. Then we'll have another presentation from Albert Mogambi, who is working on language ecology and the taboos we live by, and your linguistic who knows, you might be the winner of that award. So without much ado, I will welcome our first presenter, Idi Hamisi. Please welcome.
So thank you very much. My name is Idi Hamisi Chuma. I am an MSc microbiology student from here, Pwani University. Today, I'm honored and privileged to present my project titled Identification and Characterization of Plastic Degrading Enzymes from Bacteria Isolated in Landfills in Mombasa County. This project is a collaboration with Pwani University and Aarhus University in Denmark, under the supervision of Dr. Virginia Gishuru of Pwani University, Dr. Andres and Professor Daniel of Aarhus University. In the basic introduction of plastics is that there are organic synthetic polymers which are formed through the process of polymerization. And we have 2 categories of plastics. We have the thermosets and the thermoplastics. So this project focuses mainly on the polyurethane as a thermoset plastic. And according to OECD, is that there is a rapid rise on the global plastic production and consumption, which has led to the accumulation of plastic waste. So these figures tend to increase by 2060, having 17% being recycled, 18% being incinerated, and 15% being mismanaged. And unfortunately is that we have half of it, which often end up on the landfills. And that's the primary target of this project. Okay. So on the problem statement here, the plastic waste affect both terrestrial ecosystem, both the environment and the human health. On the human health, once inhaled, the tiny plastics known as microplastics, they can lead to lung cancer, also irritate the eyes and the throat, and also damage the cells. In the environment, in the terrestrial ecosystem, they decrease cell fertility, and they can also be ingested by terrestrial birds and affect them. They reduce growth in soil organism, and also they can block waterways due to flooding. In marine ecosystem, plastic pollution is seen to kill marine organism. So there is a very important there is a very important for us coming up with policies to ensure that we reduce such kind of deaths. Okay, so the question is why polyurethane? And this project focuses mainly on polyurethane because of its complex chemical structure containing the ester and amide bonds of urethane. According to Liu et al., is that there is need for better screening methods to ensure that we can identify microorganisms that can be used to degrade polyurethane. And unfortunately, it's also that up to date, right now, the enzymes that have been discovered have shown some slow rate of degradation. So the objective of this study is to ensure that we can identify enzymes that are used to degrade polyurethane from bacteria from landfills in Mombasa County. Into the specific objective, number 1 is to identify plastic degrading bacteria. Number 2, we determine the enzymatic activity. And number 3 is to characterize these plastic degrading enzymes. On the first objective, identification of plastic degrading bacteria, plastic samples were collected from Mwakirunge dam site and Shonda in Mombasa, Kenya. Then they were incubated in mineral media at a temperature of 37 degrees Celsius and a shaking speed of 120 RPM. And then they were cultured into plates. After that, he did molecular identification whereby he extracted the DNA and sent it to microgen for sequencing. And these 5 bacterial candidates which have displayed there had shown some signs of degradation, as I will explain in the next chapter, in the next slide. So for the first bacteria came from the shoe, that's Bacillus amyloidocofaciens, and shoe 2W, we had B. paramycoides, and then we had N. alba, A. ossicolens, and B. australimaris. On objective number 2, to determine the enzymatic activity, I used a qubit fluorometer to measure the fluorescence, and I used a fluorophore from Aarhus University to confirm the cleaving of the urethane bonds, as illustrated by the bar slopes presented there. So I did this in 2 ways. We have a bacterial suspension in non-filtered samples and supernatant in sterile filtered samples. So the red bar slopes showed the active enzymatic activity. As you can see by comparison, is that a huge enzymatic activity was observed in non-filtered samples on the bacterial suspension. So, and the most active samples were from shoe and the wire. So on the third objective is to characterize the plastic degrading enzymes. And I did this by beginning with enzyme purification, where I started with an ion exchange chromatography, which separates based on charge. So these chromatography techniques works on the principle that the ones that have a weak ionic charge, they are eluted faster compared with the ones that have a strong ionic charge, because they are retained longer in the column. And for the second, the size exclusion chromatography, it separates based on a hydrodynamic radius, which correlates to the molecular size. And this works on the principle that the ones that have a larger hydrodynamic radius, they are eluted faster compared to the smaller hydrodynamic radius, because it's trapped also into the in the columns. So from these two active bacterial candidates for B. paramycodes, as you can see here, we have a highly active fraction. It showed a moderate concentration of protein by the blue curve there, and also a moderate kind of an ionic charge. So on each size exclusion chromatography, the highly active fraction here had a low concentration of protein and moderate kind of a hydrodynamic radius. On the N-alba, the highly active fraction had a very low concentration of protein and a weak ionic charge, and its size exclusion chromatography, the highly active fraction here showed a low concentration of protein, also accompanied by a small kind of hydrodynamic radius. So after purification, we sent the data to mass spectrometry, and we developed an R pipeline to analyze the mass spectrometry data, beginning with the first part, which includes contaminant filtering. Here, we used a contaminant FASTA file and ran it in the R system to remove the laboratory contaminants such as the human keratins. And then after that, we ranked also according to replicate confidence, and this involved selecting at least the enzyme candidates that appeared in at least two replicates, two fractions. And after that, the functional and structural annotation. This involves the interprodomain conformation, looking at an active interprodomain in that. And then for the mechanistic keyword filtering, here we prioritize the enzymes that had been linked to degradation, for instance, esterases, lipases, cutinases, and also we remove the words that the mechanistic keywords that are not related to degradation, for instance, the flagellins. And lastly, it's motif validation, and this targets a motif that is responsible for degradation, for instance, the GXSXG. And then we ranked the candidates based on the ones that had shown some promising characteristic of degradation. So on the B. paramycodes, we found a paranitrobenzil esterase, and on N-alba, we had a methyl ester esterase. So to validate this, we look at the tertiary structure and the active site identification. On the methyl ester esterase and the PNBE, paranitrobenzil esterase, we found a catalytic triad was identified. So in methyl ester esterase, there was a sera, his, and SP, and on PNBE, we had a sera, his, and glue. So this ASP, aspartic acid, and glutamic acid, they are responsible for orienting the histidine, as shown here. So the ASP and the GLU, glutamic acid, they orient the histidine, and after orientation, it draws some protons from serine. So after the serine, the protons have been drawn from the serine becomes activated and it acts as a nucleophile. So once it's active, now it donates an electron pair to the carbonyl carbon of the plastic. And this distance here, we have a 3.0 distance and 2.9 distance. That's the required distance for the oxanion hole to become stable and able to cleave the urethane bond. So this data which I've presented is a dry lab analysis, presentation analysis. And currently, right now, we are working on the experimental validation on these two enzymes to further validate their degradation capability. Thank you very much. So I'm open to any questions. Yeah.
Thank Thank you, Edie, for your insightful presentation. Let us take questions for Edie, and then please note the questions, and then you will be able to respond to the questions. So the first question.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Looks like you've done a lot of really good work here. My question is around the degradation products and whether, from a commercial point of view, those degradation products are then able to, so for example, your enzyme is just released into a plastic area. Are the degradation products okay to go back into, or at least is that your postulated theory, that the degradation products will then mean that plastic can be broken down and left in the ground? So it would just be about what the degradation product of this polyurethane is from these enzymes and whether that is environmentally viable. Thank you.
Okay, another question. Dennis.
Okay, my name is Dennis Mtichiro. Thank you for a good presentation. I have one question. For your characterization of plastic degrading bacteria, you considered the bacteria that you cultured on artificial media. Did you consider the bacteria which cannot be easily cultured on the artificial media?
Let's have two more questions for Edie, please. Two more questions.
Thank you very much for quite an interesting, detailed presentation. But we would actually want to get your perspective in regard to plastic. Is actually what you are trying to develop something that will be a better plastic for the environment? Or what is your take? Is it just something you're producing without considering its eventual applications? I'm asking from the end user perspective. Thank you.
Okay, Edie, please respond to those three and then we'll take a final one for the sake of time.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. I would like to put it more simple in a way that the current ways in which we are handling plastic waste, it's more of, I can say, traditional, because from the literature is that most of the plastic waste, for them to be removed from the environment, we usually use the burning strategy or combustion, and this has been seen to lead to the release of toxic gases. So this approach which we are using is bio-friendly because we are using microorganisms. And these being organic compounds, once they have been targeted by the microorganism or the enzymes, they are broken down into carbon dioxide and water. And these are not that harmful because carbon dioxide can be used into a simple process of photosynthesis, and water is it's a neutral solvent, so it's safe for the environment. So to the part of culturing of the bacteria, I can say that looking at the landfill is a very diverse kind of an environment for the microorganisms, because I collected plastic samples from the landfills themselves, and from that environment, we have a diverse kind of microorganisms. So that's what we use to culture and pour them into media, and then for us to detect now, the fluorophore is specifically designed to detect if there is that kind of a cleavage taking place before we proceeded to the identification of those specific enzymes from those bacteria.
There's one from Dr. Jesdip about, what was it about? Degradation products.
Yeah.
And as I understood it, that's therefore a neutral solvent and then water which therefore means that there is less harm to the environment. So you've broken down those harmful microplastics to something that is more neutral and therefore more acceptable environmentally. Is that correct? As far as I've got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A final one, a final question, please.
Asante, umefanya kazi nzuri sana.
Thank you.
Nataka nikupongeze. Swali langu linahusiana na athari labda ya wale wadudu ambao umejaribu ku-isolate. Tunajua kwa wakati mwingine bakteria pia wanaweza wakawa beneficial ama wakawa harmful. Je, research yako iliendelea zaidi kuweza kuona kama hao bakteria baadaye wanaweza wakawa na labda wakawa harmful labda kwa afya ya mwanadamu, afya ya wanyama ama hata pia afya ya mimea, ama ilibakia tu kuangalia tu swala la uwezo wake wa kuweza kuvunja hiyo plastiki? Asante.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I can say that for the purpose of the project itself is that we were looking at we were extracting the enzymes from the bacteria. So focus yetu ilikuwa sana kwa upande wa kukagua wale enzymes ambao wako na hilo jukumu la cleave, bond ya plastic, and not the medical part of it. Kuangalia how can they cause infection to human and so on.
Okay, thank you for that opportunity, Edie.
Thank you.
I think you've taken note of those questions because they'll help to improve on your work. Yes, so we are going to welcome our next presenter, Flora Kidere. Yeah, sorry, there are other breakout sessions. So there's session 2 around there. And there's also a symposium with the CPAC group going on. So for those who are interested also, they can join those people. So Flora, welcome. I understand there's a representative that she has sent. Dr. Flora herself is absent. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello. Hello. Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to thank Pwani University for inviting us to present our work in progress. It is titled Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Characteristics and Influence in Adapting Sustainability Entrepreneurship Practices in Kenya's Coast. And this is a paper by Dr. Flora Kidere and Dr. Kezia H. Mkwizu. I'm presenting on behalf of us two. So due to time limit, I'll go straight to introduction. Sustainability entrepreneurship is a business approach that focuses on doing business while considering contribution in economic, environmental, and social value. It is still unclear whether micro, small, and medium enterprises in the coastal region have sufficient understanding to engage in sustainability entrepreneurship practices. Past studies, such as Kidere and Mkwizu 2022, explored sustainability from a tourism education perspective, but not entrepreneurship. Hence, this study objective is to explore micro, small, and medium enterprises' characteristics and influence in adopting sustainability entrepreneurship practices in Kenya's coast. The methodology that we use is a quantitative approach and focused on selected micro, small, and medium enterprises aged between 18 to 35 within the coastal counties of Kenya. The involvement of young people is key due to past studies showing that most young people are more eager to engage in sustainable practices than older people. we also used a descriptive analysis. What is our preliminary findings? Because this is still work in progress, we can share in this conference that the majority of the respondents did not engage in sustainable entrepreneurship. This was attributed to knowledge of the concept, low capital, and the need to focus on economic value rather than the social and environmental values. What is the conclusion? Based on the preliminary findings, this study implies that donor projects should consider designing sustainable entrepreneurship projects, support their growth, as well as provide platforms to advance the acquisition of knowledge regarding sustainability entrepreneurship. Furthermore, the local universities should consider integrating sustainability entrepreneurship modules into the curriculum. These are just a few references, and this is still work in progress. And I would like to say thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions for her, please? Questions? No questions? Okay, I work on projects that deal mainly on sustainable agriculture. It's not a question. So looking forward on how we can combine sustainability in agriculture and entrepreneurship. You have a question? Okay. Alex has one.
Yeah. Speaking. Okay. It's off. Thank you for that brief but very insightful presentation. Were you able to discern why the older generation does not engage in sustainable entrepreneurship while the younger seems to tend more towards that side? Any preliminary findings or speculations on why that is the case?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your interesting question. Based on past studies, but also the preliminary findings, it has to do with the concept itself. I think the older generation have their own perception as opposed to the younger generation who are apparently slightly aware, and but we still are advocating that there should be more modules within the universities that need to be integrated into the curriculum. And as I earlier said, this is work in progress, so we are still monitoring the responses that are coming in. We would have loved to present some statistics, but it's too early to do so, but the preliminary findings is what it tells us about the majority. And because we are still collecting data, I had earlier stated that these are 6 counties, and for example, Taita Taveta is one of the counties. We are looking at Lamu as well. The responses will also be coming from Kwale and Kilifi itself, Kilifi County. Yes, so it's still work in progress, but we really welcome your questions. Thank you very much, audience. If you can ask more questions, we'll be delighted. Thank you.
Maybe just a comment, this time not a question. I think that's a very brilliant idea, because even as we propagate the concept of entrepreneurship, I think sustainable entrepreneurship is the way to go, because we've seen, as time goes, trends of people engaging in business that are one-sided, profit, mostly the economic side, but really causing a lot of damage, maybe sometimes to the environment or in other areas. And at the end of the day, if you do a cost-benefit analysis wholesomely, you find there are more disadvantages than advantages to the whole enterprise, because it's causing more harm than finally the good it may be causing to the entrepreneur. So I think that's a good way to go, and I was thinking about how that can talk to people like in KEBS, Kenya Bureau of Standards, in their quality checks of the kind of products and all that. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that add-on. Yes, sustainability is a very broad concept, but it can also be specialized, and because this again is transdisciplinary, so those also in agriculture can look at how sustainability is within agriculture, and those in education, they can look at sustainability or even stretch and look at sustainability consciousness. There are issues of consciousness about sustainability. Even those in engineering, they can look at sustainability. So sustainability really cuts across. It's all up to us as researchers. Where can we build after one discussion and do more research and carry on the discussion? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I was cut short by Dr. Alex, so I was saying the conference is on transdisciplinary. So she was presenting on sustainability, and I was thinking how we can also bring sustainability in agriculture, work together in order to co-create solutions like marketing in agriculture. So thank you for your presentation, because those entrepreneurial sustainability are really applicable in other areas.
Yes.
Yeah, so we are going to have our third presenter.
Thank you.
Cynthia Wakungu, is she in the room? You are fourth. You are number 3 as per the program. Cynthia is not yet there. Okay, let us go to Albert as we wait for Cynthia's presentation to be ready. Albert Mogambi. Albert Mogambi, is he in the room? Yeah, is your presentation ready?
Let's have Harry Riaga.
Harry. Oh, welcome. So Harry is working on the Gen Z paradox. This is a very interesting presentation we are going to hear for her, because everyone has just been Gen Z, and we know what Gen Z are capable of. When you look at what has been happening in Kenya for the past 2 years since 2024, so a lot of shift have turned to Gen Zs, and I think watu wengi walikuwa kukiwa na shida unaambia tutakutumia Gen Z. Gen Z will deal with you. So let us get to hear the presentation from Harry, the paradox of Gen Zs. Welcome, Harry.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Slightly tweaked it. I'm still going to deal with Gen Zs, but I wanted to make it a bit more broad. Okay. So I'm going to talk about emotional awareness without emotional regulation, understanding youth, emotional formation in Kenya's digital environment. So basically, this paper examines how digital technologies are shaping the emotional lives of youth. And while digital spaces have increased emotional awareness, emotional expression, and the ability of the youth to articulate what they are feeling, but they have not necessarily strengthened emotional regulation and resilience of these youth. So I'm also going to approach this paper from a developmental standpoint. I'm going to include some development theories as I discuss the issue at hand. So let's start with what the problem is. So the Gen Zs, the Gen Alphas, because Gen Alphas are also youth, I think the oldest Gen Alpha should be about 14 if they were born, if they're starting at 2012. So we can say that our contemporary youth, they are highly emotionally aware. They're very expressive. They are very mentally health conscious, and they're more digitally connected, especially with the advent of emojis, emoticons. I don't even need to communicate what I'm feeling. I just send you a smiley face. I send you a, those emojis, right? Thumbs up, and I've communicated what I am feeling. But it is interesting to note that the generation, it is highly emotionally aware, but they reported high stress levels, low resilience, and greater emotional overload. So this is a generation that knows more about emotions than any other generations, but it struggles to manage them. And so I want to find out why. Why is there this contradiction, the paradox that I had talked about earlier on? And to frame this, I want to distinguish between three concepts. Emotional formation, now that's what I want to talk about. So there are three concepts that I want to distinguish because they're going to form the basis of what I'm going to talk about. Emotional awareness, what is that? Emotional awareness is knowing what I feel. What am I feeling and being able to articulate it. I'm feeling sad, I feel disappointed, I hate my situation, I don't like these exams, I am aware of what I feel. Emotional regulations is managing how I feel. Okay, I feel angry, how do I manage it? Do I scream at you? Do I cry? Do I write in my journal? Emotional regulation. And then there's emotional governance, which is now directing my emotions constructively. It's one thing to know what I feel. It's one thing to be able to relate, but these emotions, am I constructively letting them out in a way that can contribute to society? So I want to say that emotional formation moves from awareness to regulation and ultimately to emotional governance. That's where we ought to head to. And I mentioned I'm going to use developmental frameworks. But let me start with the emotional intelligence theory that was coined, well, not really coined, but let me say propagated by Daniel Goleman in the early 90s. And he has four major components. There's the personal components, there's the social competencies. The first personal components are awareness and regulation, and that's where I'm going to anchor it in. And these are two related areas, but they are not the same. It is very possible for me to be self-aware, to be emotionally aware, but to have zero emotional regulation. I can be in a state where I know exactly what I'm feeling, but I do not have the coping mechanism, the capacity to regulate, to manage my emotions. And so they're not the same thing. And that's what I talk about. Then the second theory that I used is ecological systems theory by Yuri Bronfenbrenner. And he talked about how development is in systems. This emotional regulation, emotional governance, it is not learned in isolation. Man is not an island. Professor Shauri talked about how we are born tabula rasa. So where do I learn emotions, how to express myself, how to articulate? It is in the society, in the community, primarily at school, at home. Then I go to the school, and then there's a community, and So emotional governance, it is learned in an environment, in a community. And then Amartya Sen has the capability approach of development. And she says that development should not only be measured by economic output, economic ability, education, access to health facilities. We should also, according to her, development is the increase in capacity of human freedom. Do I have the freedom to be everything that I want to be and do what I want to do? That should be the standard measurement for development, the expansion of human capabilities. And to this end, I want to say that regulation, emotional regulation, should be classified as a capability. Because guess what? Emotional regulation can determine the opportunities that you get, can determine if you're going to finish well, if you're going to stay in a job. Because if you have no filter, if you have zero emotional regulation, how are you going to work in a work environment? I will tell you that there's a typo in your email, and then you've already had a meltdown. So that is how important emotional regulation, emotional governance is as a part of development in the capability approach. So these theories together, they help explain how young people, they form emotions and why regulation, it is not automatic. It needs to be taught, it needs to be mentored, it needs to be learned. So Kenya's digital environment, this is no secret to any of us. This is the most technologically savvy environment. We have smartphones, we have social media. There's a big discourse about mental health issues on the internet. We have youth, now there's the lingo, I was triggered, trauma, anxiety. It's like this language is what is with our youth. We have digital community, WhatsApp groups, Facebook communities. If depression group, it's on WhatsApp. You know, there are communities online. And then, of course, we have the global influences. If there's a generation that is totally, is being influenced, has influence and is being influenced by the digital space, it is this generation. And we don't even have to go far. What happened in 2024 with the Gen Z movement? It was largely coordinated, moved online. Twitter Spaces, we're on YouTube doing videos, we're on TikTok, we're on Instagram. So we are very technologically savvy, we can coordinate. And don't get me started on Kenyans on Twitter. We know the netizens, right? Don't come for a Kenyan because they'll come for you. We're infamous. That is our legacy. Right, so greater emotional awareness and expression. But what is the emotional regulation gap? So there is a high-level emotional awareness. We know more about our emotions, and guess what social media is all about? It's all about engagement. The more you post, the more likes, you get rewarded for engaging. You get likes, you get your post forwarded, all of these things. So you kind of get this high, dopamine high. You want to post more. So you're more, and you are not just posting random things, you're posting about how you feel. I had a bad day, I had this, I had that. But there is less emotional regulation. So what happens? You have emotional overload. And you're not only posting, you're also viewing. You're viewing emotive videos. I don't know, the Gaza conflict, Ukraine, things that are happening here. So it's like you're just being highly emotionally stimulated. And you have an overload because there is no regulation. And the introduction of TikTok Reels, Instagram Reels, 5 hours have disappeared. You cannot tell what you have watched. You started with a cat playing a xylophone and you ended up with something in Ukraine. You don't know how you got there. Emotional overload. So people are highly aware of emotions, but they lack the skills to support and regulate them. So there needs to be a transformation of traditional regulatory institutions. Traditionally, in the past, people learned emotional regulation in homes, in schools, religious institutions. But but it was sometimes from a reactive standpoint. Don't do this. It was corrective. I think we need to move more to proactive. This generation is not the because I said so generation. You need to explain to me why with PowerPoints, right? Explain the thesis of this. That is this generation. So institutions must move from only correcting behavior to cultivating emotional intelligence and regulatory capability. So development implications. Emotional regulations drive development how? We have better mental health. So there's less strength, better well-being. Stronger relationships because there's more empathy and more connections. Improved learning, you have better focus, higher achievement, and of course, economic potential. Why? Because you're more resilient. Your business fails, you pick yourself up and you continue, you become more productive. So emotional regulation is a development capability. So the framework for emotional governance, because that's what we want to head to, is, first of all, let's start with awareness. Let people be aware, be able to articulate, to know and articulate what they're feeling. Then 2, capacity building. Give them the capacity, build the capacity, coping mechanisms so that they can be able to manage. And then 3, have supportive environments, whether it is in the home, whether it is in churches, whether it is in school institutions. Let there be an environment where this youth knows that I am safe, I can be myself, I can say what I'm feeling, and I'll be able to get assistance. Then let there be institutional integration. So it's not only in the house, it's not only in the, let's integrate different societal structures so that they can be able to help us teach the youth, mentor the youth with emotional governance. And then, of course, monitoring and evaluation. We need to ensure that these interventions, they are assessed so that we can see, are they working, are they not working, and how do we improve them over time. So I want to conclude by saying that we are in a digital society, and it is increasing, this society that we're in, there's a high level of emotional awareness. But this emotional awareness, it is not proportional to the emotional regulation. So there needs to be something to help regulate that. If we are growing in emotional awareness, then how do we also grow in emotional regulation? And growing in emotional regulation is a development capability. It should be part of, let's not just focus on economics, education, health. Let's make sure that we also focus on making sure that these youth of ours, they're also able to govern their emotions. So let us look at it as a development capability. So I want to ask a question. If digital society is shaping emotional awareness, who's responsible for shaping emotional regulation? You can answer that, or rhetorical, food for thought, but that's what I want to leave you with. Thank you.
Charles, do we have questions from our virtual participants? We give them, okay, no. So no questions from our virtual participants. Please, from the floor in the house, people in the house, questions to Harry on that very important discussion. Our children appear to be emotionally aware these days. Even your 3-year-old son, your 3-year-old daughter, they appear to be emotionally aware. And there are some things you'll do and they tell you, this is not what you should do. This is, you're going against my right. So questions for Harry, please. It's a very important topic. Hakuna maswali? Yes, Professor.
Thank you very much. I'm actually interested in emotional awareness and how that awareness relates to their intellectual ability, their intellectual and cognitive well-being, because I have a feeling that when you think in terms of emotional awareness and regulating your emotion, you might want to address certain matters in an intellectual sense. So I'm not actually very sure that your emotional awareness is also related to their knowledge of their rights, their knowledge of things that are happening to them, and their knowledge of even the respect they are supposed to give to people and the respect they are supposed to receive from people. You know, that is knowledge. And the idea of emotion is how they react to it, how they relate to it. So I really would want you to maybe bridge the gap for me, enable me to understand the difference between emotional awareness and maybe intellectual ability. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much for that question, Professor. And it actually is a really good question. Daniel Goleman says, intelligence comes to nothing when emotions hold sway. Intelligence comes to nothing when emotions hold sway. So there is a connection, and you rightly put it. Intelligence is about what you know, but how you react to it involves your emotions. And I want to say that the generation that we are in, I cannot generalize because it's not clearly all of the youth, but if I to look at the Gen Z movement that was there in 2024, there was a lot of information. They got the finance bill, they shared the information, and that is why we got that reaction, which was kind of an emotional reaction. Some of them, and I think now what emotional intelligence, now it determines the reaction that you will have to whatever information is there. So if you do not have emotional regulation, a big part of emotional intelligence, then you will give me the same information that you give me, I might react to it different than somebody else. You tell me that I'm fired and I start screaming at you and how you are unfair, and by the way, it is because of my gender. And you might tell somebody else the same thing and they're like, okay, it has been an honor to work with you. I hope if you have any other opportunities, you can forward them to me. Who are you going to work with in the future? The one who started the screaming contest, the same intelligence, the same knowledge base, but who are you going to work with? The one who displayed lack of emotional regulation, or the one who was able to talk to you courteously? So I feel that that is why I'm saying I believe that emotional governance ought to be part of the development capability. For sure, whatever information you have, it doesn't matter how skilled you are. You're not going to be hired if you have zero emotional skills. And that's the reality, isn't it? Herb Keller, was the VC for South Pacific Airlines in America. He said that hire for character and train for skill. You had better hire for character, but train for skill. And part of character is the way you are able to articulate yourself, especially when you are disappointed, when things have not gone your way. So I'm trying to say that our youth, they're actually highly educated. I think this is the generation that most have gone to university. But in spite of that education, there's still a gap because they're not able to articulate their emotions in a way that is constructive. They're not able to manage themselves. And in a sad example, there was last year, 2 years before, there was a high increase in relationships, in these love triangles among the youth. And a lot of death. Is that right in our nation? You have dumped me, and because I cannot deal with it, I take a knife and I stab you. What is that? They were self-aware. I feel disappointed. I feel heartbroken, but I cannot manage my emotions. So my immediate thing is to take a knife and stab you. So that is why I'm saying we can be as intelligent as we want. Intelligent is good. Knowledge is good. Let us acquire knowledge by all means. But unless we are able to manage our emotions, then as Daniel Goleman said, intelligence comes to nothing when emotions hold sway, then intelligence comes to nothing.
Okay, thank you, Harry. I have one question for you. How do we then bridge the gap? How do we bridge the gap to bring this emotional regulation to the youth?
I think create safe spaces where these youth can express themselves, because why are they even expressing themselves online? Let's ask ourselves that question. Why are they so comfortable posting such private details about themselves online? But you, the parent in the house, you, the guardian, you have no clue about it. It's because in the home there's no safe place. It's because in our societies they're not able to, maybe they're feeling like we cannot express ourselves. And when we express ourselves, we are told to suppress our emotions. I'm here to tell you that emotional regulation is not suppression of emotions. It is managing them. I feel this, but I'm not going to react like this. I'm going to react like this. So I think what society can do, let us create safe spaces for this youth. Let us create places of empathy, places where we can listen. As parents, let us listen. Okay, you are feeling this. It feels like the end of the world. It is not. Let us just take a breath and let us think it through instead of just shutting it down. Watoto wa siku hizi. Even in schools, even in university of this Institute of Higher Learning, let's listen to the students. The era of my theory is the right way has ended. I have ChatGPT, I have the internet. Before you have arrived in class, I've already researched, and I have a counter argument. So are you going to listen to me and be like, okay, that's an interesting theory. Let's look at it like this. Let's debate. Let's create an environment where the youth feel safe enough to express what they're feeling, to express their attitudes, and then that way we can mentor them in how to manage their emotions. But if we stifle their emotions, then we're not helping them at all.
Thank you. Thank you, Harry, for...
Niko na swali kidogo.
Okay.
Ningetamani nipate mtazamo wa kitaalam kutokana na presenter. Mwanzo hongera kwa presentation nzuri. Pengine nilikuwa ninafikiria mchangizo ama mchango wa mazingira tunayoishi, hususan masuala ya kiuchumi, kupungua kwa opportunities za kimaisha na kujiendeleza, na swala zima la mambo na hizo emotional regulation. Mtazamo wako ni gani? Je, hawa watu wanaweza kuwa ni kweli hawawezi wakaregulate emotions zao, ama labda kufinyiliwa kwa mazingira walio kulingana na opportunities labda za kiuchumi na mambo mengine inaweza kuwa ni sababu? Na pengine tukitumia mfano ule wa Gen Z ambao umesema, pengine huo wakati 2024 labda Gen Z wangekuwa na nafasi za kiuchumi na masuala kama hayo, pengine reaction yao ingekuwa tofauti. Asante.
Thank you. I want to say that I think regardless of social status, emotional regulation cuts across. It doesn't matter if you're rich, you're poor, you're unemployed, you're not employed. It should be just, it's like breathing. It's like, it should just be something that is there. And I don't know, I wouldn't really say that now because the youth, because we're talking about the youth who are unemployed are the ones who are emotionally unstable or unregulated. I don't have any statistics to that fact. Personally, I think it's just that they were not mentored, they were not taught. Because we can't talk about education and economic status. People, my grandmother was highly emotionally intelligent. She didn't have half the resources that I have, but she knew how to manage her temper. She knew how to, communicate when she was annoyed without raising her voice. That was emotional regulation in whatever century. So I think it's society. It's not the economic factor so much as the cultural setup and values. So in Africa, I feel, this is my point of view, we are taught to suppress emotions, right? Don't voice them. You just take it, I think that shouldn't be the case. Let us teach our youth, express your emotions, but teach them how to express the emotion. You don't have to shout. That's what we do with babies, right? When a baby is having a tantrum, you tell them, okay, use your words. It's okay, use your words. You're helping the baby to express the emotions in a constructive manner. Let's do that should be the same for us. Let's create environments, whether there's economic challenge or richness, environments where whatever the situation, these youth are mentored on how to express themselves constructively, articulate themselves in a manner that they can be taken seriously, and manage the emotions so that those emotions do not hinder them from getting economic opportunities.
Okay, thank you, Harry. If you have more questions, please, you can get in touch with Harry after the session. We can move on to our next presenter. Cynthia, I don't know if your presentation is ready. Cynthia. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Okay, I'm Dr. Cynthia Wahungu from Technical University of Kenya, and on behalf of my team, that is Echesa, Owiti, and Kimeu, I'm here to present some part of our findings on the impact of sorghum and teff cultivation on food security and livelihood sustainability within Isiolo County. So this work is funded by the Global Development Network, together with the Ministry of Finance, Government of Japan. So some study context. I'm glad that this studies, or rather this conference is being carried out in one of the ASAL communities, which is Kilifi County. So Isiolo is only but a study area. So when you look at climate smart agriculture, it's one of the technologies that has actually been exploited in the ASAL communities. These are the arid and semi-arid areas. So we realize that these counties, especially Isiolo County, it depends heavily on livestock for food and income. So what happens in the face of climate change? Then you find there's a lot of disruption in their traditional livelihood. So when they are disrupted, then there's that reduction livestock productivity, where now they cannot fully depend on their livestock alone. Then eventually they have what you call compromised food security. So what are some of the adaptation strategies? What I'm going to talk about, that is cultivation of what you call drought-tolerant crops. This could be sorghum, teff, sesame, and what have you. But for purposes of this presentation, we are looking at what we call sorghum and teff. So when you look at sorghum and teff, which is mtama and tefi, they're actually what we call dual-purpose crops. So these crops can actually be exploited for both livestock feed and human consumption. So the question you're asking is, when you look at these crops, do they really contribute to what we call livelihood sustainability and food security within the ASAL communities? So the main objective was basically to look at how do they then contribute, are they having any effect on food security in the households, and eventually their livelihood sustainability. Because when you look at climate change, then there's a lot of rising food insecurity in the area. And once there's rising food insecurity, you're talking about what we call now the aspect of unsustainable livelihoods. So there's a need to really assess these dual purpose crops. Are they really supplementing or rather contributing to the normal nomadic lifestyle within the ASAL communities? So for our study, we used what we call a mixed method approach, where we had both qualitative and quantitative data collection. So we were measuring the direct impact and also looking at the community perceptions. And it was purely a participatory study, where it was done in a multi-stage sampling approach. We first of all purposively looked at what we call the sorghum and teff farmers. Either they're exploiting this crop in form of farming, or they're using them in form of supplementing their household food needs. So the data collected was in form of questionnaires, where we did household surveys of these specific households, and then we did also focus group discussion and what we call the key informant interviews. So for the purposes of this conference, the main indicators that you're looking at are food availability and economic resilience, with some outcomes like we really want to know, have they experienced any change in crop yield or even their consumption rates? And then in terms of sustainability, livelihood sustainability, anything to do with incomes, are they seeing any changes in their incomes? So generally, when you look at what you've found so far, you realize that majority of the households are actually reporting an improvement in their food availability within their households, in the sense that sorghum and teff are actually contributing to their number of food stocks, and even eventually now making them to have more access to food and even the consumption of the same food. And then when you look at now the food security aspects, we really wanted to know, if you're farming this crop, what are your yields? When you look at sorghum and teff, comparatively with other crops like maize and what have you, realize that the yields are a little bit lower. For instance, for the houses we interviewed, you realize that for the sorghum yields, none of the households hit above 1,000 kgs in a single season. And even it was even lower for teff, where majority of them, like for someone to harvest much, maybe 500 kgs. So there's need of more aspects in terms of making them actually adopt these drought-resistant crops. So the crop yield gradient, you realize that, I'm sorry I didn't mention the words that we studied in. Some of these words were actually Kina, Burati, and I'm not audible? I think I am. Okay. So I'll take you back a little bit. Our study words were Kina, Burati, and Garemare. So when you look at this aspect of yield, you realize that Kina actually reported more yields in their farms. And this yield variation is actually attributed to things like water access. The way Kina access water is not the same with Burati or even Garemare. Also input and knowledge about farming these crops, and even infrastructure. So with statistical analysis, there was actually that crop yield differences across all the wards, and even in between wards. That is when you did pairwise yield comparison. You realize that, again, between, or rather among two wards, there was still some statistical difference. And when you look at these differences in their yield, based off on those factors, then you can actually confirm that there's a clear what you call spatial productivity gradient among these study wards. So then we really wanted to know, is there any association between the yields they're getting and the food security correlation? So we realized that most houses that told us that they are having at least higher yields also reported what we call improved food availability and eventually better food security outcomes. Since they have been planting these crops, remember they are nomadic communities, we really wanted to know, is there any change in food availability within their households? And across their feedback, whether it was general or even within wards, the effect was actually slight income. And this is something as researchers and even partners on ground, we really want to work on, so that you look at a significant increase in terms of what you call food availability. But what they reported is a slight income in their, what you call food availability within their households. So in terms of consumption, because somebody can produce but not consume, maybe they're producing for market. But the beauty of this is that they also reported that they are consuming this produce. Compared to other crops, for this one again, they are consuming probably like an average of 31 to 100 kgs per harvest of what they have harvested in their produce, and then the rest they now sell to the farmers. So when you look at typical consumption ranges between sorghum and teff crop, you realize that sorghum is more consumed compared to teff. And the reason is because within Isiolo County, teff has not really been marketed so much. But teff is a very good crop, especially, I don't know if anyone is familiar with injera. It is the main product that actually makes injera. So if they can actually be trained more on the importance of teff, they will even consume more. And some of the dietary integration was, most people took them in form of porridge to supplement their normal daily intake, or even as flour blends. So in terms of market engagement and food access, someone will ask, why is Cynthia talking about market engagement in the food security theme? It's because you can produce this food and then sell it to the market, and then you supplement your other food needs, like buy sugar in your house and what have you. So the beauty of it is that when we did this interview, we realized that majority of them again admitted to selling their produce, with Kina again leading in the selling of their produce. And there was again word differences in commercialization when we did our statistical analysis across the world. So what does this then suggest scientifically? It shows that strong location effects are actually coming into play. So how many months do these people really rely on this food on these crops for food? Again, it was a small duration of time, only around 3 months. So this is what we call short-term buffers. These crops are short-term buffers to supplement the needs of the year-round needs of the crops. So in terms of livelihood sustainability, which are now talking about reliable income, you realize that they are actually commercializing these products, and both sorghum and teff products are actually being sold, so that now we look at what you call reliable income in their households. And the effect is that they have also experienced what you call a slight increase in their income generation from their produce. But we really wanted to know, why are they reporting slight, even if it's a positive effect? Are they having any challenges in farming support? And majority of them actually say they have not received any support. And for the few that have received that support, again, it was insufficient, or rather insignificant support. And you know very well, when you look at climate smart agriculture, within the ASALs, by the way, they rely so much on support so that they can actually benefit from this agriculture. So some of the barriers they reported to farming of these crops is things like water insufficient, limited training, limited seeds, and even limited market. So what is then the link between food security and livelihood sustainability? Once you have your sorghum, you've produced it, and then you sell it to the market, you'll be able actually to supplement your income. So what are the priority actions? We need actually, and these are policy priority actions, we need to improve on production systems, we need to strengthen the input access, enhance market access, promote even value addition, and expand what you call financial inclusion, and eventually build what you call resilience systems. Because now when you look at climate change, you realize that resilience is not something to discuss. It is actually an obligation. And when you look at the ASALs, some things look very difficult, but once you embrace them, you can actually realize that it's contributing to your future resilience. Thank you so much. And thank you for your emotional regulation, because it's lunchtime. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Question from the house.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Dr. Nabdia Jessica from Bugema University, Kampala, Uganda. Yeah, I have much interest in your topic of climate change and then addressing issues of food security on the continent. Yeah, it's good to hear that through your research, you have reported positive outcome of increase in productivity in the area where you carried out the study. So my interest is to ensure that we scale out different interventions along the continent to see increase in food supply across the continent. So could you please, during your study, did you establish some of the interventions that were undertaken by farmers in the areas where you carried out a study, so that maybe other regions can benchmark to see increase in food supply to ensure food security? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So when you look at climate smart agriculture, especially in the ASALs, climate smart agriculture in itself is a technology, or rather it has different technologies, and one of the technology is actually cultivation of what you call drought-resistant crops. These are the likes of sorghum and teff, and there are so many other interventions. Even there's the idea of irrigation aspect, the idea of water harvesting, it is also an intervention. So when you look at these interventions, what we really want, or rather what this project is trying to do, is that we really want people to now try, and especially development partners, to try and do an impact assessment of these many interventions they are bringing on the ground. Because there's been a trend of where partners come on the ground and they just dish out interventions, and then they do not do what you call impact assessment. I'll give you an example of sorghum. Within the Muslim communities of Isiolo County, they were not very much ready to embrace sorghum cultivation. And it's because of that missing link. Because they think now you're bringing them sorghum to brew alcohol or something, which is not part and parcel of their cultural upbringing. So when you do this impact assessment and then you sit down with the farmers, they really tell you that, Cynthia, instead of bringing this sorghum variety, why can't you bring another type of a climate smart crop? Or if you're bringing this sorghum, why really do you want us to plant sorghum? So once I tell them from a food security angle, then they will really be able to embrace whatever technology you bring on the ground. You'll find even you have what you call this water harvesting tanks being brought in these ASAL communities. But if you're not telling a farmer how to actually even clean their gutters, that thing may not even help them. So it is that gap of impact assessment. If we don't assess, we'll continuously bring interventions that probably the farmers will not be able or ready to pick them up. So the assessment is very, very important.
Any other question for? Yes, I can see a hand there. We also have Dr. Jasdeep.
Thank you. I'm Philip Pwani. My take is, kuna wazee hapa pia wanataka kujua huu mmea wa sorghum, mtama. Kama inafanywa Isiolo, can it be also produced in Pwani? Ili inaweza kusaidia vipi pia watu wa Pwani kama cost?
Okay, thank you. Since when you look at sorghum varieties, and I'll give credit to mostly Calro, you'll find that it has been actually breeding what you call varieties that are resistant to so many things. So when it comes to Kilifi, which is also an ASAL community, in consultation with Calro, you can actually be able to be advised, or even some of the agricultural researchers within Pwani University, they can advise you on the type of sorghum varieties that can be domiciled within the coastal region based off on the soil profiles of your farms. So that now you're also not bringing you some varieties that can only do well in Western Kenya, and then once you plant them in coastal province, you end up losing your produce. Or when you look at sorghum cultivation, again, allow me to again use sorghum. It was also again a challenge in Isiolo farmers. They really want to embrace sorghum cultivation. But the amount of time they spend in the field chasing away birds, before now the bird-resistant varieties were bred, really discouraged them from planting these sorghum varieties. But because now they have been, Calro has introduced different varieties that are, first of all, pest and disease tolerant and even drought tolerant, then they are now embracing these varieties. So your point is, we need actually to ensure that these varieties, in as much as they are for climate smart agriculture, they are localized to the various agricultural zones. And yes, it's possible once you liaise with your agricultural researchers or even Calro institutions.
Okay, before we go to Dr. Jasdeep, that's a very good question you asked. Dr. Mwajoha, you are in the crop and science department. So it's good to note that we see how we can work together with our community, because it is true, even myself, I've not seen sorghum being planted along the coast. Actually, it's not one of those crops that we give a priority. So we can take note on that, work together with Calro, and see how we can also incorporate sorghum in addition to maize as one of our own. Dr. Justdeep?
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Cynthia. It's a really nice presentation. Well, mine's a little bit more general, actually, just in terms of what support can these farmers expect from government to be able to then help to sow their crops, or the infrastructure, or I know, for example, Kilifi has lots of projects in terms of water security and things like that. And it strikes me that actually together, that's what could improve the overall household income. So could there be a small comment about how you found that, yes, that's improved the household income, but there has to be some kind of synergistic effect with local policies, local government, and what your experience was like in Isiolo County?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ade. So what we realized when you look at my I was rushed a little bit. Okay, so when you looked at the challenges, we realized that most of them are actually reporting the aspect of training. Because when you look at the ASAL communities, especially those who have been practicing nomadic lifestyle for the long time, even for you to just sit among them and tell them, now we want you to practice feedlotting or zero grazing, it is something you really need to convince them. So they need a lot of training from government institutions on what you call agropastoralism, so that you are not denying them their rights to move around and do their nomadic lifestyle, but you are making their lifestyle easier because of the climate change impacts. So what these people really need from Isiolo as a study case, they are complaining a lot of training has not actually been taken across down to the counties, what actually the first question was also based on, in the sense that we can't just go into a county and then you start giving them maize to plant, and you've not told them the benefit of maize, the issue of value addition. And especially for the communities, when you look at Kina and Ngaremare, they admit to actually planting teff. But the issue is that they were ready as yesterday to do this teff cultivation on a commercial level. Reason being, there's a huge importation market in Ethiopia for teff crop. But now if we don't tell them such kind of things, they think tunawaletea wafanye nini, wapike uji na watumie. Personally, I'm not even a fan of sorghum porridge. It has to be blended very, very well. But imagine if you're trained on the nutritional values of that crop, you will see the issue of value addition. If you're not a fan of the porridge, make use of the flour, so that now you make even sorghum-based biscuits. You make things like Weetabix from teff and what have you. So the training aspect is the one that is missing. And then another thing is access to this, what you call inputs, like fertilizers and even the seeds. So you'll find that these seeds are brought, but most of the farmers will not get the information. Again, in the morning, you're talking about digitalization. They do not get the information that maybe they need to report to a certain agricultural office and collect the seeds for planting. So mostly it was those two cases, the aspect of training and access to what you call the inputs. That was the main issue.
We have a question here from our virtual participants. One of them is asking, how can you unpack your information to a mama mboga?
To a mama mboga?
Yes, ndio aelewe vizuri. Ukaongelea kuhusu sorghum, ukulima wa sorghum na umuhimu wake, utamweleza vipi?
Yeah, that takes me back to, I was talking somewhere in Lukenya last weekend. Actually, 3/4 of the participants were farmers, and were told to tone down to their language. So if it's a mama mboga, this is what you really need to, or rather our farmers, the small-scale farmers, because they are the key stakeholders here. What you're trying to tell them is that kuna mimea ambazo zinaweza kuzwa, Kiswahili with scientific conversions. Unaweza kukuza mimea ambazo hata unanichanganya. Kuna mimea ambazo zimetengenezwa ili ziweze kusaidia wakulima ambao wanaishi maeneo ambayo hayapati mvua vizuri, ama yakipata mvua ni mingi na hawezi hata panda mahindi. Lakini all is not lost. Allow me to switch back to English. All is not lost for crop production in the ASAL communities. It is very, very possible. And big thanks to Calro because they are breeding these varieties that can actually be planted. So kwa mkulima wa kawaida, unaweza panda chakula yoyote kule kwa yale maeneo ya kiangazi kwa ajili kuna vyakula ambavyo kubreed ni nini kwa Kiswahili? Vimezalishwa kufanya vyema katika hayo maeneo.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, my dear, for that insightful session. Hatutaki kufungia mtu. Tupate swali la mwisho. Ya mwisho.
Asante. Tukizungumzia swala la usalama wa chakula, kimtazamo wangu ninaangalia uwezo wa jamii yenyewe ama mtu kibinafsi kuweza kuzalisha chakula cha kutosha. Na nikifuatilizia presentation yako, katika feedback ambao mlichukua kwa wale watu wa Isiolo ni kuwa walikuwa wanahitaji support ili waweze kuzalisha hiyo sorghum na ile nyingine ambayo sikushika vizuri. So nikawa ninajiuliza ile support ambayo hii jamii walikuwa wanahitaji ni ya muda ya kuweza kuwaendeleza ama ni support ambayo watahitaji kuendelea zaidi. Kwa sababu kimtazamo ninaona kama ni support ambayo watahitaji kuendelea, bado hilo swala la usalama wa chakula tutakuwa hatujali address. So pengine ningehitaji nipate clarification kutokana na study yako. Sijui kama swali yangu nilipata. Asante.
Yes, in short, he's asking the kind of support that the farmers need. Is it like a continuous support or it's for a period of time? Because if it's a continuous support, then we will not solve the problem. They will keep on, depending on the support for them to continue with.
Yeah. Nimeelewa kabisa na it depends also na hiyo level ya support. Kuna support ambayo tuna encourage ikuwe continuous like the trainings. Learning it's a continuous process. Varieties italetwa tofauti year in year out. So training is a continuous support that needs actually to be championed by the extension officers on the ground. But now something like seeds. Most of the time we like these organizations to come in, give the farmers seeds and make some follow-up to even train them on how they can now produce their own seed and conserve them for the next generation. Because even for most of the crops that are grown in this what you call climate smart crops, majority of them have what you call some indigenous connotation, in the sense that you really do not need to go to Kenya Seed to get these seeds. You can actually have your homegrown developed seeds for continuation. That is the beauty of some of these climate smart crops. And like things like maize, if I store my own maize for the next season, trust you me, it may not perform as better as the one that I'll get from Kenya Seed. But something like sorghum, something like sesame, let me now diversify, something even like some nuts, if you have your own stored seeds, they can actually be preserved traditionally for the next season. So it depends with the support. Things like training, that one, it has to be a continuous exercise. But if now something like bringing in seeds or even fertilizers, we want them to be independent. As you give them the support to kickstart this exercise, they have to be self-reliant so that they do not sit back and say, a farmer will tell you, I'm sure if you've worked in the field, you'll hear such kind of things. And that is what you want to shift away from. Can they really be able to preserve their own seed for the next season? So the msaada is dependent with the support is dependent with whether it is long-term, things like training. But short-term, which is really encouraged from experts' point of view, they need to be self-reliant in terms of things like now acquiring their own seed. And remember, if they can do this on commercial levels, once they sell this seed, they can actually even be able to acquire the hybrid type of seeds or even the improved varieties, because now they're selling, they're generating income, and then they can get good seeds for their farming.
Thank you, Dr. Okungu. For more information, please get in touch with her. we need to move on for the sake of time. Yeah. So we are supposed to move on to Albert Mogambi, who was to talk about language ecology. As a microbial ecologist, I was eager to hear about language ecology, but unfortunately, he's not around, and he didn't even also send his presentation. So we will move on to our final presentation by Domisani, who is going to talk about bridging indigenous and modern health education in Africa, a systematic review of public health outcomes. It will be virtual, so please just wait. So as we wait for the ICT team to be ready, I think we'll, Dr. Esther, I'm sorry, you just have to go back. There was someone that I cut short. You can ask your question as we wait for them to be ready with the presentation. You had a question to Dr. Esther, to Dr. Cynthia.
Asante. Mimi swali langu ni kwamba ukulima wa mtama huku kwetu ulikuwa unaendelezwa tangu zamani. Na si mtama peke yake, mtama, wimbi, mawele. Haya yote yalikuwa yanaendelea mpaka mahindi yakaja yakakithiri na kuchukua nafasi ya mbele. Sasa tukitaka kurudisha hiyo, tunaweza kutumia njia gani ili watu wetu, manake wale ambao walikuwa ni wataalamu bado wako kidogo kidogo. Tunaendelea kuwaua lakini bado kidogo kidogo wako. Na hawa ambao ndio wakulima wa sasa, wengi hawana ufahamu wa ukulima huo wa mtama na umuhimu wake, hasa kwa kuendeleza lishe bora na pia kuboresha mapato. Tunaweza kurudi hapo namna gani?
Okay, thank you. So kulingana na swali lako ni kama kumekuwa na gap. Na pia hivi vyakula, can I answer in English? Okay, this food, or rather these food products, they were there before, mlikuwa mnazipanda. Meaning kulikuwa na some miscommunication or rather lack of interest because of the follow-ups. Na swali lako ni umesema kwamba mnataka mrudie upanzi wa hivi vyakula. So the right place to start with are what you call farmer groups. And these farmer groups are actually linked to what you call extension officers. So I want to believe, just like Isiolo, each ward has an extension officer. So these extension officers, through the Ministry of Agriculture, the crop section, they can actually link you up, or rather can actually put you up into those farmer groups. And then you, because ni kama sasa mnafanya refresher training. So you train together, mnaangalia maeneo yenyu, ni mmea mgani unaweza fanya. Kama ni mtama, then they bring in a trainer maybe from a research institution or even from Pwani to come and train you on how do you prepare your farm for this farming of these crops. Remember, they are short-term buffer crops, and short-term buffer crops are very, very important in ASAL communities. There's a time utapata drought yenye, mahindi haezi stahimili your drought. So that is when these short-term buffer crops come in. They are not planted throughout the year, but for those 3 months, they will actually add to the number of months that you're having food in your household. So where do you start from? You start from those farmer groups, because farmer groups wanajuana kuliko at extension officers. And that farmer group has a farmer leader. That leader is the one who will liaise now with the extension officer, and the extension officer will organize for, they're called farm training days. I don't know how other communities call it. So it is through your farm groups, and then you scale up to the extension officer within your ward, who will now liaise with the Ministry of Agriculture to see how they can bring in partners. They don't even have to be governmental partners, even development partners on the ground. They are really helping us ensure that where the government bodies cannot reach, the development partners can come in to fill that gap and ensure that our farmers are. Because to be sincere, maize alone cannot sustain crop production within the ASAL communities. The requirements of water within ASAL communities, when you look at maize production vis-a-vis teff, do you know teff only requires some humidity, and within 3 days it may sprout. That is the beauty of teff. But again, you also need a soil scientist on board to understand the nature of your soil before you plant a variety that is not suited for the coastal climate.
Thank you.
Okay. And just to say something, being from Pwani University, we have colleagues here also from the School of Agriculture, and myself, we work in plant sciences, and we do have what we call farmer field schools, which now we even engage differently. So if you say, sisi tunataka kukuza this plant or whatever, then tunaweza kuja tuketi pamoja, mtuambie mahitaji yenu ni nini, na ndio tunaita transdisciplinary, mnataka tufanye nini, alafu tufanye pamoja, tutafiti pamoja pia, tuone hii inafanya vizuri hapa, hii haifanyi vizuri hapa, alafu tunachagua pamoja na nyinyi yenye mnaona ndio nzuri kwa eneo yenu. So hiyo ndio mfumo tunataka tufanye, badala ya kuja tuwafunze, tutafiti pamoja, tujue ni nini inafanya hii isifanye vizuri hapa na ni gani haifanyi vile pale. So tukifanya kazi hivyo pamoja, then tutaweza kuendeleza kilimo yetu. So kama saa hii tuko na vikundi kadhaa, lakini hiyo najua Kwale pia kuna wenzetu wanafanya na hiyo sorghum. So ni vile tu tuendeleze hii conversation ndio tuendelee kujiendeleza. Yeah. So ukiwa na maswali yoyote tuko hapa, kuna wenzangu hapa pia wako, tunaweza endeleza hiyo conversation. Poleni, kuna mwenzetu yuko kutoka South Africa ako online. Tunajaribu kuangalia kama teknolojia itafanya. Yeah? So we are solving a small technical issue with an online presenter, and then we can wrap up and potentially go for lunch before we continue. So we are picking questions so that we continue the conversation rather than just sitting. I saw a hand up.
Asante. Naitwa Geoffrey Guyo Mashauri. Kuna kizungu mnasema food safety. Food safety kama neno hilo inaonyesha kwamba kwa kuna chakula cha kutosha, cha kutoshelezea ama kulinda jamii iweze kuishi. Sasa zamani tulipokuwa tu wadogo sisi, kuna vyakula vingi sana zamani ilikuwa iko. Siku hizi neno tu food safety, lakini chakula iko pale saa yote ni sima ya mahindi. Namba ya pili pengine ni muhogo. Namba ya tatu pengine ni maembe. Wasikia? Vyakula vingi mapapai na mapapai. Lakini zamani vyakula ilikuwa ni vingi jamii. Uyoga zamani huliwa. Uyoga wakati ya mvua ingekuwa kuna zile inaitwa joga kazonzo, joga muhama, joga muyu, hivyo vinalili nzuri sana, vinaliliwa uholwe sana, chakula cha asubuhi vinaliliwa sana. Utoto wangu sijui kunwa chai. Chai ilikuwa ni chakula cha haijulikani hiyo potelea pote. Chai kitu gani? Maji ya kuchoma tumbo hiyo. Chakula ilikuwa ni uji. Mahindi yale machanga wakati hii ya mwezi wa 6. Ndio watoto huwa matubutubu watoto siku hizi hanyonyi matiti ya mamake alafu kuzigoa, yani ile kutapika. Watoto siku hizi hawatapiki. Watu wavulana siku hizi wasichana hawavumbirwi. Bwana mnakubaliana na mimi akina wale wa umri yangu. Ni wale kuvumbirwa sisi. Zamani sisi hula chakula tukavumbiru. Tumbo kabo mpaka mamako akapaka mafuta ya taa kwa tumbo yako. Si wewe umeshiba sana. Muhogo na korosho ubundwa ikaliwa. Muhogo na korosho ubundwa ikaliwa. Hii marabu hii ni chakula sana yaliwa. Mpaka sima ikitolewa pale mtu amesema nimeshiba muhogo. Vitu hivi siku hizi hakuna. Kibada hiki chakula kizuri sana. Mimi ninazungumza niko miaka 74, mamangu ana miaka 103, lakini hata saa hii ukija huko kuna watu wananitembelea huko nyumbani kutoka hapa. Ngoma ikipigwa mamangu hutoka pale akacheza mpaka leo hii akale nacheza. Tulipojaribu kupeleka katika utafiti ilionekana maisha yetu, mimi nikazungumza kwamba ni hicho kibada wewe huvula hupika kibada sisi tukakula. Kama kula kabisa kibada ubunda ukatia ile kitu inaita kimbiri ikaliwa. Leo hii hakuliwi. If you eat it just sima of mchele na mna hii viazi those manenos. Please.
Asante sana. Nitamuuliza mwenzangu atafsiri tu kidogo sababu pia tuko na wasikizaji wa kutoka nje, alafu tujibu kidogo ama tujadiliane, tuendelee kujadiliana sababu si jibu, itakuwa hiyo kujadiliana tu.
Okay, what Mzee Mashauri is asking, like those days, we used to have indigenous food, yes. People used to have plenty of food. There were mangoes, papayas, you know. The bloating of stomachs was not a problem. Maybe due to the kind of food that we eat, yeah? People used to eat variety, like the chigbada he's talking about. Those are just cassava leaves. Yeah, so for those who are from the region, the coastal region, they know. We have different names. You have chibada, other communities call it mpea. So those are just cassava leaves that we used to pound, and they would, our grandmothers would add value to it. You can add beans, what else, to make it more nutritional. So what happened? Why are we now concentrating on rice, maize, chips? What happens to this other food that was more healthy to people? And now we are concentrating on the other food. And then now we want to go back where we were. So where was the gap?
Okay, for me, I'll say let's get back to where we were. And the beauty is that when you look at the ASAL communities, actually majority of them still practice what you call the traditional lifestyle. They have not really been, for lack of a better word, intoxicated with this modern kind of living. So we should capitalize on that in the sense that, okay, anauliza kwa nini siku hizi ni mchele tu, chapati, and what have you. Partly, it's because of overexploitation of our land resources. We have year in, year out commercialized our food production, and you realize that if I don't plant with what you call synthetic fertilizer, I'll not yield anything. But look at these ASAL communities. Most of our soils are virgin soils, in the sense that a farmer will actually use that manure within their homestead from their livestock. Remember, they are huge producers of livestock. So they'll use that manure for their production. But the thing that is making people now to plant things like maize, rice, and what have you, it's because of they want more income generation. Mkulima atajiambia, sasa mimi nipande sorghum kwa hii shamba yangu yote, wacha nikapande mahindi, nikauze kwa silos, and then I can be able to pay school fees for my children. That is the kind of notion we really want to move away from, because actually these crops, if planted even on a large scale, first of all, they do not require a lot of what you call input of synthetic fertilizers, input of what you call pesticides and what have you. So you can still generate your income from these crops. So whatever he's actually talking about, apart from the aspect of food safety, where now whatever you're consuming should be safe for your body, this is what you're talking about, diversification. So it is still possible, and you are getting back to that through what you're now trying to do, that let's diversify our income sources. So all is not lost. We can still do this diversification, panda mahindi yako, but still also do not leave out the indigenous crops because they are very, very nutritious.
So thank you very much. So unfortunately, the last talk, which was, thank you very much, Cynthia. The last talk, which was meant to be there, we really need to sort itself a little bit, and we do need to take our lunch break, tafadhali. Tunataka watu waende wakakule lunch kwanza, bado tunarudi, si ndio?
Naweza kusema kidogo?
Dakika
kidogo tu.
Nusu.
Mimi naona shida kubwa ni mindset.
Yeah.
Traditional societies ziko kule nyumbani, lakini mindset yetu imebadilika. Maana hata wao leo ukimletea hizi variety ambazo zamani tulikuwa tukitumia, hazipendelei, kwa sababu kumekuja sumu ya kula chakula cha ugali, kumekuja sumu ya kula vyakula vingine. Kwa hivyo naona adui yetu mkubwa ni mindset. Kama tunataka kurudi hapo nyuma, basi tubadilishe ile mindset yetu, tuvikubali vile vya zamani ambavyo vilikuwa na si chakula tu, lakini vilikuwa na madawa. Na hiyo ndio kazi kibao ambayo iko hapo. Lakini kuambia wapande, labda hata tutakuwa tufanyi sana, lakini tuanze kuwabadilisha, wakubali vile vyakula vyetu vya zamani vilikuwa ni vizuri na havihitaji mvua nyingi, na ile hali ya hewa yetu ina favor hivyo vyakula hivyo ambavyo vinachukua muda mfupi, tena ni vizuri zaidi.
Sawa, asante sana. Na the same way she was talking about, it starts with our children, yeah. If you don't give them cassava leaves, they will not eat them in adulthood. So let's stop it there because of time. Let's go for lunch, And as we've said, transdisciplinary will continue the conversation even over lunch. And we see whether we will have cassava leaves and we can continue with the conversation. Tafadhalini. And then we should be, no, we right now we just have to go because we do need to keep with the program. We have one at 3, so we should be back here seated at 3. If there's any change, we will let you know when you're in the room. But please, let's first go for lunch. And then we will have poster sessions as well. But let's first twendeni.
Sikujua kama Bwana ananisikia. Nikaomba, nikafunga, nikakata tamaa leo. Ameniona, ameniona.
Kuomba kwangu, kulalamika kwangu, ameniona, ameniona. Umasikini wangu, utajiri wangu, ameniona. Lulu, tuma, ameniona.
Tunasifu jina lake, twatukuza nguvu zake. Ameniona. Everybody now sing it. Tunaimba, say. Tunasifu jina lake, twatukuza, tukuza.
One more time.
Ameniona. Amen. Now boys, come on. Ameniona Yesu. Ameniona Yesu. Wanaume na wamama. Ameniona Yesu. Come on, Bella. Ameniona Yesu.
What did I say? Ameniona Yesu.
Ameniona. 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 Kuna watu wanaimba sauti bila.
Ameniona
Yesu. Ameniona Yesu.
Ameniona Yesu.
Take it high, take it high now. Sijasikia bwana, twende wote, make more love. Sijasikia bwana mahali hapa. Twende. Everybody now.
utusamehe kama nasi tunavyowasamehe wale waliotukosea Baba.
Utukuzwe mokozi ofandi nalola yambalo yembo tomemelio Yozali sambe malamu Yozali samba kitoko Poke ya vigelegele ya wanarusha Wanakuletea wana Yawe, 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 yawe Sema baba yetu Baba yetu wa mbinguni Jina lako Yeah baba Baba yetu wa mbinguni Jina lako litukuzwe Yeah baba wa mbinguni jina lako litukuzwe Yeah baba wa mbinguni jina lako litukuzwe Oh litukuzwe litukuzwe jina lako litukuzwe Oh litukuzwe litukuzwe jina lako litukuzwe Yesu, Baba umechukuka
wazee wetu. This is the year, mwaka mpya.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to this afternoon session. Please, could we take our seats quickly so that we can have our next guest lecture. Okay, so I think we should start. So it gives me really great pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Dr. David Obura. He's a renowned marine biologist, a conservation scientist, and one of Africa's leading voices in ocean sustainability. Founder and director of Cordio East Africa, has dedicated his career to understanding and protecting coral reef ecosystems across the Western Indian Ocean and across the world. Through his research, leadership, and advocacy, Dr. Obura has played a pivotal role in shaping global conversations on biodiversity, climate change, and sustainable development, incorporating our transdisciplinary values. So please join me in welcoming Dr. David Obura for his guest lecture.
Good afternoon. Good. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me, to the organizers of this conference and to Pwani University. I'm also a resident of Kilifi, though I'm not in the university very much, so it's a pleasure to come and speak to you here. So what I've been asked to do is to talk about ocean aspects, ocean sustainability and science for inclusive blue economy development. My background is I'm a coral reef scientist. My office is in Mombasa. We've been based there for about 30 years in Cordio, East Africa. But now I'm transitioning from focusing on coral reefs to broader sustainability science. So I've put the ocean in brackets, because also one of the things that we really need to do in the ocean sectors is we need our own systems, of course, but we need to be integrated with the other ones as well. So I'll try to make that clear. And then I've also transitioning from my role in my organization in Cordio to playing a role globally in sustainability science. I've become a part of this intergovernmental panel on biodiversity and ecosystem services, IPBES, which I'll explain a little bit more later on as we go through. So I hope this is of some interest, in the slides with the organizers as well, so you can always request for those later if you would like to see them. Now, I always like to start my presentations with this image of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, in a circle like this rather than in a rectangle, because this way I can emphasize the space in the middle, which is where we live. That's the whole planet. They are a planetary set of goals determined by the United Nations and all countries on the world, but also at the same time individual spaces. And I work in the coastal zone, so I always have a coastal area in between. And then I'll also talk about the sustainable development model there, nature, economy, and society, to try and use it more effectively in the things that we're doing. So in framing sustainability, I think it's really important. The SDGs really have a lot of power in them. I think many people are very familiar with them now, but it took 5 or 10 years to really popularize them, because it seemed like it was this inaccessible, international, national government priorities, but really they describe living in any local context. So here, the coastal zone, oops, sorry, I go the wrong way. And so you can look at any space, and depending on your interests, and this is the transdisciplinarity of this conference, if you're a fisherman, we work a lot with fishing communities, I'll explain that. So your primary interest is the yellow dot there, that's goal 8. That's on jobs and economy from the ocean. That's what the fishermen are really interested in. I come from the environmental side, so that's goal 14, the fish over there. But the thing is, we're looking at the same space in the middle. You could also have your priorities in goal 1, that's income, or goal 2, that's food security. But we're all looking at the same space. And what the SDGs help us do is to realize that we can integrate all of our goals and all of our ambitions together, rather than thinking about them separately in silos. Because if I plan for mine, conservation, I don't think of the interests of the fishermen can easily be excluded from where they earn their living and from the area that has been their birthplace and their culture has developed there for generations. So it's very important to think about all the goals together so that we make sure we're addressing them in an integrated way and not separately. So the area or the region that I've been working in is the Western Indian Ocean. Though we've been based in Mombasa, I'm Kenyan myself, we have been working throughout East Africa, all the way down to South Africa and Madagascar and the small islands, because the ecosystems are the same. It's basically one regional coral reef and tropical marine ecosystem. It's very consistent, and we can't really manage our coral reefs in Kenya without considering what's happening in Tanzania or in Mozambique or the Seychelles as well. And so we need to work together. So we're focused on working in a regional context under the Nairobi Convention that brings all these countries together to try and address our challenges and our opportunities together. Now, in 2017, this report was led by WWF, and I participated in it, or Cordio did, as well as a consulting firm that did the calculations. But really, this was at the beginning of all this discussion about the blue economy and the ocean economy. And we really wanted to emphasize the fact that in order to make the most of the ocean, we must make sure we're using it sustainably. If we just try and extract a lot more, we just do more damage to the ecosystems, to the fish stocks, and then we completely undermine the future productivity of that space. This, of course, was taken up last week in the Our Ocean Conference in Mombasa. I'm sure many people heard about that. So it's really been a discussion in Africa that has been going for about 10 years now on ocean economy and blue economy and pushing forward very quickly. We often think of the impacts of population and consumption, which of course is very important because our impacts can be very large. And population is, of course, growing in Africa throughout the continent. For the rest of this century, population growth will be very high across the continent. So one, that means we have to be very cautious about the impacts. What pathways are we taking into the future with the options that are available for people, but then also the opportunities. What are the possibilities in sustainable and regenerative economic activities to sustain our youth and their children and the future generations in coming years. This slide I won't spend much time on because it's one of those slides, as scientists, we always put up these measurements that we can make easily about declining mangroves or declining fish stocks or coral reefs and so on. And it's important to realize that, there is a real challenge ahead, even though, we're not gaining a huge economic output from the ocean yet in many ways. We have already had large impacts on it, and to expand the economic value, we do need to do it very carefully, thinking forward about how do we enable ecosystems and species to regenerate, to repopulate, to recover, and to sustain our activities into the future. So I'll move forward from this one because it's the negative messaging. So my organization, we're focused on the coral reefs. I love being in the water. I've always wanted to be an outdoor biologist. I used to think I would be a wildlife ecologist or work in the savannah or the mountains, but then I started scuba diving and it was wide open. So I thought, this is where I want to be. And then, of course, working in the ocean, I became very conscious of the interests and the needs and the perspectives of the coastal communities. What do they want? How are they interested in the mangroves, in the coral reefs, in the fish stocks, and how do we try and show that we can move forward with the science that we were doing, integrated with and working with fishing communities to help show their rights and their interests in spaces rather than just being focused on the biodiversity and excluding people. So we've done a lot of work, and I'll just show you a couple of slides around the coral reef work that we've done. Starting with the ecosystem itself, I'm a coral ecologist, so I've focused on the corals myself, apart from initially about 8 years working with fishing communities. But I'm very interested in how ecosystems function, and on the coral reef, you have the hard corals are the main species that build the reef. They're the ecosystem engineers and architects. But there's also a lot of other species groups on the bottom. The algae are very important. They're food for fish and many other things. And then the parrotfish, which are the herbivores, one of the main herbivore groups on a reef, like the antelope on the savannah. And then the groupers are the predators. And so you have this food chain going through the reefs and this interaction webs that really define what a healthy coral reef is. So in looking at, we collected data for many years, since 1997-98, the first big El Nino and bleaching event of coral reefs in East Africa was when I was starting my career after my PhD. So from that time to this, we've really been focused on measuring the health of reefs throughout East Africa and trying to show a picture of how they are. And we've been able to pull the information together, so not just for scientific understanding, but to help management, to help countries understand the status of their systems. And we've done this through this red list of ecosystems, which the IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, it has developed this index. It's like the red list of species, which has been around for 50 or 60 years. This has been around for about 10 years plus a little bit. So it's much less well known. But I think for me as an ecosystem scientist, it's much more useful to really understand the health of the ecosystem that's supporting the species. And the results are worrying. Already, so this was in 2019, when we looked across the whole region, we could divide our reefs into these 11 ecoregions. You can see the boundaries there. So Kenyan reefs are joined with the reefs of northern Tanzania, and then from central Tanzania to central Mozambique is one system. But our reefs off the mainland coast are shaded in yellow, and this means they're vulnerable to collapse. So something, looking at the corals, the algae, and those two fish groups, there's enough that is vulnerable that has been impacted already, that they're classified as vulnerable. And then when you go out to the islands over there, you see in orange and red, they are endangered or critically endangered in terms of the ecosystem collapsing. So the ecosystem may not disappear completely, but we talk about ecosystem collapse when it stops functioning fully. And that's a big concern because of all the people, not only the biodiversity on the reefs and the value for supporting species, but also the people who depend on them, whether it's for fishing, recreation and tourism, or other things. So this was quite a concerning result. So all coral reef areas in our region are threatened, either vulnerable, endangered, or critically endangered. The vulnerable ones are from fishing pressure, the ones in yellow. The orange and red ones are because of future warming. We looked 30 years into the future, and from the projection of climate change into the future, we could see that the island systems are much more vulnerable than the mainland systems to climate change, which of course is a big concern for them. So this is all very good for the countries to have this information, and they can report it to the Convention on Biological Diversity. But what about the managers, here at the county level or at the marine parks or the fishing communities? It's hard for them to use that information that's just at the national level or even larger than the national level in the case of Kenya. So what we've done is we've really tried to move forward, and we've called it National Coral Reef Assessments. But the maps show the four main counties that have significant coral reef area. So Tana River doesn't have very much, so we're not showing that. But the four coastal counties and all the individual sites we have been surveying, and then in yellow these colors show this severity of collapse, it's called. So this, or severity of decline. This y-axis here at the top is fully healthy with a smiley face and the green colors. At the bottom is just on the verge of collapsing at 0. So those are colored red. And these are all the sites in those counties for coral cover. So looking just at corals in Lamu, Kilifi, Mombasa, Kwale, and then nationally, you can see the status of those reefs. And that's useful for the decision makers. So if you're a county official, or if you're managing a marine park or a fishery area, you can look in at the data and see the sites that I have jurisdiction over, what is the status of those sites for coral. And then we also want them to be able to compare across those 4 different indicators that I showed you, so coral, algae, and then the 2 types of fish as well. And the idea here is that maybe in a site, let's say in Lamu you have very good coral, you might have a green dot for coral, but what's the status of your algae? If you go to the same site for algae, maybe it's yellow and red, or maybe there's no groupers left in that site, but there are some parrotfish. So then you can see if I need to do some action for management, should I focus on the coral, the algae, or the fish groups? So it gives a lot of information for managers and for county level planning as well. We've also worked a lot with the artisanal fishing communities, so the beach management units now on the coast, doing a lot of monitoring of their fish catch to see the impact or the catch from different gears, the income to the fishermen, and that goes into their families and households, but then also what is the trend in fish catch over time from different fish species and taxa. And this graph is showing over here from 1999, 2000, 2002, and 2007. What you can see is actually the number of fish that are in the catch of the fishing communities. The number of species has been going down because the fishing pressure has been going up. And that's a challenge because it means that if there's fewer species in the catch, then there's less resilience in the fishery. If one of those species goes, there's only one other fish species that's a major catch, rather than being 3 or 4 others. So we're seeing a long-term increase in the vulnerability of the fishing. We've also made sure that we're not just monitoring the reefs ourselves, but we're going into the water with the fishing communities as well. So we developed this guide for coral reef monitoring for application by fishing communities also. We've been implementing this all up and down the coast. And then also getting into participatory research. And this is particularly interesting here because, what happens as the fish get smaller, of course, fishermen want to use smaller mesh sizes on their nets or smaller sizes on their basket traps, but it becomes a vicious circle, just pushing the fish sizes down. They're catching them before they mature and can reproduce. And the great thing about this participatory research was that because the fishermen were completely involved in deciding, we'll look at basket traps, we'll increase the size of the mesh on the basket traps that they make themselves, and they found that not only did the small fish could escape, which is what we wanted, so they could grow larger, but the fish that remained inside, the large fish, actually gave them a higher catch weight with these larger mesh sizes on the basket traps, so their income was higher as well. And so, of course, because we did that, the research was done by the fishermen in the community. As soon as the others saw it, they copied that as well, and they advocated for increased use of these large mesh traps. So it wasn't us as scientists preaching what to do, but it was really going through the community networks. And then we've been involved very strongly with the beach management units in Kenya in looking at how the management that they do of their fishing areas, can they reserve some areas without fishing to help the reproduction of the fish and for them to grow in larger sizes. So to have these small protected areas that improve the fishery and the rest of the area. And then how can we get this recognized through locally managed marine areas, we're calling them over here. But there's an international designation, there's other effective conservation measures in the international community from the Convention on Biological Diversity and IUCN to see if we can get the efforts of the communities recognized in international frameworks, because then that helps bring money for conservation and for management into local areas as well. So we're doing a lot of work on that as well, and seeing, do the communities want to have this designation? What benefits does it bring to them in doing this also? And how much area needs to be protected like this to not take too much catch away from them, but improve the catch in other places? And how do we make sure also that the fishery outside of the protection areas is being well managed with the fisheries department or the State Department of Fisheries now, so that the external fishing is not damaging what they're doing inside. So I'm sure many of you might be involved in similar types of activities, but this engagement at the local level is a very important part of the work that we've done over the years. And then finally bringing all this information into the marine spatial planning, which is now happening with the counties who now have jurisdiction for planning, the inner waters and what happens there, close to the beaches and the reefs and the mangroves, so that the information that we're helping generate is not just staying in papers and in the research community, but is coming into the decision-making processes in the counties as well. So we've tried to put more of our information in an online platform so it can be accessed, but then we also work with the county planning processes. And the maps show, the one on the left shows the integrated local threats around Lamu and Manda Island and Pate, especially around the dredging and the new port construction a few years ago. And then on the right showing the fishing grounds of the fishermen, so that the fishing grounds can be considered if there's any decisions around so in this case that's Shimoni area with the development of the port and shipping, to make sure that that is integrated with existing fishing activities and not harming them. But we have big challenges, and one of the main things, I have one slide on this, the big challenge we face, particularly for coral reefs, but it's also very important for mangroves and seagrasses and other ecosystems, is climate change and this accelerating vulnerability. Now what this graph shows is, it's a graph of sea surface temperature, so globally from 60 degrees north to 60 degrees south, and it shows from January to December from around 1970 onwards. So the first years are all these lower years down here in gray, but then the last 3 years from 2023 was suddenly a very hot year in the ocean, and the ocean temperatures jumped up about 1/4 degree, which has never been documented before. As long as we've had instruments, and satellites recording this, this was a huge increase in temperature. And then it has basically stayed up at that level ever since, from 2003. It looked like in 2025, it actually did go down. 2026 started very low, and I haven't updated the graph, I'm sorry, but in May, the 2026 temperature was already above what it was in 2023. So the challenge here is that with climate change, we're looking at a completely new system, and corals are very vulnerable to this, and some other ecosystems are too. So those bars show the amount of warming that happened the first 30 years in this time series, then the next 10 years, and then in 1 year, this huge jump that happened. This is important for corals. I said they're very vulnerable. This is from the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They identified that from 1.5 to 2 degrees of warming, we will go from 10 to 30% of corals remaining alive, coral areas around the world will survive, down to 1% at 2 degrees of warming. Some other studies have looked at the evidence and have reduced that range down to 1 to 1.5 degrees of warming. And we're already at 1.5 degrees of warming now. 2024 crossed that limit for a year. 1.5 degrees for the IPCC, it's a 20-year average, so it won't be crossed until maybe 2028 or 2030, but we're accelerating there. But this point, so before this super warm years in 2023, this is the point at which we showed the red list of ecosystems, all our reefs being vulnerable. And then we've also updated the red list of species for corals globally, and we've found almost half of them are threatened with extinction as well. But that's also from before 2023. So coral reefs are really on the edge, which is very concerning. And then one thing that I think might be very interesting to you here at the university as well is that, so I've been working very much in the international research community, and most of the research questions on climate change and on many big picture issues get determined in universities and institutes in the northern countries or western countries, and that's where most of the funding comes from. So they're asking about species moving from the equator into temperate zones and temperate species moving to the poles. Nobody's looking at the equator and asking, or very few, what's happening around the equator exactly, because we have species moving out. So as waters warm over here, they will move northwards for us towards Somalia because the waters are cooler there. But in the hottest parts around the equator, what species are moving in? Because there's nowhere warmer for them to come from. At the same time, we have very high levels of extraction, exploitation. We have very high levels of pollution from on land. We often don't have very strong governance and management of all of these threats. So in equatorial regions, we have a real syndrome of challenges coming up in marine systems and also on land, but species move faster in the ocean than they do on land with climate change, about 5 times further for the same amount of warming. So we really need to ask the questions locally about how are we going to cope in 20 years with a changed climate, and it will still be changing at that point. How do we understand what's happening with the fisheries, with the health of the reefs, with the health of mangroves, and all the benefits we get from them? So those are big questions we still need to ask. Okay, so what I'll do now is I'll shift quickly to the end, and I'll jump through some of these slides just because of time. But I have shifted as a scientist from being a biodiversity scientist, working very much in the conservation community as well, in the international community. But I've found that the questions are very focused on what's happening with nature, what's happening with species, how can we, improve our protected areas, and also the places where nature is most intact, which are in the global south. How do we preserve those, because nature in the global north or in more developed regions has already been destroyed? So in a way, the pressure is, okay, what are we doing in the global south to secure nature for the whole planet? But what about our priorities? And I found that biodiversity science has been too focused just on species and just on nature, and not enough on people. There's a big change now that's happening, but it's not enough. And so in looking for how to have more of a voice as an African scientist in international spaces, I started to work with this body, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. So like the IPCC, which looks at climate change, IPBES looks at biodiversity and ecosystem services, which is not just biodiversity. It's about how nature supports people, the ecosystem services part. So how does nature support our economies and our societies? So to me, it's a very broad-based and very inclusive and transdisciplinary framework. I have been working on the assessments. I joined as an author like anybody else. This was in 2017, the first report that I did. But now I've become the chair of the platform. So I was nominated by the Kenya government, and the African group elected me, and then the rest accepted that. And we have 152 countries as members. We meet annually, just like the IPCC. But we produce these incredible scientific assessments that inform government decision-making. And I saw it as a great platform to bring what we learn in Africa and what we've learned in our context to the international space, because the platform wants to hear that. The scientific framing is good for that. So I have about another year left in this role, and I've been enjoying it very much because it gives a lot. These assessments, I'll give you a quick overview of some of their results. As intergovernmental assessments, they're very long, they're very difficult to read. I'm not sure who has tried to access them, but there's a lot of detail in them, and if you learn how to read them and search for what you want, then you can get through the other parts and find a lot of really good examples of what to do. Our website is up there, and there's a page for the assessing knowledge. All the assessments, you can access them and find them there. So please go and have a look and download. But what it does is we developed a conceptual framework. In 2015, it was published to look at how nature provides contributions, which are ecosystem services, to people to support a good quality of life. And then there's various aspects like the indirect drivers and governance, anthropogenic assets, our buildings and infrastructure, direct drivers that we impose on nature. So this is a way that you can really integrate all the information that is necessary to understand how people interact with nature. I've just put some of these figures from our assessment reports around the conceptual framework, just to illustrate it a bit. But one of the most important things, I think this is where the power is that these upper parts, the social parts, these boxes in the middle, they're quite complicated because that's about people. But the main thing that we are doing is we're making sure that we're not just looking at science, we're looking at indigenous and local knowledge and multiple worldviews, different perspectives on the world. So it's not just a Western-led or a Northern-led project. It really is an inclusive process for all people from around the world in knowledge systems. And I think that's essentially what the most important thing about this platform is. Just a quick slide of one of the assessments on sustainable use. This was identified as a topic that we needed more integrated knowledge on. You know, from the Convention on Biological Diversity, there's a lot of work on conservation in Goal A. There's much less work on sustainable use in Goal B in the conventions. So our countries decided this was a priority, and our teams look at all the published literature they can find, but also indigenous and local knowledge that is documented in stories, in songs, in images, paintings and art, different ways of looking at all this information. And so in my case, I'm an ocean scientist, so they looked at aquatic animals, fishing practices, and then all the different uses. And what we do in the assessments is we're integrating knowledge as we provide a lot of examples and case studies from around the world. And so many case studies of sustainable use from around the world. And I'm highlighting here the ones that relate to the ocean or waters, so from Nicaragua, from the Arctic, from Brazil and Solomon Islands. So these are good case studies that even if it's not exactly the example you're looking at or the context you know, it might be quite similar to the one that you know. The other assessment that I think that was really powerful, and to me I didn't really understand this assessment when I first looked at it, a values assessment. So how do you assess values? It's a very social science assessment. And what they did is they looked at different worldviews from around the world and identified that in any space we might be, you have different people with different worldviews and value systems all looking at the same space. And so there isn't just one value system out there, there are many of them. The problem is that this instrumental worldview, instrumental values from nature, the things that we use, the things that we trade, so you know, we buy materials, we buy food, we trade them, that worldview has dominated in our global economy. The economy here and what it extracts from nature, and then the benefits economies provide to society are basically taking up space on the planet and over-consuming the planet as well, and taking space away from these other worldviews who have just as much right to be there, but they're being squeezed out. So the question is, how do we change things to pull back on this dominant worldview so that, one, we don't over-consume and damage the life support system that we depend on, but also respects the rights and interests of all people who are out there and the way they want to live as well. So I'll not go through this in detail because I know I've run over my time a little bit, but what I've found is that from IPMES we have our conceptual framework, which is very sciencey, but it's very hard, which is good for integrating knowledge. It's very hard to communicate with people about what to do. But I think the sustainable development framework is basically an alternative. It's like a political economy view of the same system, whereas our conceptual framework is a scientific integration view of the same system. And so we can look at all these are the nature's contributions to people. These are the three types that we maximize in our economic system: food, energy, materials from nature. And in maximizing extraction of these, we deliver all these direct drivers that undermine natural systems, that undermine other benefits from nature. If we just try and do the same with carbon sequestration, the same way, as we've seen, if you just try and maximize carbon sequestration through a monoculture plantation forest, you destroy the natural system and you destroy people's benefits that they get from that system as well. So we have to find a way to balance the production of all these benefits and the natural system. And so our assessments have been doing that. And I will just jump through this one. And what I've been doing as the chair of the platform is trying to work out, the challenge for us is to communicate our findings in a way that decision makers, policymakers from governments can use. And of course, they don't have time to read through our assessments. And as scientists, when we say things, we just say them for too long, and the policymakers need to move on and make another decision somewhere. So how can we say things much more quickly and show the connections between these? The last assessment, we produced this one in February this year on business and biodiversity. How do businesses depend on and impact on biodiversity? And that's important because they're in the middle over here. the middle actor between nature and society. They're the ones that are really, extracting, delivering benefits to us. We have to be very conscious about how that is happening. So the Nexus assessment looked at a lot of solutions in how to do that. These are two nature components here. We looked at climate change, biodiversity, water, food, and health systems. And we looked at how, if you're doing farming, if you're doing fishing, if you're doing protected areas, how do you do it, assuring benefits to others. I'll jump through that one. And I think this one is perhaps the one that I might finish on, because this one can do the changes we need to do in the global system. So one of the things that we really need, and there are reflections here for the global economy, so the global North-South relations, but there's also reflections within a country itself, so here within Kenya. This image, say that the whole slide is the size of the global GDP for 1 year, so that's $105 trillion. A number of reports have shown that 55% of the global economy is moderately to highly dependent on nature. So without nature, we wouldn't have half the global economy, and without that half, we wouldn't have the other half either, because it would be all of our food and water and shelter and so on. But in that 55%, or in that global economy, the nature negative part, so there are subsidies on fishing, on transport, on fossil fuels and so on that support activities that damage nature. That's the red box. The green boxes, these two, are the nature positive parts of the global economy, so conservation and nature-based solutions and things like that, money that's being intentionally spent with positive impacts. And then the blue, for those of you who've been looking at the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, these are the targets for increasing the nature positive parts of finance. So increasing this green box to the blue, so increasing the direct funding for nature, and transforming 500 billion of the nature negative economy so it's not negative but positive. But of course you can see that these green and blue bits are much smaller than the red. So even if we double the amount of money that's coming into the right activities, if we don't transform the wrong activities, we're still pushing against, we're still pushing a ball up the hill. So we need to change those. And one of the things I'm trying to do now is use the logic from our IPBES assessments and the findings, which are very strong, to really argue. There's a lot of discussions about reforming the global financial architecture and things like that. So how do we make it so that we really understand that businesses or economic activities should no longer be able to have external impacts? You can't just say, oh, this is an externality from my business, I won't consider it, because it means somebody else is paying for it. We need to repurpose all nature negative flows, so these red parts, to change them, that's the circular economy, basically, in both of those. And then this part over here, the amount of money that needs to be spent on nature. Part of the problem is the amount of damage to nature already is because so much has been extracted in the past without investing in taking care of nature. So it's been over-extracted. So rather than investors wanting a return on their finance all the time, get them to understand that if you have large financial assets, it actually reflects over-extraction from nature in the past. So how do we get people to understand that you need to put a large proportion of that money back into nature, but also back into social capital as well, to rebalance the system. And once you do that, then things will be a lot more balanced, and then we will be able to have balance in our local areas as well, and extending to the global also. So I think I'll stop with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Obura, for your excellent insights. I think probably we do have some questions, so we'll stick them out to the crowd if you have any questions for Dr. Obura.
Thank you, Dr. Obura, for your quite insightful presentation. And with new information for all of us, sharing on even their participatory approaches. I have a couple of questions. I'll keep them brief so that we can easily remember them. Number one is regarding the oceans. Must there be an economic value placed on it? That's number one, just as it is as nature. Must we put a dollar value to everything? Number two, are there, and we had the Mombasa conference a few days ago and the WIO symposium last year. Have there been any treaties which can treat oceans as areas of no human activity the way they do in the Antarctica, that we can cooperate to be there, but no exploitation of the same? So certain ranges of the ocean are just left to be. And the third one is with regards to funding. Who's going to fund this sort of conservation, and how will that sort of, whoever is funding, including governments and states, how will that ensure equal voices? Because if one of the Western world countries funds more than Tanzania or Kenya, then they get to have a bigger voice in how to manage that ocean or that ocean resource. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and there's some good questions there, and I'll try and answer them quickly and remind me if I do forget something. So the first one, should we put a price on the ocean or on nature? I mean, the main thing I'm trying to do with this figure is showing that, so there are, in our system, we say there are three types of values from nature. There's intrinsic values, the ones, the regulating functions, that support good climate and clean water and air and so on. Then there are instrumental values. Some of those are ones we use that are useful. Some of them we trade those in our economic systems, so they have a price on them. Some of them we don't. Like shade from a tree. When you go and you sit and relax, it's more comfortable sitting under a tree than sitting under a mabati roof because the shade is better, right? So that's a benefit. That's an instrumental value that we don't put through the economy necessarily. We get straight to society. And then there's a lot of relational and cultural values and so on. So it's useful to be able to put a price on different benefits from nature because that's the common currency of decision making right now. The problem is if your value system is wrong, if you just want to extract it, you will use those prices in the wrong way. So what I'm trying to, in all the discussions around biodiversity credits and nature markets and so on, is say, one, we need to measure all of these values well in their natural units. Some of them we can convert to financial values, but the decision-making process should not disregard the non-financial benefits. And we should be ready to change the financial values when evidence shows that we're using the wrong price because it's incentivizing the wrong thing. So we should do it very cautiously. So that's the important thing. The other thing about parts of the ocean being off limits for extraction and so on, like Antarctica, for the moment, we're not close to that because the high seas, basically the areas beyond national jurisdiction and beyond the EEZs, there's a lot of countries and companies that want to exploit that. But the new High Seas Treaty on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction has provisions that could enable that to happen, to identify protected areas that are taken, people agree not to extract from those places, but it'll be a very long process getting to that. So even Antarctica would be impossible to get an Antarctic treaty today, whereas they managed to do it 100 years ago, whenever it was. So that's a big challenge, but a lot of people working on that. Funding, yes. So where should this funding come from? So what I've been trying to get understood is, we have this whole discourse around aid, that it's those who provide the money that have the control. That's the system that has developed over the last hundreds of years. That's from the imperial to the colonial to the capitalist systems. What should be understood is that money came from nature, mostly for externally as well. So, and there's a lot of literature now that is tracking how growth in GDP and trade over 100 or 200 years where there's record, you can see the subsidy of natural value that goes from where resources are extracted to where those resources are finally used. And that's a transfer of value. And even now in the trade systems, the global south transfers much more value to the global north than the reverse flow of aid. So we need to understand what is the true value. Money is not the true value. Natural capital and these flows between the real flows are what's the true value. So how do we understand what those are and reflect that in our financial and decision-making systems? Because if we don't, we will cook the planet, basically. So we have to work it out eventually at some point. The sooner the better. But there's a lot of discussion around that. And there might have been one more, but...
Thank you very much. Lady just over here with her hand up.
Yeah.
And then the next question, please, for...
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I just wanted to know how you have economic values, and that's what we always look at. We look at biodiversity in terms of economic values. Now you brought in societal values, and then there's ecological values. But how do we assess societal values and economic and ecological values to convince conservation?
Not just to convince conservation, it's to convince businesses and to convince governments as well to make the right decisions. But that is exactly, I mean, your question is very much related to this gentleman's question as well. And I think what I'm hoping, again, with these frameworks, so governments have already agreed that these 17 items are indivisible. They're critically important. You cannot have sustainable, you cannot have prosperity without all 17 of these. So in number 8, in jobs and economy, we can measure GDP, and that's the primary measure that's being used around the world right now. But in food, you could measure nutrition in the family and making sure that nobody is missing meals. In the ocean goal, we can measure coral reef health or mangrove health or fish stock abundance and things like that. So all of those goals have indicators or metrics that can be used. The challenge is to identify the right metrics that are a good substitute for many other things, and that the physical metric is the right one. Opposed to the policy, the indicators they already developed for the SDGs, they're very policy and high level. But locally, if you go into local community, you can identify the productivity on a farm, you know, the soil health, how much water there is. So now there's no limitation in our computers and our digital systems for what we can calculate. There's no limitation. We can compare apples and oranges. We don't have to convert everything to money anymore. We can use the natural units. We identify this is the maximum, this is the healthy level, so we don't want to go below that. Once you have that, you can look at it. Everybody to agree that that's what we should do and how to decide on those things. But many people are working on this around the world. So I'm now working on it at an international level for the motivation to do it. But I think in local systems all around the world, such as here on the coast, it really needs good research and good projects and good demonstration, you know, through masters and PhD projects and universities and so on, to say how it really works in this part of the world.
Thank you so much. I think Prof. Binda here has a question.
Thank you so much, David, for your wonderful presentation, which is quite complex. 2 questions. We know Africa is catching up with the rest of the world in terms of development. And what you've shown is that the coral reefs in the eastern side of Africa, from Somalia to South Africa, are highly affected. I would have wished to compare them with the Indias and China, because those are currently the heavy polluters. You go to Delhi, you can't open your eyes because of the pollution which is there, and same as in China. And also in Vietnam and the same. The other question is, I'm a plant scientist, And in plants, we talk of new plant breeding technologies, which can withstand the climate change pressures. What is the thinking of the ocean or the scientists in terms of application of the new breeding technologies to breed corals, fish, such as genetic engineering, gene editing, and the likes, so that they can adapt to the changing environment? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, question, compared to India, China, so neither of them have big coral, to be honest. India, on the mainland coast, there's not so much. They do have on the Lakshadweep Islands and offshore islands, and China as well. And the ocean waters are more sediment laden. There's a lot more nutrients and sediments from land. So their systems, they're probably about similar to Kenya's and some parts of East Africa, in that there's very heavy pressures from land, and they are in moderate condition like ours. The most healthy coral reefs are those in Indonesia and the Philippines. That's the center of diversity and distribution of corals around the world, the most number of species. And there we're finding that the total cover of corals has not been going down like in other regions, but we are losing the vulnerable species to warming. So there's a slow shift in the community composition of the corals and some of the coral reefs, which means that they're more resistant to bleaching and global changes at the moment. But at some point, that resistance will come to its limit as well, and they will start to decline also. But an important thing for climate vulnerability of corals is it depends a lot on water quality. So if you don't have clean water, you completely undermine the ability of the corals to resist the heat, but also to recover if you have a big mortality of corals. So that's very important, to try and maintain water quality. On your other question on, yes, research on making corals more resistant to warming. There's a huge amount of research on that. The idea of, since we're losing so much coral and we're very concerned about that, how can we better restore reefs that have been impacted, or else help build the tolerance of remaining corals so that they're less impacted by future warming or acidification of seawater and things like that. So that's a huge area of research around the world. In fact, Dr. Wambua here, Sami Wambua, I'm not sure if he's here. I haven't seen. Has some projects on that. There's in collaboration with some in Shimoni as well. So there's a lot of interest in that. The thing is, of course, is how effective will it be? We don't know, because corals, there's a coral, they have a symbiont, single-cell algae living in the tissues. It's a very complex relationship. So can it remain balanced if you change, the genetic character of one of them or both of them? And how much more will they survive another 0.5 degree or 1 degree or 1.5 degrees of warming? It's really hard to know what's happening. But my perspective is, the thing is, if you do restoration like that, the condition that you're restoring corals into, or they will live into in the future, is still being undermined by the global changes. And I don't want to be I'm invested in our African reefs here and the reefs along the shorelines where communities are living. Those reefs may go because of future warming, but my motivation is not to find, okay, where is the place where corals survive and I'll go and work there, because I'm concerned about the communities and the spaces where the corals used to be. How can we maintain them in as good a health as possible, or minimize the change so we lose corals in fewer places? So I'm much more interested, like the IPBES, the conceptual framework I showed, going from the nature to the drivers, to the things that are causing the decline. How do we stop those drivers? And those drivers come from societal decisions and values which people have to keep consuming more, keep producing more, keep using more fossil fuels. So how do we change those values to stop this vicious cycle that's still just accelerating. So I'm much more interested in the prevention side rather than the restoration side as a scientist.
Thank you very much for that. I think we'll take a couple more questions. So Dr. Rose and then Prof. Okeo. So after you.
All right. I think Dr. Obura has potentially answered one of my questions because I was thinking about this perspective we have that the economy is very extractive and it's accelerating, as we are saying, and not only for the planet but also for ourselves, making us more stressed and more. We had a talk in the morning talking about the Gen Z being stressed or whatever. So how then, and what new assessments, because we always come up with this assessment criteria, how do we convince industry about the society, the societal benefit, because we always seem trapped. If I look at it, initially it was we have to make conservation make economic sense, which is this very extractive one. So I don't know what's the global conversation around really shifting that to, it doesn't necessarily have to be about that because it's accelerating, it keeps on accelerating and it's stressing not only us but the planet.
Yeah, exactly. So there's questions we're trying to answer around that too as well. I don't know if I'll be able to find my slide easily, but if I go back to this slide with the conceptual framework, so you pointed out that the value system that we have right now really emphasizes consumption and more products and growth. And that definition of a good quality of life, that box at the top, the assumption is more stuff, more physical material possessions, and a higher salary makes for a better quality of life. But if you're living in a waste dump and there's no ecosystems and no benefits from nature to you there, your quality of life can actually be very low. So our values assessments looked at that, and if you're interested in that, I really think you should read that assessment because it's an incredible, it opens the door to thinking very differently and also seeing that it's not just that we need a new paradigm for growth or a good quality of life. There are many examples out there already in communities and in different indigenous systems and cultures and so on that value balance with nature and value reciprocity, with nature and with other people. So if you can increase that, you actually don't need the cash income or the material benefits because, your social structures are so rich. And then we're now producing the second global assessment. So the first global assessment came out in 2019, and that was the one that really put IPBES on the map globally in the policy space and in the news and the media. Now we're doing an update to that, and one of the things we didn't look at in the first one was what does good quality of life mean, because it's still a bit very woolly, social science-y kind of a concept, and how do we deal with assessing this quantitatively or in an assessment. Now we know much better, or the social scientists know much better how to do that. So that's one of the focus areas there. And the third thing is we're also, as a platform now, we've done a lot of assessments, as you said. We're now just pulling back a little bit and saying, hey, let's not just keep doing more assessments. Let's think about what we've put out already and how do we make it more accessible and what are the new questions that need to be asked for the coming after 2030. What are the new priorities and the new questions that we can address? And some of them will be very much around those questions that you asked.
So Dr. Obura, thank you for sharing this with us. I think first I need to congratulate you for the good work and the tremendous effort you have put in. The IPBS, for us who are teaching, it's become one of our reference materials. And also thank you for making this, striving to make it an open source kind of material that we can rely on. But with that said, there's the craze about ocean development, blue economy. Your views, what are some of the things that we need to take care of? What are the critical criticisms about these two major concepts?
Yeah, thank you. So my old friend Bernard, we're from many years back in these ocean systems. So you're right. I mean, one thing that really concerns me really strongly about the ocean economy and the blue economy is that it's just licensed for a company to come in and say, oh yeah, we want a new venture. We'll invest in protected areas. We'll invest in communities. And of course, when it comes around to it, after 5 years, you realize they haven't done any of that. They've just bought bigger boats. They're polluting, and they're not caring about their waste products. And it's just more of the same. And we don't need more of the same. So then the issue is, how do we actually show that what I like about, let me move forward one more. So this model is that, so this came from really looking at the sustainable development model, nature, economy, and society. But that's been a very weak framework, to be honest. I think the thinking is right. I think the concept is absolutely the right thing, but the implementation has been very weak. And that's partly because we've argued about, are they pillars, are they concentric circles, which one is more important than which, and so on. To me now, I've realized all of them are important. And so if you have a business that sits in the middle there, the economic actor, there are arrows, they're direct cause effect, they're causal relationships between what the company does and its use of nature. If it's providing benefits equitably to people in society, or is it just selling to the richest people who can afford, the highest value products, and not providing, good quality food at a low price for low-income consumers? So you can look at those arrows, and you can actually, and again, coming to the question about measurement, you can identify indicators for all of these arrows and say, well, are these indicators all positive and showing good relationships and healthy relationships? These are also in systems thinking, systems models. There are feedback loops there, so between economy and nature and between economy and society. If you have negative or destabilizing interactions, you have a spiral going out of control, which is what's happening now in both of those loops, between economy and nature and economy and society. But you can transform things so you have a stable loop, and you can measure that, and you can make decisions about it. So I think we need to keep pushing for the right outcomes, but then of course we need some real tools to help show whether we're going in the right directions or not.
Thank you, and then we'll take one final question.
Yeah, I'm following up on what Professor has just asked. I'm actually concerned about what society does to the ecosystem, and I'm actually thinking especially about pollution, how pollution actually affects the entire model. So I'm wondering whether you could have especially addressed such a thing in relation to how maybe issues of pollution and how rivers are somehow used as deliverers of effluents to the seas, part of what actually we might do so that we can have a proper way to sustain the economy, the ecosystem. I wanted to hear that.
Yes, no, thank you. And that's a perfect question, because, and this is why I've come to the IPBES framework, and I've decided to sort of really focus on it, because I think it enables these conversations to happen in all contexts. So if I'm from a coral reef background, you have another background, but we can, and we may initially say very different things because we're dealing with different systems, but when you come to looking at the relationships and you specify, okay, well, tell me about pollution, then we can follow that. We can follow the money, we can follow the impacts. So in the IPBES framework, we have direct drivers on this side. These are direct drivers, and the global assessment in 2019 quantified these. And pollution is one of the 5 direct drivers of biodiversity decline. That's our official, what we say was approved by governments. So land and sea use change, direct exploitation, climate change, pollution, invasive alien species, and then there are others, of course. And that's what happens between an economic actor impacting on nature. Now, the thing is, so if you're talking about maybe a company that takes a material out of nature, so the materials and assistance, the company is extracting from nature, but it's polluting back and undermining nature, then extracting some more and continuing to pollute, then you have that vicious cycle that I talked about now. And what needs to happen is that the regulations to stop that pollution, so to break that negative interaction and to make sure that the use is sustainable, can turn this interaction into a stable one that is sustainable into the future, that doesn't undermine the health of the ecosystem or provisioning for future generations. Now, the thing with that company, it's acting in a society, and the society has values that allow it to function like that. The governance might be poor, they might be able to bribe the official that comes around to check on them. And the products that they are producing for society, in making that product, they're polluting at the same time. So that's why the societal values are so important, that we have an accountable system that ensures that this circle is stable and sustainable and has positive outcomes for all people, and that this circle is sustainable and has positive outcomes. But then we need to do that for that company, we need to do it for food production, we need to do it for fishing, we need to do it for all of them. But that's why this model is a common model. The sustainable development concept can help do that, but we have to implement it in a strong way rather than a weak way.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And I think you can all join me once again in thanking Dr. Obura. Let's give him a big round of applause. Okay, so next there's a slight change to our scheduling. What the committee has decided is that we will request you to come and view the posters for the next 45 minutes, and whether if you are exhibiting a poster, please be standing by your poster so that we are able to then interact. After 45 minutes, so nearly then we'll return back here for the last of the presentations, and then that will be the close for today. So the next thing is to be upstanding and now to, at your own leisure, to come and interact with our posters for the next 45 minutes. And as I said, 4:45 that we will. Thank you. And just thank you very much, Prof. So Chair has just reminded me that the students that are there, your posters will be evaluated. So please be present for answering your questions and maybe the questions of the committee who will be judging the posters. Thank you.
Good. Is it evening or it is afternoon? Beautiful. So I would like us to proceed to the poster presentation so that we do the evaluations. Remember, tomorrow we also have the awarding ceremony. As we are doing the closing ceremony, there will be several awards for the different activities you have been doing, maybe the best participant, the one who is asking a lot of questions and the tough questions, or the best questions, or something like that. Even the presentations. And also, eventually, we are also inviting you. Tomorrow evening, we will be having a cocktail event. So we still will be wearing the necessary attire for cocktailing. So, karibuni sana. So tomorrow, and let us come back here to do the presentation after the poster sessions. Asante sana. Yeah, sorry. Before we proceed, Professor Beda, the Director for Research and Outreach, kindly we need to award some presentation for a present for our guest speaker today. Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Obura, our guest this afternoon, plenary speaker. Hiyo kamera iko wapi? Very nice. Okay. 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 Asanteni sana. Thank you so much, Dr. Okay, beautiful. Okay, asanteni sana. Tunaweza enda tukatafune chai. Sorry, sio kukula chai. Tunaenda poster session. Tuende tukaulize maswali huko.
I need to go because I'm representing on behalf of... You go ahead, I'll follow that. How are you? Nice to see you. You know, I haven't seen you so long. Thank you. We look very well. You don't have to grade that. No, I don't. Try it. It's very interesting. PBS is a wonderful. Then I love it. Very nice. It's nice to hear that. You're very accessible. I didn't think I would ever do a role like this. I'm a scientist. I want to do the report. It gives me a platform to speak in places anywhere. I think it's one of your assets that you'll be very proud of. Oh yeah. But still in... Yes, still in Podium. I've been living here in Podium for many years. Yeah, during COVID we moved. Yes. And I've been working remotely. And most of my work has been international anyway. So which part of it? No, the plantation. My son was at Kipperford, so we wanted to come back to school there. I know this guy sold a lot of things for son. Yes. So you bought some? No, we didn't buy it. I'm not read biology. Yeah. But it's been very nice. We should be calling you more for this time, particularly for this kind of talk. Yeah. Yes, I'm still based in my organization, Pwani, but if that's his part. Nilizoimba ni nyingi nikimuonya malebo, bado hajabadilika, sasa simbi nalia. Mpenzi wangu rafiki, tuliyesoma pamoja, michezo ya utoto tulicheza pamoja, sasa ni watu wazima na mimi nimeokoka. Malebo nikimwambia yeye anaruka kimanga, si yeye peke yake, ninao wengi rafiki. Niliwaimba kimbele kwenye kaseti ya pili, wengine wamekubali, wamemwamini Mwokozi. Yesu amewasamehe, amebakia malebo. Tafuta aninunulie changa, bangi, sigara na bia, nikimwambia malebo ninunulie chakula, matusi atanitukana, amelalia masikia. Amenitusi malebo, uongo kuninenea, mimi nimemsamehe, najua tatizo lake, yeye mfungwa wa dhambi, anataka ukombozi.
atakapokubali Yesu atamkomboa. Na kuita Malebo uje kwa Yesu tubu, yeye ni mwenye huruma atakusamehe kabisa. Jina lako la Malebo litandikwa mbinguni, utakuwa kiumbe kipya, ya kale yote yapita. Amkumbuke mrefu alivyokuwa mbai, tangu alipokubali kumpa Yesu maisha. Ameshabadilika, sio mrefu wa kale, sasa anahubiri injili yake Mwokozi. Na wajua vizuri pili na tatu pamoja, walivyokuwa wakali watoto wa mtani. Sasa wameshaokoka, wamechanua vizuri, wote wameshaolewa, wana watoto ni mbali. Meshanawa mikono, damu ya Mwokozi daima. Yesu anayekupenda, njoo kwake anakuita. Unanijua vizuri, sina cha kueleza. Yesu linibadilisha, nawe takubadilisha. Anakuita ulivyo, uja kubadilishe. Acha kutia mashaka, anajua kazi yake. Kazi yako kuamini, kutubu makosa yako. Ya Yesu ni kusamehe na kukuosha kabisa. Na huzuni moyoni, mimi siimbi nalia. Namulilia Malebo, amekata kuokoka. Nilizoimba ni nyingi nikimuonya Malebo, bado hajabadilika. Sasa siimbi nalia. Mpenzi wangu, rafiki, tuliyesoma pamoja, michezo ya utoto tulicheza pamoja. Sasa ni watu wazima na mimi nimeokoka. Malebo nikimwambia, yeye anaruka kimanga. Si yeye peke yake, ninao wengi rafiki. Niliwaimba kimbele kwenye kaseti ya pili. Wengine wamekubali, wamemwamini Mwokozi. Yesu amewasamehe, amebakia Malebo. mafuta, aninunulie changa, bangi, sigara na bia. Nikimwambia malebo ninunulie chakula, matusi atanitukana, amelalia masikio. Amenitusi malebo, uongo kuninenea, mimi nimemsamehe, najua tatizo lake, yeye mfungwa wa dhambi.
Them they look you, all eyes on me like a Tupac yo. I keep them Balenciaga, they shady milli, a too bad yo. I know they for your chit chat yo, carry your matter they go TikTok yo. My gentle days on go, I know they look back yo. Obatinima Paikilimeke Asamba Ay, oh, empasinima Ay, empasinima Ni, ay, ilengo Estúpido
abaningi ababona ngalonyaka njabula mosaphila ayinongezami ngenfatelo macala ngintshela nisaphila ithuba lisekhona mtshelo uyamfrustana ngicela sixolela namaphutha ayenzeka phutha layenze ngicela sixolela namaphutha abaningi ababona ngalonyaka njabula mosaphila ayinongezami ngenfatelo macala ngintshela nisaphila ithuba lisekhona mtshelo uyamfrustana ngicela sixolela namaphutha ayenzeka phutha layenze ngicela sixolela namaphutha ayenze inhliziyo yakho wehlobo wami ingumangaliso yakhandela yona yonke le minyaka zange wangiphoqa wehlobo wami ngiyithembisa ukuthi nazo zami ubayifriend right ungumntasekhaya ubaba lwami ze ungiyeke ithuba lisekhona tshelo yamfrestana cela sixolela namaphutha ayenzeka cela sixolela namaphutha ayenzeka ithuba lisekhona tshelo yamfrestana cela sixolela namaphutha ayenzeka cela sixolela namaphutha ayenzeka ithuba lisekhona mtshelo uyamfrustana ngicela sixolela namaphutha ayenzeka phutha layenze ngicela sixolela namaphutha ayenze ithuba lisekhona mtshelo uyamfrustana ngicela sixolela namaphutha ayenzeka phutha layenze ngicela sixolela namaphutha ayenzeka
Mimi ni Ines Raguel, sikiliza wimbo wangu mpya kwenye Audiomack.
bazamile usohlukanisa uhluleka abaphansi bavumile ukuba sifanelene thina sobabini masikunye iyajabula jabula sonwabile siyathandana bazamile usohlukanisa uhluleka abaphansi bavumile ukuba sifanelene thina sobabini masikunye iyajabula jabula yabona masangene impilo ibamnandi uzaduze kuyisithando sami sandiphuze uyabona masihlangene impilo ibamnandi uzaduze kuyisithando sami sandiphuze masibe happy masibe happy sibe kunye masibe happy masibe happy sibe kunye masibe happy masibe happy sibe kunye masibe happy masibe happy
Hey guys, this is Jay-Zino. Listen to my new song on Audio Mac.
You are my melody. This energy's taking over me. I won't lie, you're my remedy. You and I till eternity.
She my soul fire. See the way your body fight, it ginger me. I will not tire. Imagine kissing you in my Ferrari. She my soul fire. See the way your body fight, it ginger me. I will not tire.
Now, back to your music.
Shofe, ukuba, sondela mba, sondela mba, zoshoveka namhla. Hayibo. What is pelele baba? Aspele. Ekams. Awukuze labantu baba. Hey, what is pelele baba? Sathi vodka. Siphuthe moyeni. Siphuze. Asideshi baba. Shofe. 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 Bathi siphelele baba, asiphelele. Ekabs, awukhuze labantu bakho, hayibo. Ngizobasa babhali bayashofe. Umshobalo ukuba. Umshofe. Hayi umshofe. Zoshofe mhla. Hayibo. Umshofe. Hayi umshofe. Umshofe. Mina ngamshofu, hey ngamshofu, hayi umshofu, noma nebubu netingaka, noma namabela ngaka, noma nekhadi ngaka, noma nelike ngaka, noma nekhadi ngaka, noma nomlomo ngaka, noma nefike ngaka, noma nethange ngaka, mina ngamshofu, hayi ngamshofu, nango 6 ekuseni, nango 10 ebusuku. Hey, I'm shova. Hey, I'm shova. Mina I'm shova. Now I'm 3 days. Now I'm 10 days. Hey, I'm shova. Shova. Hey, shova. Mina I'm shova. I'm shova. Mina I'm shova. I'm shova. Hey, no man can't deal gaga. No man little gaga. Noma nendlebe ngaka, noma nomlomo ngaka, noma namazinya ngaka, noma nentambe ngaka, noma nehlombe ngaka, noma nefike ngaka, noma nethande ngaka, noma nenyawo ngaka, noma nobhonzo ngaka. Hey ngamshofa, hayi umshofa, nango 6 ekuseni, nango 10 ebusuku, nango 3 ekuseni, umshofa, hayi umshofa. Hey, I'm sure. Hey, I'm sure. Hey, I'm sure. Hey, I'm sure. Are you sure?
Everything you do, does it damn good?
Alhamdulillah, praise be to God, no matter your condition. Forget all your loss, something must go before something come. It is work, no be luck. Sin is believing, you have to trust yourself and wait for the result. Never feel the
Even in darkness, even in brightness, you are with me. And if I lose, it be there to guide me. God, now my protection, love is a connection. I am meant to be here. Alhamdulillah, praise be to God, no matter your condition. Forget all your loss, something must go before something come. It is work, no be luck. Sin is believing, you have to trust yourself and wait for the result. Never feel remorse. Alhamdulillah, praise be to God, no matter your condition. Forget all your loss, something must go before something come. It is work, no be luck. Sin is believing, you have to trust yourself and wait for the result. Never feel remorse.
I swear to God, you know, it's all the time I hate being loved. They say that love is blind, but I believe love inside. Think about told you all down for love, if you want me alive. Ha, think about told you all down for love, you gon' bum me alive. If my mom is still alive, she's gon' blame me for life. Bro, I really thought my girlfriend would turn into my wife. They say that love is blind, but I believe love inside. Charlie, why are we gone? She's from Ibadan. Tiba Mue, Charlie, why? Mama, any bon. But I really miss those days where we school daddy go more day. And I do a song of water. If I was playing soccer, you gon' bring me water. Then change your love sudden. When you met that stupid girlfriend of yours, name Stella, they say, show me your friend and I will tell you who you are. Since you feel we Stella, got to buy Lutindo Koki Villa, Shaja, Sugar 30 Comago, Charlie Wami on one, Emity Fies, Lelo, oh my bat yellow, Charlie Wama Yelewa, Hamomo Goewa, one so great Abasun Kamari, Charlie Wine gonna lie Momo Boogie wrong. It's why you tryna play love when you saw me in our Bluetooth or hanging out with Kelly. You said I'm the butterflies in your belly, but I know that's a lie. Charlie, I ain't gonna lie. I really, really love you, but I just had to let you go. Of course, I don't wanna let you go, but I just had to say bye bye. Christian Dior, Louis Vuitton, every time you staying bye bye. But I just started music over, Multi Lubu bye bye. When Charlie wa, Emity Fies, Lelo, my bat yellow. Say, oh, 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 oh. Okay, say like they say, show me your friend, I'll tell you who you are. But it's hard to say, Shawty, why you gold digger? Shit, so still up, but it's not my fault. I was young and dumb. She want me to open up. She want me to open up. If I tell you what I do for love, I don't need you anymore. But if I tell you what I do for love, you probably call me dumb. Okay, they say love is drugs. I don't want you anymore. You know I was born ready. Say I pull out in the belly. Shawty say I'm the butterflies in the belly. Okay, why? Say you can play no games on me. I sold my PlayStations, baby. Oh, you can play no games on me. Say, Shawty, I want to feel like tomorrow. Say I don't want you anymore. Yeah, I don't want you anymore. I don't need you anymore. I don't even want your love. I'm so stingy with my love. But I go carry with my love. Shawty, I want to feel like love. Say I don't need you, but good souls and goodbyes. I swear to God, you know, it's all the time I hate being loved. They say that love is blind, but I believe love is sight. I don't need you anymore. I don't even want your love. I'm so stingy with my love. But I go carry with my love. I want to feel love.
àgbà ẹ̀ tí ń dókò kiri láì ṣe ajá ṣó máa tẹ́tí kó máa gbọ́ olólùfẹ́ mi ọ̀wọ́n fi ẹ̀rẹ̀ fún máa rẹ̀ ọ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ rí náà.
I be dialing your number, over 600 missed calls. Baba, please call me. All of the blessings I'm getting, pull it on, I'm still counting. Baba, shone by me. I don't go for me that. Me, I know be unbeliever. Send your angels to deliver. What about 600 meters? I don't go for me that. Me, I know be unbeliever. Send your angels to deliver. What about 600 meters? Life we know rush, shot back, pollution. Alhamdulillah, we dey push, but we never lost. Many things I don't lose. Most times I don't talk. Thank God for the life I chose and decisions. No wahala, me just calculating money, me oh waja. All I want cost the money, cause you wala. I love my people from me waja. I told about what they get a faja. It's aja, I be the golden man, coconut ninja. Different pattern, but do different style. I got testify. I don't go for me that. Me, I know be unbeliever. Send your angels to deliver. What about 600 meters? I don't go for me that. Me, I know be unbeliever. Send your angels to deliver. What about 600 meters?
I feel like back and back whenever I drop, we get waiting list. We want bit the basha, shake D, want to get to me. Every senator in the hood wanna be dating me. Cause I'm getting it, I'm pretty sure my order's stating it. Fabricating it, I'm faking it, it's depreciating it. Walking poetry, naming my nigga, they get painting it. Praying on to God every day to keep navigating me. I just want the best for my G's, there's no hating me. Edge your tourist alone, just want my money too long. Kids say I don't know cut down, kick on, go to cut down. But the grind, mojo shocking, mojo shocking, tip up all while I down. Well, look, but my grab it, talking up a ball. I do easy, easy, Bella, Rocky, money, easy peasy. Every day come I happy. Mug by dollar, mug by euro, mug by pounds, mug by yen, mug by rands, and naira. What's about the law?
I don't go for me that. Me, I know be unbeliever. Send your angels to deliver. What about 600 meters? I don't go for me that. Me, I know be unbeliever. Send your angels to deliver. What about 600 meters?
Hi, mimi ni Kondela. Sikiliza wimbo wangu mpya hapa Audiomack.
Niambie kunivuta chumbani, hiyo michezo gani? Ona nanogewara, nazidiwara, nanogewara. Ona nanogewara, nazidiwara.
Now back to your music.
DJ Peanut.
DJ Hoppy does love you.
After all this, why you here? Show you fit to beat your chest and tell me say I no try. Oh, why? Should I buy? Let bygones be bygones. I waited my turn. My weaker than a python. Heavenly melodies, my job. I'm still waiting for an answer. Why they could die young? I pray my days be long. Never ever die young. Would die, we don't know who's next. I wish you stay with me for a little longer. But God knows what's best. Paid all my dues, youngster never lose. With a zuzu, too much sauce, too much juice. My foes would burn as my blunt burn. I had a voice, so I know I must write down. Mother said the promise shot is here when I was born. People them yarn in different speech.
I come through differently. Kilo day pa me. Go, I pass by me. Alujana free dance to those that I love. My sister, my mother both gone. Oluwa lo ṣe yí mo gbàgbọ́. Àpá yóò ní ká mi mọ́.
DJ Hoppy does love you.
Energy DJ. DJ Obidot, Yasin Oni Payon.
I know one twala, ejo. Mutinke Kurani no do mesan. I get a dream, momentum. My dear sister, they next door. So I realize I'm the last chance for my family. Ojuri kito damili, be like boyfriend. Don't dabili, yeah, go my easy. Ejo luju mi, babati adafa, want to ambinu me. Pata, want to go me. Twitter, Instagram, them go talk. My God, that kingdom come. That kingdom come. That kingdom come. Man, see that kingdom come.
Energy DJ.
DJ Hoppy does love you.
Thank you for listening to this mixtape. Watch out for more at djhoppy.com.
I saw that we did good job. I'm telling you they're sexy. Why you so hard to do this on the stream? Titi go to take a body, but sexy I was if it's not for me. Angelina Koju, on your waist, oh come, show the hard chicken, oh cool. 9 zeros, billions, matter getting serious, dangerous, militaries on keep off. Since 2020 I've been famous, let's go, baby this is Lagos. Pablo Escobar neon, fishing on me before. Oh Mary, very so. All of my teacher, now me sing as it goes. Let me go try the tongue, Oluwa get involved. Surely you give me joy, money daily matter. If Naya, Maya. Mujibuka Surafa, baby feel like a little maja. Money daily matter, if I am Mujibuka Surafa, baby feel like a little maja. Celestia, Majeria, Alafia, Adura Nina, I shall call you go. Shulu Joloria, Golo, one is paying me on the floor. You can fight for me like me, Angelina Koju, my waist, oh God, show the hard chicken, oh cool. 9 zeros, billions, matter getting serious, dangerous, militaries on keep off. Since 2020 I've been famous, let's go, baby this is Lagos. Pablo Escobar neon, say she know me before. Oh Mary, very so. All
DJ Hoppy does love you.
Attack.
Energy DJ.
Attack. Tawa. Atayatu ila. Is it the baby debe? Isiwa. All the shing about the duty wa. Wale mama. Marhaba. Nasakati. It is the ladies' party. I no go tire. Oh my baby bad. Exam my pass. Young and wild. So my fall out. Koda moment bounce. Mapolorun danda, mapolorun koko. You go round and make everything come. Chakiri chon. All I'm God, everything I'm God. You be a po, show my bike poga. Arapa, kudi poga. Try to me bad, you go fit to buy. Every love to the poga. Sorry for the gas, come my father. I pass your phone, jala. Oh, show my big dog, baby my love. You be my spec, truly my pray to my Elega. Aji, Fujujumo, Anisha, Udi, Leleketa. Yashia, I pray to my Elega. Aji, Fujujumo, Anisha, Udi, Leleketa. Makpalaron dada, makpalaron kaka. Igorana make everything conquer. Chakiri cho. Alonga, everything conquer. Ibi aye po, show my quiet talker. Arapa, kudi pago. Try to me bad, you go fit to buy. Every lama to the pago. Sorry for the gas, come my father. I pass a phone jala. Oh, show my big down, baby my love.
DJ Hoppy does love you.
Baby, how do you decoration? I feel like me about me. I don't see screenshots. Watch you set put in order. Like I hear me on the jobber. Pussycat put in Russia. Simultaneous equation that's balance. Find X or Y. Assignment for those who they doubt me.
What you about to say? I'm on a bounce here. I want to make your go to rewind if you can see. If I show you 1 billion to lay me, I know they put my mouth for anything when you consign. But for your soul, we have no more. If you take care, what's it? She and Lomo logo, my faramo, Mojaro Moju Mushigaraton, Sugar, Balasaga, listen, I'm a logo Garala.
To the Babafa, Fatima, taking my bush in there. Mufedi, the drinking cocky. Once the base, they go for life to you. Mikasa, Sukasa. You don't want to tell me number. We banana bacha, abracadabra, propaganda. Ilaya Pupo, it's on Toguru. Filari, it's a diddy. 1 billion money is a must, I'm a Russian cause I beg a little image you from you. Wish I want to do. Being tough, I'm not for a person. I told you I to Palazzo. Because it's time for $1 million. I go for balance, keep us saying, can you come by me? No girl was a broke nigga. Oh, I come out just a motor from a share nigga. I want to win me Tonic wild nigga. No one look like a cosine for our man.
DJ Hoppy does love you.
Energy DJ.
Animation, love on you. Pop, pass, I say, come on, dear. A packet water, you for money. You are going to my comfort. Daddy Joe, I'm a Jashaba. Nene, no plaza. I'm a camera, Modini Matakala. Isaja, nah. Pick one, pick two, check up, straight winning, no handicap. When them a sleep off, me I get up. I shoot with it, I'm a little like by all I made it bado and 100,000 people. Me okay, so see me, you kilo day. Follow with my way. Follow no the road, but you just see first. I see a cover me. See diamonds all over me. You can just look over me. Show diamonds over me. I see a cover me. See diamonds all over me. You can just look over me. Auto best, I'm a jail, see me long. Bundle, come out, do me, I'm a need for shit, I'm a bullet show. I do me, money not to me. I'm a Joe, me, I'm a tema for to me. All alone, me pick one, pick two, check up, straight winning, no handicap. When them a sleep off, me I get up. I shoot with it, I'm a little like by all I made it bado and 100,000 people. Me okay, so see me, you kilo day. You with my, me, you kilo day. You with my, me, you kilo day.
DJ Hoppy does love you.
Energy DJ.
Last month you can no PPL. While I see so I risk aquaba anyba. Be there at my local. Other than my baby, I don't call me center. Nibble of your cocorosi. Boom, my shady fella BC. You can tell me what is not. Alaka, Spartacus, Leno Miskate, Tatacost. I'm about me sat marathon. I'm an old man in a boy. I'm a tata. I'm some more pushing one Benson. One let me go. That's the day, Joe.
Would you not my guy, but Jackie monetize your baby? I'm your dumb professor, it's I'm 23. The Lord is my shepherd. I got Sule Mufe Fijoko. Awe, Kumata Wakari. She will let us in the dollar. Only Jimmy Mai. Awe, Kumata Wakari. She will let us in the dollar. Only Jimmy Mai.
DJ Hoppy does love you.
Emilio Melody I'm a piano. I think you will end all of the boy. Damn, you tell her really. My deal of giga job at Berry. Santa Monica, Santa Claus. Subject verb, make a plus. She vibes. I'm a day at the like that. He can call it. Oh, rock about me, sat marathon. I'm an old man in a boy. I'm a tata. I'm some more pushing one Benson. One let me go. I think they very Joe. Would you not my guy, but Jackie monetize your baby? I try.
Energy DJ.
DJ Hoppy does love you. I love you.
If you see me, you sister. I'm you mark by me, she am a undertaker. Mafikuto ya walk by me, fashionista, mama te po salami. Malami, Maboki wakin share Malami. Obami, did your job about that? At about to pass me, many girls want to own me. Are you sure you want to do this? Bad boy, yours truly. You get us they do me. Sing do it, cut to share to me. I got you go up longer. Saudi, my home, I look on them. If you take it from go, kill a T-bone, let it don't cover. Excuse me, me pass a baby pardon. I love your fashion. Let you know about you, but I'm a ride on. My look on, let you be Mr. Boy. Inside, put them sick in a side. My heart, when we go punchy, and you my judgy. Seki, my family, my Seriki family. Don't go touch my money. Seka, baby, she low away. Holy Center, Ramaliti. I want parents, me only want meeting. Baba Baiso, Koya listen, Oarisi, Komarizi, Ojanesi, Lori, Koya Sibi. You know that shishi, you will fizzy. I could be shaking, me love a titi. Scatter the chat, no opinion. I got you go up longer. Somebody, my home, I look on them. Mokure, if you take it from them, kill the T-bone, let it don't come. Has to be a million, pass a baby pardon. I love your fashion. If you know about you, but I'm a ride on. My look on, let you be Mr. Boy. Don't inside, put them sick in a side. My heart, when we go punchy, you my junkie. My body, I'm all look on them. As you know, your boy was young. I am really glad.
Energy DJ.
As you do your thing, no pussy, you dey calculate too. Me will celebrate too. My brother no space too. Me will keep on elevate too. Can't believe how I'm feeling now. Thinking of life and I sit it down. I got many things I be dishing down. Many bedu every drop they be feeling now. Ọ̀fà only power. Èmi àtòwò kò sẹ́ni tó lè yára. Kò dìgbà tá a bá fà para. Lágbo òbí jọ tí mo ní wọ́n máa mọ̀ wá. Ọ̀fà only power. Èmi àtòwò kò sẹ́ni tó lè yára. Kò dìgbà tá a bá fà para. Lágbo òbí jọ tí mo ní wọ́n máa mọ̀ wá. Ọmọ confirm. No, I'm a born, no, they get feelings. They never see they go something. I don't come out to me, mo lọ́dọ̀ gbọ́n sí. Níbi tó bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ ó lẹ́yìn máa bá ní. Ojú táwọn táàmì, this time around anything no funny. And if you get problem, go solve it. If you get a problem, solve it. I'm on D&D. If you know the money, no disturb me. If you get a problem, solve it. I'm on D&D. If you know the money, no disturb. Let go. They be hating on me, I'm on no reason. Told me pay me, no get pity. They wonder the way I do my thing. Believe in my life with no salary. Now we they talk about. Make my help, I'm a feel me shakara. Video, this is banana.
Yeah, me look cool. Money, if I
DJ Hoppy does love you.
Yeah, me look cool.
Energy DJ.
Money, I get my I get Miami, baby Joe. Ojo tiro, but as a hustler, I got to come out. Around bad, Odikani me, I just can't sorrow. No things say I be baller. It's all love, barista me to my love. You are more fair.
was here to testify. I'm never satisfied. Yeah, people verified. I paid my sacrifice. I come through with my stuff. Now God get the master plan. Even in my pajamas, my T-girls pajamas. God sports me, nigga man. Same to me and you define. One step at the time. You are more fair. Baby.
DJ Hoppy does love you.
Energy DJ.
Kò sẹ́ni tó mọ̀ látọ́kọ. Èmi náà àdéhùn ẹlẹ́dàá mi má jẹ́ ńlá máyé. Mo ti dé bí mo ṣe ń dé o, mo tún tún gbélé mi dé o. Olúwa ló ṣe èyí o, ẹni fẹ́ náà mi ló kó wá bí. Bísí ní wo yìí, tẹ́kisí màmá ń mọ̀ yìí. Ṣó máa ló mọ̀ sí ń gá yìí, everyday kan ní báyìí. Àwọn kan tí kò ṣíwájú, wọ́n tún kọrin nísìnyí o. Àwọn akọ níwájú, Alábí òwe sẹ̀ mi o. Gbàmí kí bàbá bá lo, ẹni jẹun ló máa yó. Kíkú máa pa bọ́dà mi o. Kíkú máa pa mága mi o. Kìmí rówó ṣayé. Wọ́n gbọ́ mi já wà ní débà fò. Kò mọ̀ gbà tó kó àṣọ. Àwọn girls ti wọ́ palazzo. Oya bébí mi wá jó. Ó ti mọ̀ kó dẹ̀kun lé o. 50 million kan wá so. Money day tó bá ẹ̀ka o. Lóṣù yìí lábá ẹ̀ka o. Àwọn kan fẹ́ ká ní máa ṣá o. When I say, oya, let's dance. Oya, jẹ́ ká jó. Oya, let us dance. Jẹ́ ká lọ sábẹ́ olóṣè yìí o. Oya, let's dance. Oya, jẹ́ ká jó. Oya, let us dance. Jẹ́ ká lọ sábẹ́ olóṣè yìí o. Oya, let's dance. Oya, jẹ́ ká jó. Oya, let us dance. Jẹ́ ká lọ sábẹ́ olóṣè yìí o. Oya, let's dance. Oya, jẹ́ ká jó. Oya, let us dance. Jẹ́ ká lọ sábẹ́ olóṣè yìí o.
DJ Hoppy does love you.
Energy DJ.
Never met a girl like you for my life. See, I no feel like I dey cheat for your body. Make them they try, they no feel off our lights. The way they do, make me keep you my life. I the gangsta style. Why she no fit tell me bye bye? Girl, I no feel like Melanie so fine, Mona Lisa, sweet pass ya Marita. Girl, you make me shiver. Kaloja Malashita, international loca. Trae la vida loca. La be your soldier. Taita your defender.
Baby girl, your love put a hex on me. Now I'm trying to figure out what this gon' be. Is this really real? Please don't mess with me. No job takes, you get wet for me. I don't usually do this, but I wanna. Good soul, get it from your mama. I don't wanna waste no time, but I gotta take my time. Never met someone that made me wanna change. It's for the best, I think I'm finally out the game.
Mona Lisa, sweet pass ya Marita. Girl, you make me shiver. Kaloja Malashita, international loca. Trae la vida loca. La be your soldier. Taita your defender.
Yeah, you know you're just my type, and it's hard to keep my cool when I'm with you. Gangsta loving aggressively, yeah, that's just the way I like it. And you know I want you, how you want me. Take me to Paris, just to whisper in my ear, bonjour, big flexa. Nous allons faire un tour. Reste aujourd'hui et un autre demain. Dis que pour moi tu laisses les putains. Hold my hand, be my man, 'cause baby by your side I feel like
Told my day one G's not to sleep on me. But I know so and I'm still on it. I call on God and I come on me. Surely I will take you what is for me. You fit dance girl ala on a tunda. Every single lie get in plural. Free our mind we up tonight. Everything cool, everything nice. Me I no feel wait till Jesus come. but I go vibe till that kingdom come. Now from my heart I dey sing this song. My name is Vibes, you can sing along. Me I don't feel wait till Jesus come, but I go vibe till that kingdom come. Now from my heart I dey sing this song. My name is Vibes, you can sing along. Hey young girlie, yeah, for me. In anything I do, yeah, keep my Jeremy, keep mommy Jeremy, keep daddy Jeremy. Take me some picture Kodak, Jeremy, Kola Jeremy, Koya Jeremy. Nobody me, one man better me. I get the way, Moka what they me. But they give me that you did it, yeah. Ooh yeah, Kola Jeremy. Me I don't feel wait till Jesus come, but I go vibe till that kingdom come. Now from my heart I dey sing this song. My name is Vibes, you can sing along. Me I don't feel wait till Jesus come, but I go vibe till that kingdom come. Now from my heart I dey sing this song. My name is Vibes, you can sing along. Young girlie, yeah, for me. In anything I do, yeah, keep my Jeremy, keep mommy Jeremy, keep daddy Jeremy. Take me some picture Kodak, Jeremy. Kola Jeremy, Koya Jeremy. Nobody me, one man Jeremy. I gave you vibes.
It's finest on the beat.
I just sing this song. Then the reason I'm out there waiting, I do them. Yeah, they won't throw me punch after the time, man. Kilote, now waiting, I do them, I don't know. They too like to they show their logo. Yeah, they call me on my logo. Want to fake my logo. Ayo, need to me Lord John Bobo. Ayo, need to me Lord John Bobo. Many things with my eye don't see. For this life they don't show me pepper. Everyone go say that they loving you. At the end of it they don't want loving you. It be raining more young. You worry me oh. See me they be rain. Yeah. It be raining more young. You worry me oh. See me they be rain. I don't try. I go still they try again. I go still they try again. I be the boy where they browse without data. As the thing they go, I am watcha. Brand new flows on to cha-cha. Me I no get the time for that drama. Say my music cause him go pay. I give God the glory I see there. Kosiyawa tell me what you kosiyawa. I want me all like me love. Yeah, me love. Yawa. Tell me what you kosiyawa. I want me all like me love. Yeah, me love. Sorrow. I let my troubles go deeper. Yeah, sorrow. Let my troubles go deeper. My heart takes survive, but I tell them I yellow jar. You notice if I know they online. Fall I be real, I be combined. Celebrate time I win now. I'm all alone, don't fancy car. You see me more sexy diva. All body, go body. Say my music divine. Got my body, no joint body. I'm a sele Islamic. Ṣe mí kan níwájú mi wọ́n tún fẹ̀yìn lọ ṣùgbọ́n lẹ́yìn mi wọ́n tún bínú kan. I thank God yé pé mo lárí mọ́. Let's live it one love pẹ̀lú inú kan ṣùgbọ́n ẹnì kejì má lọ finú tán. Cause too much talk I make you lose it all. case you don't know, I die burugo. I got my eyes on me, they only eye service. I be spent, I be vibe, I'm a catalyst. I be speed up the rate of their vibers in. No go boy your sound sandy for my guy. This is waiting, me I get to doggo. Ile aye you my see any call. Koson tamuha, koson tamamulo. Oh Lord, take my sorrows away. Listen to waiting, me I get to doggo. Ile aye you my see any call. Koson tamuha, koson tamamulo. Oh Lord, take my sorrows away. So I pack on my load and I face my face. Fight on my demons and I conquer them. I told myself I no go back to that previous life where they make my hands stress. So I pack on my load and I face my face. Fight on my demons and I conquer them. I told myself I no go back to that previous life where they make my hands stress. I got my eyes on it, when the eyes service. I be spec, I be vibe, I'm a catalyst. I just speed up the rate of their vibers in. No go boy your sound sandy for my guy.
DJ Hoppy does I love you.
Achanga kimanya kibala gachoe tenangu ni mambeze muda ukonyache mungu wa muzoza kunara tendere kunare mtamani ramalaka mabele wanga Achanga kimanya kibala gachoe tenangu ni mambeze muda ukonyache mungu wa muzoza kunara tendere kunare mtamani ramalaka mabele wanga Ujawa malaku me kalande wa malaga yandele wala yongozi wa shirikisho mandele wereni kinare mandele siwira bule utune wa kumalaza ukimuria mandele Ijama maro ibanga na ubuku uze mandele makiamba mandele na la shimalwe elaroni mapanga kumalaga mandele wanda No mandala wakubali kulasha malu ya haramu ela kale muzima atai wangu asana kishaka shukolere Kemutai wakubali ambose kore Njama maro ipanga Tangwantele wa munguse Kurireze kakowe bajoji Se wakasi kingiro wale Achemwa kimanya kibola kache Senanguni wabeze muda ukonyache Mungu watusa tundara tendele Uwarene jamani na alaga Antele wonde Ochemwa kimanya kibola kache Senanguni wabeze muda ukonyache Mungu watusa tundara tendele Uwarene jamani na alaga Antele wonde Uchewa malago kalande wa malaga Manzele wanda kiongozi wa shirikisho Manzele werezi nare manzele surabule Lautune wa kupalaza ukimuranzele Nijama marapanga na ubuku se manzele Makiana manzele na base mande Elaroni mapanga kumalaga Manzele wande You know what I love about the Alajamara, La Padazima, Mutaya, Jama Colere. Namutai Wakupani Alajacare, Tingi Marapanga, Lamazale Makuse, Paratakawe, Bajoji, Sayakati Kengero Ande. I can't walk in my head to Palagajoe, the Nango Nirete Mundahu Goyache, Lungo Amudusa. Tunara tendere, tunara manira wala ambele wanda. Achemwa kimanya kibala gachoe, sinangu ni mwambete unda ukonyache, lungo wa muduza tunara tendere, tunare munira wala ambele wande. Ujewa malaku me kalande wa malaga yandele wanda. Kiongozi wa shirikisho Mandele wereni kinare Mandele siwira bule Utune kuzalaza ukimuria mandele Nijama marapanga na umuku uze mandele Makiamba mandele na la shimalwe Elaroni mapanga kumalaka Mandele wa wakubalia la jemalo yara ela kale mtima atai wangu asandisha chokolere na mutai wakubali komboza kore inga mama roi panga ya wazele mamuze kurilete kakowe bajoji wakazi kingero wande ajamwa kiwanya kibala kaje sanango nende semno konyaje lungu wadosa tundara tendere tundare jamanera alaka mazele wande ajamwa kiwanya kibala kaje sanango nende semno konyaje lungu wadosa tundara tendere tundare jamanera alaka mazele wande muchawa malaku kalande malaka ya mazele wanda kiongozi wa shirikisho mazele wera sanare mazele sera bule atone wa kumalasa ukimora zale mjama marabaga na muko se mazele ke anda mazele na rose malo ala roni wa panga kumalaka mazele wanda ino mazele wa kubali Wazigonya, Lolani, Wazigonya, Lolani, Wazigonya, Lolani. Ajema kimanya etibola gachoe. Sinangwe ejetunda ugonya che. Lungu wa mujuza, kundara tendere. Nare mujamani ramalaka, andele wale. Mujawa malaku me, kalande wa malaka yemande. Wana yongozi wa shirikisho, andele wereni kinare mande. Suwira kule, utune wa kumalaza, namuja mandele. Nijama marapanga na umuku se mandele. Makiyamba mandele na mbozi mabe. Edaroni mao mapanga kumalaga, kahini wauna. Ino mandala wakubali ala jemalo ya haramu. Ela pate uzma, atai hawa zangu nyaga chukulere. Atai wakubali amboze kore. Nijama maro ipanga, chawandele mamuze. Wambete kakoro bajoji. Ela sikindero wande. Ajama kanya.
Yeah, it's the ethical climate, bro. The ethical climate.
Hello, yes.
Dr. Lusweti.
Hello.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Yeah, welcome back to our last session. We are a little bit behind time, but I'm sure we will make up because we know all presenters are going to be really swift presenters. We are expecting Kezia Mkwizu. Are you in the house? Please come forward. You can settle on the red seats here. Professor Yakobo and Edith. Oh, welcome, Prof. and Edith. Happy to see you. Dr. Nancy Ngoa. I saw her somewhere. I think she's around. She'll probably present. And Robert Kimanzi Munyoki. Robert Kimanzi. Okay, so our order is, Robert Kimanzi is online. So we shall have Mkwizu, and then Professor Yakobo and Edith, followed by Robert Munyoki, who will be online. And finally, we will have a presentation from Dr. Nancy Ngoa. So that is our order. Kindly welcome Mkwizu. We are happy that just before her was our very own Daktari, and he talked very well about the blue economy, and we are continuing with that theme. So welcome, and we are happy to have you. Kindly introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am Dr. Kezia Mkwizu, and presenting a paper with a co-author. She's called Dr. Janet C. Kimeto. She's from University of Kiabanga, and I am an independent researcher from Tanzania. And our title is Bridging Communities and Academia in Blue Economy, a Tourism Perspective. So thank you very much, Pwani University, for this opportunity, and may I just proceed with the introduction. And tourism presents 40% of the blue economy globally, thus a pillar of the blue economy. Given this important tourism insight on blue economy, this paper explored bridging communities and academia in blue economy from a tourism perspective, but guided by the inclusive theory. We go straight to the methodology. We applied an integrative literature review to explore communities and academic research in blue economy from a tourism perspective. And in the integrative literature review, we focused on university repositories in tourism, in the field of tourism between 2023 to 2025 for Kenya and Tanzania. And we reviewed 40 theses, and in that review we only found 8 that were relevant, and we conducted a content analysis. With the methodology presented to you, let me just go straight to table 1, which is the literature which we reviewed, and due to time, I'll only pick about 2 papers that I can speak about, and that is the first one is Zablone, that's a master's thesis, and it was looking at assessing customer services, but that is in Dar es Salaam, and they found that the customer services is satisfactory in the tourism industry. In Dar es Salaam, as you rightly know, it's a coastal city. It was a city before Dodoma, and we moved to Dodoma, but still Dar es Salaam is very much coastal, and this conference is about the blue economy. So that is one paper I can speak to you here. And another one that I can select, it's a doctoral thesis, and that is by Mungure in 2024. And in this study, they were assessing rural tourism, but again, it was a case study in Bagamoyo, and Bagamoyo is also a coastal town within Tanzania. And the findings here found that rural tourism is a great strategy to increase the market in terms of tourism. And this is a continuation, and as earlier stated, it's 8 that were found relevant, and I've already just explained the 2 of them, what they are, the sources and the findings. And therefore, let us just go ahead to what were the key findings. So from reviewing this, we found that most studies, that is Zablon 2023, there's Haji 2024, there's Mkenda 2025, and there's Protas 2025, that these studies, although they have captured some issues in the blue economy, but they focused more on hotels, state fisheries, and promotion. These findings, then, what do they imply? They imply that there's need for more research. And because these studies, they focused on topics, but we need diverse topics so that the blue economy is explored more by researchers. And also the study locations. Some of them focused in Bagamoyo, Dar es Salaam, but in Tanzania, the coastal area is very long. And within those 40 theses that we viewed, for the Kenyan side, we based on one repository, and there were no studies that looked at the blue economy. So this tells us that, yes, the blue economy is very much a niche area for research. So it gives us the space, for all of us in this room, to do more research. And therefore, when we do more research, it will enable us to sustain and bridge communities between academic research and the communities that we have, so that they're not just providing us information, but we involve them in the process of research. With conclusion, I can say bridging communities and academic requires academic research with diverse topics and study locations for sustainable development. Future studies may explore mixed methods because we just use integrative and there was no primary data collection involved. And of course, other future researchers may also look for longitudinal studies or cross-sectional, but they can explore simply other research methods. And those were the references that helped us create the presentation I've just presented to you all, and I thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mkwizu. You have actually saved us some 5 minutes. So we shall donate that 5 minutes to your question session. And if you feel very kind, you can donate to the next presenter. So we shall take questions from the audience, please, for Mkwizu. Microphones. Okay, questions for our presenter?
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is on the seasonal nature of tourism and whether in Tanzania, I understand you've really enjoyed the backlash in Kenya. Many of the tourists are coming to Tanzania. How are you playing around on the seasonality? Because here it's like staff have to work for 6 months, they call high season, and then another 6 months is low season. So you have to save money to keep you alive in the low season because you will not be on duty. So how are you navigating this challenge in Tanzania?
Yes, thank you very much for your interesting question because it's about seasonality. What do we do about seasonality? I love that question because my PhD was exactly about domestic tourism. And in that PhD thesis, I was advocating for more promotions that are relevant, promotions that are targeting domestic tourists. So in those promotions, they should portray actually domestic tourists themselves enjoying the national parks. And when I did my PhD, I graduated 2019. So there's been a lot of progress within the tourism industry. The Royal Tour that was done by the president, it was targeting everyone, the foreigners, but the local people as well. So there's been efforts, and even celebrities, the local celebrities are invited to visit national parks so that they can become role models. And then not only that, as individuals, I'm not only a tourism expert, but I love visiting national parks. So I contribute when it's the low season, I drop in.
In Kenya, at some point, we had gotten it wrong because we were having 2 prizes. Yes. Those ones of the foreigners and those ones of the locals. But in my stay in Germany, in Munich, the price is the same. It doesn't segregate a local or a foreigner. I think this in Kenya has been one of our challenge, that we've created class in enjoying the facilities in the tourist ecosystem. I don't know whether Tanzania is the same, whether Tanzanians pay cheaper than Kenyans or than Europeans, or whether they also have a flat rate, anyone can enjoy, anyone can walk in. Because this kind of discrimination, it also was very much intense. Even to access the beach hotels, for example, you cannot walk in on foot, even if you have millions of money. You'll be blocked at the gate, because how can you walk on foot to go and eat in a beach hotel? So I don't know what's the situation in Tanzania.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting question, and I can look at it at different angles. In terms of national parks, there's still that differentiation, that the foreigners have to pay different price at the national parks. But I've seen some improvements out of the national park, because tourism is more than national parks. There's also the hotels. There are some hotels, they just have a flat rate. Whether you're a foreigner or a local, you pay the same. So I believe that with hotels, the change of mind, they need to transcend to national parks. But that is, again, a national policy. It's something that needs to be discussed. It's something that needs to be welcomed. It is something that needs, again, because this is transdisciplinary, it's something that you need to call the members, all the stakeholders. Do they agree on having a common price that the foreigners and the locals pay? So the tourism stakeholders need to get together, them and other stakeholders, because national parks are national parks within, but they are surrounded by communities. So the decisions has to be collectively, and then come up with a national policy that allows now people to change and make the price a common one. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is, how is your indigenous culture in Tanzania shaping the hospitality industry, since hospitality is a cultural value?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your question takes me back right to the tribe called the Adzabe. I hope you've heard the Adzabe in Tanzania. They are one of the very rich heritage that we have in Tanzania, because they are still practicing their old ways, and the government is also protecting them, making sure that while they open the heritage tourism, their ways of living are also protected. And even if they're integrated with the modern world activities like education, just a couple of 3 weeks ago, I'd watched some of the Adzabe kids that are being taken to school. They are schooled, and they found that even their intellect is very, very high, despite the fact that they still live in the old ways. So it opens more questions, it opens more room for research. So the culture is still there from the Adzabe. And also we all know there's also the Maasai tribe that crosses over. In Kenya you have, and in Tanzania we have. So they're also part of the cultural heritage, and other tribes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, but my question was focusing more on policy. How is the policy being shaped by the indigenous culture?
Thank you. In terms of the policy, the Adzabe, they deal mostly in the tourism, and the tourism policy has to work around how they want as Hadzabe people to communicate with the world. And that's why with the tourism policy, they have to protect them. You know, when foreigners go and visit, there will be certain rules. This is what you can interact with the tribe, and this is where the ending line has to be. So they are being incorporated, because in Tanzania we are also in the market diversification. Heritage is one of the new products that is coming into the national tourism policy. So Hadzabe is also one of them. They're being integrated. Their voices need to be in the policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkwizi. I think she has done a superb job. We need to give her some greetings to send back home. So we learned a thank you from the DG yesterday. We pick the fruit from the palm, pick it, pick it, pick it, let it sway in the wind, let it sway in the wind, let it sway in the wind, give it to her. Thank you so much. We are very appreciative for your attendance.
Asante sana.
Karibu. Okay, our second presentation will be from Professor Yakobo Mtiti and Edith Miano. The title, kindly please go ahead. The title of their presentation is Plagiarism and Theft of Ideas Through AI Data Training. Who is responsible and what is the way forward? A very interesting title. We are all looking forward to hearing which trainings these are. So we welcome you, and we are really keen to get to know what this is, this data theft. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing yourself some time at least to listen to us. We are scholars like you, and we actually are interested very much in how scholarship contributes to society. And being at the academy for quite some time, we have actually been looking at how things happen to us in relation to actually the teaching, the approaches that we normally engage upon in regard to how we actually handle ourselves and, of course, academia. Our topic, plagiarism, and sorry. So our topic, plagiarism and theft of ideas through AI data training, who is responsible and what is the way forward, is actually informed by a qualitative research that we have actually engaged in a case study of our graduate students at Pwani University. And we actually came up with this idea because we felt that AI in academia comes with very many benefits, and it also brings with it quite some misgivings. What am I saying? We are saying that AI itself is actually a tool that actually is supposed to reason and behave the way humans behave when they are dealing with knowledge. But you will discover that AI itself, you will discover that AI itself doesn't have what we would call a human face, although human knowledge has a human face. In the morning, we were actually talking about what we call emotional intelligence, and we want to put it to you that we actually felt that emotional intelligence is actually part of the system of intelligence that humans have, which is actually very important in actually using that knowledge for human uses. And we find that when AI is actually involved, it could actually bring its intelligence, but not what we are calling the intellect that is actually related to how humans reason and what they do with all sorts of knowledge. So we are actually saying that AI itself could actually be a good thing, and it could actually be a problem. When I heard AI for the first time, I want to put it to you that it brought to my mind the idea of artificial insemination. And it's funny, it's something that is laughable, but you will see that even the way we have the data from actually AI, it is indeed some form of artificial insemination in the sense that the intelligence that you get out of AI is actually what I want to call corporate intelligence. It is what you and I and other people have researched upon and have placed on the net that is actually put into a machine, and then things are done to it so that at the end of the day, some form of intelligence that is actually not that appears to be, cutting edge across the board comes through. And this intelligence, unfortunately, is an intelligence that, beats what we normally call attribution. It is not attributed to any person in particular. It may actually be the work of 2 or 3 scholars, but it is put together, and then AI answers you. It gives you a question. Now, when you look at that information from the net, you find that it is really, very much, high up there. It is good information, so to speak. But sometimes the information that we might get out of it is also, some of it could actually be garbage, because the internet is able to fish everything and bring it into one basket. So, of course, there's a problem with AI in relation to how we can sieve the knowledge out of it. But that is maybe a side issue. My interest here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the information that we get out of AI could actually be just information that is unacknowledged and information that is actually plagiarized. And, we actually fail to actually address matters of convention in scholarship. So, what is the way forward, and what do we do? What can we do with this type of information? I just wanted to begin that as a beginning, but I want to put it to you that many people use AI, and our students included. Sometimes what we read from our students looks so too good to be true. And then you might even discover that because of the nature of the students, they may have picked something good from some source, another, and then what they put together may actually look very confusing, a staccato of very good things put together. And then you find that you are unable to make sense out of it. This happens, and we are left wondering, what do we do with our students when AI is there? Do we tell them that they should not use AI? Do we consider how we can control it? All those are matters that we are actually going to discuss, and we've discussed in this paper. But at this point, I want to maybe move on to what I call a problem statement. Our problem statement is actually looking at the conventional knowledge streams. We actually find that there is a conundrum of attribution of sources, and we find that information that is incorporated into AI programs leads us to a situation where matters of attribution are no longer important. As academics, when we write, we believe that what we've written is our contribution to knowledge. And when that is actually not acknowledged, that is indeed a very big problem to academia. So we are actually saying that if that is the issue, what can we do so that we actually protect ourselves as academia? The other thing that I want to put it to you, and I've discovered through these presentations that it is already happening, the science that we are actually sharing across the board is no longer having any attributions. I want to refer you to the good paper that we got in the morning. Just we went for lunch. I looked for attribution. I didn't get it. But there was a lot of information, and you could see that the information is actually so connected and gotten from different sources. And that actually indicated to me that indeed what we are saying about AI is actually a problem. When we went out there for exhibitions, I went out of my way to look into some of the activities that our scholars, students have done, and I actually discovered that for some of them, they were even, through AI, were able to generate some databases which they wanted now to prove by experiment, so that at the end of the day, they will have done some original research. So even today's science is actually based on exactly that. Something that you generate out of AI, then you go out there, you look for data, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you come out and say, I have discovered this. So the truth of the matter here is that it is a problem that we need to deal with for the sake of our students, for the sake of knowledge, and for the sake of learning. And we are saying that we must think of how we can handle it. For the moment, I want to invite my colleague to give some data that she was able to generate so that we can actually move forward. After she gives her data, I'll just make two comments, and then we will actually go into a discussion. Thank you, Madam.
Edith, we will ask you to work with super speed. Can we give a clap to Professor? Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. I'll try and keep up with Prof. So what we were trying to find out in terms of the research questions are, thank you very much. I am vertically challenged, so I need this. So what is the extent of reliance on AI tools by graduate students? And we also wanted to find out, when it comes to our instructors, what are some of the recommendations that they can also offer in terms of AI use? So when we look at the significance, maybe this is something that I'll also just quickly go through. Again, as Prof. Motiti was trying to enlighten, is that we're trying to look at that incorporation of AI into academic programs, and how do we actually use AI with authoritative control, especially in academia. And also trying to look at the critical thinking areas, especially when it comes of AI prompting by students. So in terms of what we found out, again, this is not generalized because we're using a very small sample of students in the Master of Communication and Media program. And as a side note, if you don't find out more about this program, please see us at the tent tomorrow. We have an exhibition there. We can tell you more. But this is not marketing. Again, we are just in the area of research. So this was a very purposive sampling. We did a little bit of interviewing with our students and also with instructors in the Master of Communication and Media program. So what we found out with our students is that, yes, they do acknowledge the use of AI tools. It's not hidden. There was a moment before when it was something people would not acknowledge that they're using AI tools, but we actually acknowledge that they're using the AI tools. However, in as much as they're using them, they do not fully also trust what is generated by AI. They do not trust in as much as they have found this information, they cannot directly provide it as output. There's also a lack of awareness when it comes to the clear guidelines on how we use AI and the attribution issues and citation use when it comes to AI. And another thing that also came up with the students is that in as much as they're using this within their projects, also within their thesis, they cross-reference all the information that they receive from AI. On the other side, some of the findings we found from our instructors is that we can't resist it. We can't fight it. It's here with us. So what do we do with it? Something else that also came up with our instructors is that in as much as we're not fighting the use of AI, we need to use AI as the tool that it is. So it's meant to build on ideas, but not to substitute the ideas themselves. And what was coming up with that is what we have also seen a lot with our students. There's a lot of cognitive atrophy. So we are no longer thinking. We are allowing AI to think for us, but we're not doing the thinking ourselves. So we are saying that, based on the recommendations from our instructors, use AI, but do not use it to do the thinking for yourself. And these are some of the things we have been hearing, even with a lot of the talks that we have had today. So this is not really relatively new. Again, we cannot generalize this because it's already from a very small sample within a selected group, within an academic group. So what we can actually conclude and maybe even recommend is that as we use AI, we need to ensure that we have clear ethical guidelines. And there aren't very clear ethical guidelines when it comes to use, especially within specific groups. What can be used within a group, for instance, within communication and media, may not be generally applied within another group, let's say, for instance, with statistics, or for instance, with literature. We need to also, or for our group, using AI prompting engineering that can actually be taught alongside what is already being taught within the programs. So critical thinking areas and critical reading alongside AI prompt engineering. So this is something that we're also currently trying to implement within the communication and media program. We can't fight the use of AI, but how do you teach students to correctly use AI? To prompt correctly so that you actually give the chance to students to also engage with these tools a little bit further. And also, again, to conclude, generally we use AI for structure and for brainstorming, but we have to ensure that we leave the intellectual thought and analysis to the students themselves. And again, this is just from a small sample within a small group, so it also depends again on what is implemented within different areas of academia. Asanteni sana.
Yes, Prof, please go ahead.
So thank you very much. I think I can't add more to that. All I can say is that this is actually what our thinking was, and we actually feel that there is actually need to institute some form of control, especially when we are dealing with students and when we want to present the students to present something worthwhile. We must think of how we can safeguard their creativity, because with AI it is as if they are actually reduced to just people who can just relay information, gather and deliver information. So we need to critically think of what to do with AI. I think that's all we had. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Prof, we will want you to hold on there. We will only allow 2 questions, please. First 2 questions. For the rest who would like to ask questions, we shall request you that tomorrow, before we come here, we will meet out there and engage with Edith and Professor, if you will forgive us for that. But let's go ahead and hear the questions. Both questions will be asked and you will respond so that we can also save on time.
Thank you. My name is Moses, and Prof, you know why I picked the microphone quickly? I'm the custodian of the anti-plagiarism in quotes.
Yes.
Which I insist that the software I'm using is an academic integrity software, not anti-plagiarism. Because one person cannot start saying, I'm the policeman for plagiarism. What we only do is text matching. What we only do is to show the similarity. But the plagiarism now is interpreted by experts in those disciplines. So my question is, when you say, therefore, there is AI has been seen in a student's piece of work. And recently, we renewed the license and they have upgraded the software. Now it can give you the level of AI in a piece of work of a student. So when I scanned, I saw a student's work had 59% index of AI. And this piece of work has been passed by the expert who are the supervisors. Now I am at a difficult place because it had passed the similarity index. It was good to our standards. But the AI was too much. Now what can I do? Can I release that work? Or what can I do with that work? When you say we have to moderate, what do you propose?
Before you answer, Prof, second question so that you combine. I'm hoping that they are related.
Thank you very much for the presentation. They may not be related, or I may be bringing a complication, because I'm wondering what artificial is in artificial intelligence. Because in the 90s, for those of us who started interacting with the huge machines called computers, and then they brought in the issue of diskettes where we were saving data, if you can remember. Maybe some Gen Zs here may not remember. Then they brought the CDs, and then we went to the stick.
Yes.
And then they told us, now you don't need even to carry a stick. You save in the clouds.
You save it in the cloud.
In the clouds. But little did we know that the cloud has an owner.
Mm-hmm.
And we put all our presentations, our stuff into the clouds. And then the owner was very clear that then I will confuse these people and colonize them by telling them that there is an intelligence which is artificial intelligence.
Which can take that and...
Yes, which can take that and bring it to them. So that we don't give them an opportunity to think again and be able to innovate and to create. So creativity and innovation is killed because others have already been creative and innovative. They want to continue selling their products.
Exactly.
So as we just copy and paste. So what is artificial in artificial intelligence? Well, it is our collective intelligence. Because this is work that we have been saving to the clouds.
In fact,
how does it become artificial now?
I think so. It is actually corporate intelligence. Corporate intelligence. Yani, it's intelligence that we all have, and then it is put in one place, and it is now taken to someone who is giving you that. So it's really what you've described, Professor. I don't think I need to add anything to what Prof has said. It is exactly point on. Answering my good friend, our librarian, I think that is a real problem. That is a real problem, and we need to think through it, because we who are in academia, sometimes we just are carried away by the goodness of a student's work without discovering that this thing, this beauty must be connected to some source. Without doing that. So really, this is why we are trying to think of how we can institute some controls. I don't know which. You could help me. Professor here might actually help us so that we think of the types of controls that we need to institute so that our students can actually develop. We are not controlling them so that they remain behind. We are thinking of the way their intelligence and their knowledge can also be part of that big intelligence, rather than just being copycats. That's actually how it is. Thank you.
On that note, I think we need to give this team a very big, controversial clap. No. We are going to give them a parliamentary clap with our feet and a clap with our hands. So can we do that controversial clap for them with your feet and with your hands? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Right, so we move to our third and final presentation. Professor Nasingoa? Oh, she's, yeah. Thank you. Karibu sana. Can we give them a clap as they come forward? I don't know if they're coming, both of them. Karibu, karibu.
Thank you, thank you. Tatu kama jana. Ile ni zako. Hizi ni haya, sawa. Kuna Umeiona yangu? Nimewatumia. Picha nimekutumia kwa WhatsApp. Na Rose pia nimemtumia. Kwa WhatsApp. Kitambo. Rose umepata kama unaangalia nyingine. Unaangalia nyingine ama unaangalia yangu? Okay. Sawa basi. Rose has it. Wacha niwaambie then. Good evening and thank you, welcome. But we have a third presenter who has stepped out. So we request for about 1 minute. He's here. Okay. Okay, karibuni sana. And before you is Pwani University in collaboration with the community, that is the Madka Malindi District Cultural Association, which is a community of the Mijikenda. And we have this topic which is reclaiming the value of women in the Giriama cosmology and law. So our presentation is going to be in parts like what we did yesterday, more of a discussion and also reflections, and finally we recommend and conclude. So I want to give Stanislas Kiraga to begin with, to begin this discussion, to give us a background, how women are of value to the community, but tracing back maybe from the Beijing conference and the background of the Mijikenda, and just a background of the value of the woman. Karibu Kirag.
Asante sana. We have been told in many policies and literature that the African treats their women badly, or the position of the woman is one that She's being exploited. She's just there to be seen and not to be heard. This is what has generated all the debates about the gender balance, which actually took emphasis from the Beijing conference of 1995. What we know is that the Western world were actually the ones who are not treating their women with that dignity. Because for us, the woman stems from the position of the woman is spiritual. When I say spiritual, is that we believe in one God. But our definition of God is that whole universe. So when Amejikenda says, Yovulabeza Bigamulungu mzima, when it's going to rain and the whole universe, or the whole, from where you can see, the whole horizon is dark, then that is what we call mulungu, from where you can see from the east to the west. Our view is not that God is a man in the sky. This is different. And the position of the woman is our second God. Because when you are still in the womb, all you can see, your world in that womb, is from this side to this side. That is the God in that position. Vis-a-vis with other religions, where God is a man on the sky. So I want to say that the woman, we say, is our second God. It is our second God because we start life in the woman, and when we come out, we depend on the woman with so many things in order for us to become adults and normal human beings. When you're walking and you hit a stone, the first word you will utter is, Mama. You are not going to say, Baba. Yeah.
I want to take you through, although my colleague has already done it partially, but I want to take you through to the hierarchy of the Mijikenda. We are guarded by, we used to have our own government, and this government was being administered by 3 organs. As the Vaya, the Gohu, and the Kambi. Now, the Gohu was actually the legislature and the clergy. But these are men, they are men groups, there are many organizations. Women are not allowed to go in there. So, we are not saying that because the ladies don't take part there, they are not part of that organization. I have 2 Gohu members. Can you stand up? Those are our Gohu members. 2 of them are Gohu, one is a Gohu and is a Vaya. Sit down. What happens is, before they are initiated, before they are allowed in that organization, they can't do so until their wife's consent. If, for example, the wife says, no, don't go there, he can't go. So that means, although it looks like the power is vested in the men, it is controlled by the ladies. There's nothing they'll do before that. And once the wife of a Gohu, and once a wife a husband of that particular wife becomes a gohu, that particular lady assumes a very high profile. Her life is different from other women. She's being given a lot of respect because she takes on a very important position because of the husband. Now, when we look also at our history, our heritage, we can't say, because this is a reality, it's a fact which you cannot, even if we wish it away, it's already there. Our leader spiritually, as he has said, is a woman. The spirituality is based on mepoho, and mepoho is a woman. Spirituality. Then you come to the other side. We have now the political divide. Now, our leader is Mekatilili Wamenda. This is a lady. The connection is that Mepoho foretold of the coming of the white man. And when the white man was here, it is the time when Mekatilili was living. And she took it upon herself to fight the white man. How many of us here, no, how many of our ladies here will be able to slap a colonizer?
A boss.
A boss. How many? Raise up your hands. Akina mama, simpo. Mungeza kumchapa kofi mzungu. Lakini mlimchapa. Sio nyinyi. Ndio nyinyi. So it gives you the position that the ladies in our Mijikenda community are leading us. Can we say we are sitting on them? I don't think so. And again, our system was complementary. Whereas we were ruled by this idea of Kiapo, there was a fundamental group of ladies that would change events. They're called Kulungurache. Kulungurache was a women council that was responsible for veto. They were actually having the veto.
Oversight.
An oversight. And they could veto the decisions made by men. And if this didn't happen, they would take a big pot, break it. And when they break it, it will cause a calamity to the community. Kubanda Zaya. They call it Zaya. Now you'll see that the position of the lady in the home was very, very unique. There were instances when people, and I think I said this yesterday, there were times when there was a problem between one family and another, and one of the either family killed another from the other side. This would be settled by payment of blood money. But this blood money varied. If the one who was killed was a woman, they'll pay a cow. And a cow is equivalent to 10 goats. If the person who was killed was a man, they will pay a bull, and a bull is 5 goats. So you will see the value of these two individuals varied. And this places the lady on a higher level than the man. Now, during a wedding, this is another instance. During a wedding, there are wedding chairs. And these are stools, really, the 3-legged stools. Now, the stool for the lady is higher than the stool of the male spouse. What does that signify? It signifies the position of the lady being higher than that of the man. So, you go to the naming system. Naming system. the ladies are not getting their clan names. They are not given clan names. But they will always announce their claim. Their clan. Suppose someone is Sambol somewhere, she will recite all those, all that line where belong to the father. I say, Waruwana Kombe, Ngaro. She will mention everything. So she has a special position within our community. And because of this, we have never tried to, of course, when we started going to school, some of this information was ignored. And who are the people who actually taught us to reassess the position of women? This is an alien concept. It's not African. It's not a Mijikenda concept. It's the alien people who came here, sent us to school, and started introducing their bad manners here. I'm sorry if they are here. But they started introducing bad manners here. The bad manners that they introduced here is that out there, they didn't respect their women. And if you want to find this out, look at their land law. The law that governed their land tenure. A married woman would not be allowed to earn property because she was technically and legally considered to be a minor. And by all standards, a minor cannot own land. Is in the same position as a slave, the same position as a lunatic. A lunatic cannot own land, cannot sue, or be sued for that matter. The same position like a minor. So the married women were treated as minors out there. So when they brought all these matrimonial laws here and everything, and the land law that was brought in here, where they are coming from, the women were given a very raw deal. So if you look at the position historically, you find that this problem of women being segregated is not purely ours, but our indigenous society, and as we speak, we believe that the woman has a very special place in the Giriama community, by law and by fact. By de jure and de facto, a woman has a special place in our community. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you.
I want to add something.
Thank you. I'll call you back to reflect on a few areas. But I want to expound on something that Stanislas has mentioned. No, I think it's Mzee Mwarandu. Mzee Mwarandu mentioned that when a woman mentions all the people of the clan, actually, hello? Actually, when a woman, a Giriama woman sneezes, when a Giriama woman sneezes or sees some sort of danger, he mentioned that he says, Mama. But the other thing they say is mention all the clan names. I'll start saying Goa, Mai. So I'll mention my father's name. Names, all my fathers. Or when you have sneezed, Prof. Or when you, let's say, knock something, najua kukungwa. So then you say all your father's names. So that means those are clan names, meaning that they are. It's a way of acknowledging the identity and the belonging. But furthermore, I wanted to touch more on the spiritual part of the woman. The Giriama woman was believed to communicate directly to the spiritual beings. Spiritual beings meaning spirits who never lived. And these spirits are the positive spirits. The spirits that bring good good things to the family. So now the Giriama woman would communicate whenever there is a problem or whenever there is a need, then directly to God. Stanislas has said that he is the second God. And I'm emphasizing here that the Giriama believed there is one God in heaven and a God on earth. So, yeah, okay. So one God in, you have to take them slow. We are like yeah, please, so that we give them an opportunity to exhaust some things. Okay, so there's one God on earth and a God in heaven. We believed in one God in heaven, the Spirit, and a God, a human being on earth. And that God was the mother. And this mother communicates directly to the spirits. And the spirits then take the message to God. I don't want to really compare this, but the Catholics, when you communicate to the saints, and then you pray through either the saints or through Mary, there was a study on that, the comparison between Christianity and the Giriama spirituality. And there were so many similarities. Anyway, so this is a God on earth. And that means this God on earth can curse, can pray for good, depending on the circumstances. So that was one of the spiritual tenets for the Mijikenda, that spiritually they can pray through the mother. The mother is the one who intercedes for the family. Another spiritual tenet, this is now different, was the Mizimu. Mizimu is a sacred place where the Mijikenda woman, or rather any person, would go there and pray. So, for example, there's such a strong need, a need for the family or for the whole society. This woman would go there and, make a covenant with God that when this happens, let's say I'm in need of something, and then I can make a covenant with God and say, when this happens, then I will come back and give this gift to God. So that's a covenant. Like, for example, if a woman does not, give birth, does not, and then they earnestly pray to God at the Muzimu, then they make the yes? Okay, so they make the covenant, and then when they give birth, then they go back and give a thank you. So this woman now, you see her featuring in the different setups. Okay, so you see the woman featuring in the different setups. Depending on the need of the family, this woman had the power to intercede with to God, and therefore the earth, we are talking about the earth God interceding with the heavenly or the spirit, And after she gets what she wants, she goes back and say, thank you to God. So this is now the significance of this woman. And there's another aspect which I'd like Mzee Mwarandu to explain, that you're confusing me. Okay, let me just finish up, then I'll, whatever, yeah, okay. Okay, so there's just one aspect which I'd like Mzee Mwarandu to reflect on. It's very important. I just want to finish on, and then we see how to move forward. This aspect is about the spiritual part where the dead and the living are one. That is, the dead and the living are coming from the same origin, whereby there's this man who was alive and was able to communicate with an unborn child. So, karibu Mzee Mwarandu.
Yeah, I think the whole essence of a Mijikenda family, it comprises of three people: the living, the dead, and the unborn. In our community, abortion is not allowed because it's sinful and it's also a crime. So these three personalities, everywhere, everything we do, they will be, they will be present. That is, the time we are eating, we eat in a circle, signifying three. When we dance in a circle, signifying the three. When you visit our homestays, they'll be in a circle. We call it lungo. So it means that the living, the dead, are actually communicating. That is why we have this idea of a kigango. A kigango is a memorial statue of a Gohu member. So those members, the Gohu members, when they die, we remember them by covering. You make a kigango, and you install that kigango at home. So you are bringing that soul back home to take part in all the decisions and discussions that the family will have. About this idea of you can proceed with that one.
It is about where we go after we die, or where do we come from. The story that Dr. is referring to, there was a pregnant mother who was being transferred to her maiden home to give birth. And on the way, there was a dead body which was being transported to the other side to be buried. And, when you meet in that instance, a pregnant mother meeting a dead body, it's a bad omen. So he had to be relieved from the road to hide so that the body can pass and then they can continue. But in that space, somehow the people who were carrying, because we were carrying our dead physically, so it felt very heavy, and they had to put the body down. And there was a conversation that took place at that time. The conversation was the unborn asking the dead, where are you coming from? And the dead replying, I'm from Nila Dunia Nendahera. So Dunia being the world, I'm coming from the world, I'm going back to heaven, or Hera, I don't know if it's the same connotation. And where are you coming from? Saying, I'm from Hera, going to Dunia. And how is the position there? Says, There are good people and bad people. Where are you going? That signifies the heaven, as we say, because others believe that we have to die, and then we go to a place where we're going to be judged, and others will be thrown into hell, and others will go to heaven. But for us, where we come from is where we're going. Like, it is a circle. From this side, you're coming to life, and that is what Mzee Marand was saying during prayer. Maybe you know that Africa, the number that Africa contributed on the number line is the 0. And it is the 0 because that is how everything is being done in that cycle. There is the unborn, the living, and the dead in that circle. I want to come back to the position of the woman. The position of the woman, as we know now, is that for us, everything has been taken out by events, by law, foreign laws, because in America, the slave started voting earlier than the woman in America. That's from the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment. The others started voting. They had the rights to own property. But if you come to us, in Giriama land alone, you see, we have Chakama, Nikpa Hawewanj. Mbele Zoni, Nikpa Mewanj. Kunakpa Mikombe, Kunakpa Mikingi. These are names of women who used to own property, who were prominent business people in our society. So if we are coming from a society that the woman will not be allowed to own property, that wouldn't have happened. There are not many areas that are named after men. The only place that I know that is named after men, maybe 2, is Mara Fapangonyo, Agarashi Pamkoa. The rest of them are women all around. So you can see the position of the woman. It was not that of someone who was downtrodden or someone who was being stepped upon. It was someone who was respected and given equal responsibility in society.
Thank you very much.
Now
before we have,
just before we wind up, I wish to say this has been a very unique conference, mixing the academia with the community. And I want to reiterate words of a Kaya elder who left us many years ago. But I understand he was here with us many years ago when we had a symposium between the academia and Kaya elders. His name was called Katana Wakalulu. And Katana Wakalulu left us a legacy, which I want to repeat here today. Alisema hivi, palipo na wazee, pana uzima. Na palipo na wasomi, kuna maarifa. This is basically the theme of this forum. Ikiwa wazee watashikana na wasomi, maarifa na uzima iwe pamoja, tutaendelea. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Can we give a hearty clap to our panelists? I think from what we are seeing here, we did an injustice to have this at the end of the day. Yeah, in the next session, Wazee, we promise you that you will come very early, and we probably even have you as a keynote speech so that we can engage fully. We apologize for the short time to improve. I think there is a lot to be learned here, and I'm sure many of us actually saw you put your notes aside because there is nothing to write here. Here you have to listen, you have to learn, and there is no way you can exchange this knowledge for anything else. So members, thank you for your patience, and we are really, really thankful. Thank you for arranging for this. We appreciate you, and we appreciate your team. Wazee wetu, tunawashukuru, tunawaenzi. Thank you for taking time to be with us. Members, I think they deserve another round of applause, please. Thank you. So we will allow you to have your seats. Yes? As we said, we have not taken any notes because hapo you don't ask, you are fed. We have been fed. We have been challenged, we have been fed, we know what we need to do as a university. We need to make this more often. In forums, Prof, I think this is the message probably members. If you agree with me, please put up your hand. In forum, Pwani, we must invite our wazee to come and talk to us. Our wazee are our heritage. If you agree, please put your hand up. We are promising, we are taking it as a promise to you wazee, tutawakumbuka na tutawaenzi, tutawasongesha karibu. Asanteni sana sana.
Asante sana.
Yeah. I hand back the meeting to our substantive chair. Okay, Prof. Muriu is here. Thank you,
Sorry, thank you so much. It was a wonderful discussion this evening, and my great appreciation to all of us for being so much engaging until this hour. I know it is only the time because it is getting a bit late. The wisdom which is oozing from our elders, we would have been happier to continue. But time has not been on our side, and I really appreciate you for being very patient. The program was supposed to end at 5, but we have come this far. Now it is around 7, and I believe that it was worth it. And thank you so much for your participation, for the engagement. Tomorrow, remember the Kaya and the Wazee and Dr. Goa, we have a session tomorrow, plenary session tomorrow. So we can join that plenary session so that we can even continue with this conversation. If there is any question and comments which you need to also share and even get more wisdom, we can be able to also participate in that and be able to feel that we are all engaged. As promised, next year we shall, and hopefully as we move forward, we shall have more engagement with more wazees of these and elders and other participants who will give us. We are seeing so much sharing with other elders. For purposes of housekeeping, we end up this meeting today, this evening. We shall have a word of prayer from one of the volunteers, and then we shall resume tomorrow at 9. And we had mentioned that also the program tomorrow, we also include those of us who had the posters. We shall also continue with the poster session also tomorrow. So make sure your poster still remains there, and also you will be available when called upon to be able to participate in poster presentations. Those of us who had not submitted their or had not mounted their posters, please kindly do so. Leave the posters there, they will be secure. If you had not mounted yours, you can do that tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you. So as well, so tomorrow morning, kindly come early, mount your poster. Also those, especially for the students, we had agreed that you shall have evaluation for purposes of the word in the evening, and for all the presentations by the student over the period of time, we shall have our word ceremony in the evening. So kindly, the student, we shall give you 1 minute for you to pitch for your poster presentation. So we'll give that time for purposes of evaluations, and I hope you can be able to prepare effectively tomorrow. We shall announce the time for that. The other thing, we also mentioned that tomorrow evening, we shall have the closing ceremony, which will start at around when we are concluding at around 3 or 4, and then we shall proceed to the cocktail together with that. So kindly come prepared for those 2 events, so that, and hopefully the program we shall be able to go along with the time, so that we can finish early for purposes of those of us who are traveling far. I would like also to acknowledge the presence of our DVC. I hope I can say a word or 2 before we grow. Yeah.
I want to still continue appreciating the energy that you guys have exhibited. I think it's really humbling, and we really appreciate this. It's not easy to be here since 9. It shows and signifies the kind of content that is being shared here, the relevance of the conference, and of course the commitment that we have put to this. So we are really excited and humbled as the organizing institution, and probably we continue with this energy. We close with the same energy tomorrow. I wish you a nice evening, and thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you too. There is also an opportunity. What the DVC has mentioned has reminded me. We also like to also get a feedback from you to provide us with feedback on areas where we can be able to improve, where we can do things even more excellently, and all that sort of things. We shall be able to organize that. Yeah, so we will be able to do that tomorrow, so that by the end of the evening, we participated in the meeting in this morning. The one which, when we are doing the AI presentation, plenary presentation in the morning, we shall do the same tomorrow, so that you can give us the feedback on your feeling, and also your feedback on the conference tomorrow. Before we close, we shall be able to give you the feedback on the same, on your comment and all that sort of things. Don't kind of more or less hold up, just give us what you have. Thank you so much. Will our elder be ready to close for us with a word of prayer? Mzee yuko? Ule alitufungulia na maombi jana. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah.
Amizi nafende taire alongwa nyani herabi funavoya mazo hegomai kakishuka bai kumala kwenda mwakazombo na gende kuko mwakazombo kuna kazombo kasusundulwa kakisundulwa mazo sigeni vula kumala kunyana inye kugotia malalo na igotie egotia malalo ameni mikononi mikwahu kumala kupura na igwire kitswa ni muvure ameni kumala kudina na kidine magulu ni nguzo kumala kushoga na gashoge. Rero fuzakala na maneno gakubwisanya na kumala suluhisho na vivu zafika mwisho wa kufunga kifo buwe mulungu fendaho nyumbani kisikina mwe ya kumala kala kanda na fikale kanda vikala kanda bana dhiradi ndo fumalaro kumala kuzana rize rekiza usimando malao kumala kuzana uze amizi na fende taireni.
Amen. Nimeandika kwa group. Kuna meeting. Lakini waambie tena meeting.